Welcome to Live Up to Freedom. Thank you so much for joining me today on this beautiful Monday, March 23rd, 2026. If you're wondering why I am so orange, it's because right before I got to my computer, one of my blackouts fell from the window. So I'm getting light from outside, but that's all right. Just imagine that it's summer and I'm like overly tanned. Never happened. We are live on worldviewtube.com, worldviewtube Rumble and X account, worldviewtube app, which I always encourage you to install. If you haven't, it is for free, available on your app store. We're also live on X America News on X and live on my platforms on Facebook, X, Rumble, YouTube, and Substack. Join the conversation, as I always invite you to do so. What we're going to do today is I'm going to take about 10 to 12 minutes. I'm going to talk to you guys about a few things, and then we're gonna head to my speech from 2 Saturdays ago in Chicago when I did my book pre-release signing. It was an amazing event. So we're gonna go and watch that speech, which was about 46 minutes. There's a lot to talk about, but not today. I will dissect it all tomorrow. Hopefully we have more information by then too. But let me start here. Thank you. The book was officially released on Saturday, which would have been Friday night. And though I prayed a lot, and I'm going to be very honest with you, that very moment when I got the message from Amazon that your book is live, the paperback and Kindle, I panicked. No idea why. I guess this is what you feel with your first book or something, but I panicked. So I started praying. And I sent a few private messages to friends to share the news with them. And of course, I think every author would like to, at some point, achieve a bestseller status somewhere. No, we didn't reach that, but it was so amazing that 2 days later, being today, the Architecture of Jihad is #1 new release on Amazon. And it is with great honor that it is also #6 on top 10 books on Amazon, on all platforms, on all formats in history of Islam. And this would not happen if, one, it wasn't for Lord's timing, and two, for your absolutely amazing support. I think my face is expressing it way more than my words are doing. I am very grateful. I am so encouraged to know that people are actually hungry to know the truth and to gain the knowledge. And again, it has been only 48 hours. So if you haven't grabbed your copy yet, I encourage you to grab a copy of it off of Amazon. If you want a signed copy, that's my website with the extra cost of shipping. But on Amazon, you can get the paperback and the Kindle version. Many of you have reached out asking if there will be a hardcover. Not at the moment. I don't know if I even do it. But for those of you who asked if there will be an audiobook, I am working on that. As you can imagine, my day sometimes has only 1 hour left in it. And during that 1 hour, I do as much reading of it as I can. Now, mind you, between the accent and the speed, I need to be also mindful of that. So I'm working on an audiobook. It will be ready when it's ready. So that's for the first 48 hours report of, and many were concerned, why are you launching your book on a weekend? You won't be on air. You won't be able to do any media push. You won't be able to do any interviews. And it was all correct. But here we are on a specific category of Islam's history, being #6 in 48 hours, standing next to certain names that I never thought I would even be able to have them on my show, let alone my book cover being next to theirs, such as Dr. Bill Federer and Raymond Abraham, who is #2 and #4, and Dr. Bill Federer being #5. So I'm very honored. I'm very humbled. I look forward to the rest of this journey with Architecture of Jihad and the follow-up book that I have already started. You guys are amazing. I want to touch on a few things before I run out of my first 10, 12 minutes. The most important part, I released a Substack yesterday, Sunday, when I tried to explain, because some people were concerned with the policy of lifting sanction from Iran's oil to sell It was a valid concern. So I released a Substack to try to explain it from an unbiased point of view, as always, from a different corner that I stand and look at things. And within that Substack, I mentioned one of the reasons you feel like there's a contradiction. It's not a contradiction. It's that you need to understand, as I have mentioned last week on my show, you need to understand that this war we're watching, it started as a common goal, common objective war of U.S.-Israel alliance against the Islamic Republic of Iran. But it shifted, it drifted. We are not aligned with our ally anymore. So Israel they've been very clear about their objective from day one: topple the regime. End of the story. U.S. technically, we left the open door. We never gave an actual goal. There was never an objective nor a goal. It started with kind of the nuclear and then all of their missiles. And then we went for a regime change. We came back to not regime change. So with that being said, we kind of left that opening to lean anywhere we wanted to. That was yesterday. And of course, this morning happens when President Trump put out that truth social post. It's a fairly long one, so I'm not going to read through it. But basically, the gist of it was, yay, we're going to pause droning or attacking any of Islamic Republic of Iran's facilities and buildings and for 5 days, because we have reached a potential agreement with them. And then later on, it was expanded to we're negotiating, we're talking, on and on and on. That created another wave of what? Some said, somebody's convincing Trump to stop this without a victory. Some said this is another bluff. The narratives are always different. So I want to address my point of view or my stand on this. And I want to remind everybody, I have, from last year, 12 days war until today, I've been against U.S. getting involved anyways. This is no effect on what a great job our military has done, what an amazing achievement our men and women have achieved. This is just where I've been. So what I say, don't twist it. What I do understand is before this all started, when the uprising was going on, I put out another Substack saying there are only 3 possible outcomes from this uprising. Either people of Iran will raise up to a revolution and topple the regime in a longer period of time and much more casualties. Or the other option I gave in was foreign powers are going to get involved and hijack this revolution into something of what we witnessed in 79. Of course, back then I got a lot of backlash, but let's do this. Let's listen to like literally a minute, 1 minute of this morning, President Trump cornered or caught by reporters at the airport, responding to whom he's negotiating with in Iran. Can we play that clip real quick?
A top person, don't forget, we've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No, not the Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the son.
Are these direct?
We have not heard from the son. Every once in a while you see a statement made, but we haven't. We don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really facts, because things they've said have taken place.
Mr.
President, again.
Mr. President,
I know you support this. I don't want him to be killed. Okay? I don't want him to be killed.
Mr. President, you deployed.
Nobody wants to be that. Nobody wants that job right now, Nobody's exactly looking forward to being the head of that particular country, but perhaps we'll be able to.
Let's dissect certain keywords. He's refusing to name the man, but he does directly says, I believe we're talking to the most respected and the leader of Iran. He's not naming him. Why? As he said, I don't want him to be killed. And then he goes on to say, nobody wants that job right now, but we might be able to help. I'm just going to rely on that 1 minute. Again, the whole thing is much longer. Most likely tomorrow we're going to get deeper into this. But quick notes. He hinted at possibly picking, remember the list they were reviewing, a more modern, reformer version from inside. That's why the name is not being dropped. He knows very well if he talks about the leader he has picked or US has picked, the IRGC will take him out, knowing they're cooperating and they're planning a coup d'etat. So that's why the name is being kept secret. We, on the Iranian side of things, from Iran International to Radio Farda to the rest of us, we have a guess on who that name exactly is. Ghalibaf is the name we're picking. But bottom line is, when I came out on set, I wasn't comfortable with Trump saying, I will pick the leader and we have a list. A lot of people said, you're getting ahead of yourself. That's just part of the 3D chess. Well, today's sentences confirm what I said a few weeks ago. And again, tomorrow we'll dissect it. But for now, remember this. You can't negotiate with a government that is not a government, because we all know Iran is ran by IRGC at the moment due to lack of actual Sharia system in place. So whomever we are talking to is definitely the replacement we have picked. As I said, we'll get more details tomorrow. I'll go through all of this tomorrow. Possibly I'll be joining Brennan House tonight. We might even touch on it there. But for now, just remember, we all define victory a different way. So anybody who thinks there's no victory, we're walking away without it, depending on what you call that, it could be different. But bottom line is, as of right now, as this moment we speak, looks like the new government has been picked for Iran, and they're already making the deals and arrangements. Where that goes, we don't know. I have a guess. I'll tell you all about it tomorrow. But today is about Architecture of Jihad. So let's do this. I will keep my eyes on your comment sections. I'll be here, but we're gonna go to an ad break, and then after that, we're gonna go to my speech from Saturday in Chicago. And I will encourage you again to grab a copy of The Architecture of Jihad from Amazon or signed copies from my website. I hope you enjoyed this speech. If you like it, go ahead and share it with other people. And again, I am very grateful for your absolute tremendous support in the last 48 hours. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Life is too short to spend a single moment spinning in laundry worries. Take a load off your mind with the all-new Norwex Powerzyme laundry detergent. This natural detergent harnesses the power of enzymes and plant-based surfactants to leave fabrics fresh and clean without fillers, brighteners, synthetic fragrances, bleach, or harsh chemicals. So go ahead, have your cake and eat it too. More than ever, stressful stains have met their match. Powerzyme's fast-acting enzymes break down organic substances while natural surfactants loosen locked-in dirt and oil, removing residue, stains, and odors with ease. With 91% bio-based ingredients, this dermatologist-tested hypoallergenic formula is suitable for sensitive skin types and delivers a safe and effective clean that won't harm you or the planet's waterways. Less time spent worrying about laundry means you can focus on what truly matters. Norwex Powerzyme Laundry Detergent. Discover the power of nature and load up on confidence.
Well, hello everybody, it's Annie Cyrus. Welcome to my art studio where all the magic happens. This is the station for painting, and that is the station for all the resin art I do. If you want to check out my art, all you gotta do is go to lutfstudio.com. Finish this painting, but I'm sure, or at least I hope, I'll see you at lutfstudio.com. Good afternoon. Let's try again. Good afternoon. There you go. It is so good to be back. Chicago and here. I was up here end of 2021. It was right after the wonderful withdrawal under Biden from Afghanistan. I didn't have much good news back then, but here's the good news. I have even less good news today. Get ready. I have been blessed by Lord to finally publish a book. Thank you. And I understand, especially for those of you who met me before, know my story and my background, it is pretty disappointing that the first book did not end up being my autobiography. But after the 12 days war last year between Israel and Iran, I woke up one morning, it was maybe a day or two after the ceasefire, and I noticed many people are celebrating this ceasefire. And as an Iranian American, I wasn't. I was very upset that there was a ceasefire. So I thought about it. I prayed about it. And I realized, oh, I know why my fellow Americans are celebrating this. Because they still don't understand the depth of danger we face from Islam. Furthermore, they still don't understand the biggest power behind Islamization is the regime in Iran.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, that's why the first book is The Architecture of Jihad. I have no doubt everyone, correct me if I'm wrong, you all have heard of the word jihad, right? Yeah. Perfect. What if I told you that there is more than one jihad, even more than two? What if I just simply said there are 10 different faces of jihad? And every single one of those 10 has been applied and enforced in America exactly since September 11. If you don't believe me, that's okay. The book is right there. Grab a copy. It is documented, not based on my experience under Islam, not based on my childhood, no. Every page is documented by actual text of Islam. Quran, Sirah, Hadith, Reliance of the Traveler, and Tafsir from all 4 major Islamic schools. By the way, sorry, I sometimes use terminology that are confusing. Tafsir is when the muftis of Islam dissect, explain, and take a meaning of a Quran. I have documented Muhammad's life and his time and how he used every single one of these jihad forms. Then I walk you through the history of how that face of jihad make its way from Muhammad time to modern day. And then we go through the modern day application of that jihad. I'm sure you flip through the page, some of the jihad will seem pretty familiar. But so far, those who have read the manuscript or pre-release copies, one thing that got every single body's attention was a chapter called Missionary Jihad. Have any of you heard of that before? That's all right. We'll go over it today. So as Christians, we hear the word missionary and we immediately think positive, right? Spreading the gospel, telling the truth, telling people about Christ, His love, our Father. Well, let me introduce you to Islamic missionary. In the Quran, it says it is mandatory for every Muslim to preach Islam and invite all non-Muslims to enter Islam. Fair enough. That's what we do too. But then it goes on to say, and if they reject your invitation, you shall ask your imam to call war upon them. until they accept your invitation or they be killed. So every time your church, I don't know if this is home church to anybody, but every time your church, because I know this church doesn't do that, every time your church is involved with interfaith dialogue, your pastor is actually committing missionary jihad for them. Because every time he allows you to go talk to them or them come talk to you, if you don't become a Muslim, you just became an approved target by Islam. And God forbid, if you do agree to become a Muslim, well, I think that's even a bigger sin for your pastor. But I'm no pastor, so I'm not going to pass judgment here. Now, as of right now, as I speak to you, on this beautiful, undecided weather Saturday in Chicago, there are over 360 interfaith dialogue buildings across America. Which means over 360 churches in America have agreed to coexist with a mosque. Now, I'm not going to say synagogues are not involved with it. They are too. But today we're talking about Christians, so I'm going to stick with churches. That means 360 plus pastors have decided to lie to you. Either because they don't know what they're doing, or, well, because they decided it's better to negotiate with terrorists. Now, I don't have any slides. I'm not going to go into too details of verses of Quran or Hadith or even Bible, but I will say this. I'm positive that we were warned in the Bible, and my people perished from lack of knowledge. The knowledge they rejected. That part is too important. Have any of you who are familiar with Islam, with Sharia, with Jihad, with any part of it, have you walked up to your pastor? And I understand all day, very delightful to hear all speakers saying we need to hold our pastors accountable. Absolutely. But I'm here to say I'm going to keep you accountable. Have you walked up to your pastor and asked them about Islam? Have you handed them any kind of book to inform them? Have you given them a chance to reject knowledge before we keep them accountable? And I understand, yes, pastors are to lead. But sometimes we need to help them. Sometimes we need to show up and say, hey, pastor, did you know that we have interfaith dialogue going in our area? And see what they have to say. But we don't do that. I was so happy, by the way, to be almost one of the last speakers because I got the sense of the room that it's okay, I can practice my First Amendment. If I offend you, you're going to be okay with it. I agree with one of the comments made earlier. We have become too lazy. We look for somebody else to blame when our country is taken away piece by piece every day. And again, proof of everything I'm saying is in the book. And no, this isn't me plugging the book. This is me saying I only have 36 minutes to get through it, so I can't give you every piece of evidence. But the evidence is there if you want to confirm. We expect our politicians to all get it right. We expect our pastors to do the right thing. We expect our neighbors to start. But we're never the first one to get up and say, you know what, I'm going to start. And it may not be any of you in this room when I say we, I'm specifically talking about Christian Americans. We're very good at blaming other people for our problems. So let me step from missionary jihad, which I gave you a short version. I'm going to step to the very last jihad that probably you never thought of. It is called betrayal of jihad. It is the only form of jihad that is not in the Quran, that is not in the tafsir, it's not in Reliance of the Traveler, it's nowhere in Sharia or Islam. Because we're committing it. Because the non-Muslims have abandoned their values, their constitution, their leaders, their duty, and decided to take the easy way out. Coexist, look the other way, let it go, don't create conflict. There is a saying from Cyrus the Great. He said at some point one day, those who choose ease over duty prepare to be led by others. And I can't help but to think we have chosen that very path in America. In your city, right here, there are stores, small family stores to big Walmarts, selling halal product, correct? No? Maybe? And that halal product has a specific type of Islamic taxation on it. And percentage of that taxation goes directly to fund the most known jihad, which is war against non-Muslims. So you're locally, you're allowing the funding of jihad against yourself. And some of you might even shop at that store. I personally know many Walmarts, people just shop at it. You don't go look at the aisle of, halal to make sure they sell halal or not. So on top of allowing it, you're funding the jihad against yourself. I talk to people, I say, why don't you change your store? They're like, oh, the next closest Walmart is 12 minutes away. Oh, wow. Okay. In your local schools, they're serving halal meat to students. Some places like Michigan, they're feeding halal meat to all the students. Some places like Chicago, only Muslim students. Which again means you are allowing it. We already talked about churches. Has anyone in this room heard of anybody walking from a church because that church was involved with interfaith dialogue? Because I haven't either. When you continue going to the same church that you know is funding, supporting, or enabling the enemy, and top of that, committing blasphemy, then you're part of that problem, aren't you? Because apparently finding a new church is too hard. And I get it, trust me. I had to search 10 years to find a home church. But I prefer not have a church than be part of a church that is allowing a conversation that is mocking Jesus Christ. I can go into that for another 2 hours, but I won't because that's not the topic today. But brief version is, if you study Islam, Jesus of Quran is nothing but a prophet, is not the Son of God. It was not crucified. And when he comes back, he's going to stand behind Muhammad, break the cross, and say, Muhammad, you lead the prayer. That is the Jesus of Quran. Now, if your church is involved with interfaith dialogue, and you're still going to that church because it's more convenient, when they come for you, well, don't text me. I'm in hiding. And then comes to your children. May I honestly ask, how many of you in this room have taught your kids anything about Islam or Quran? Raise of hand. Not surprised there or there. Do you think that's a good idea? Do you think it is okay to hide the truth about Islam from your kids when you know for a fact 2 out of 5 schools in Chicago are sneaking stories of Muhammad into schools? Do you think it's a great idea to not get ahead of this and not tell your kids about Islam before they start talking to their nice Muslim classmate and from there sucked into the jihad movement. I recently released a Substack that was specifically about what we keep missing in America. They are recruiting our sons. We are having American-born Christian American sons recruited as jihadists. Do you know why? Because we took God off our schools, because masculinity is terrible, because our sons are lost to find an identity in America. So somebody comes and say, hey, I know this God guy named Allah. He's got a cause for you. And the more violent you are, the more he's going to like you. And the son's like, oh, great. What do I do? Say the Shahada, go blow yourself up. We are literally losing our kids to Islam because we chose to look the other way. Because we chose to protect them from the evil of Islam. Because we choose not to sit down and say, I need to talk to you. We have a problem in America, and I'm going to tell you about it before somebody give you the sugar-coated version of it. Before your teacher tells you Muhammad was this great prophet. I will tell you the truth, and I'm going to show you the evidence that Muhammad was nothing but a pedophile. I'm sorry, the days of sheltering our kids are over. The days of looking the other way. The days of not paying attention about our Muslim neighbor, those are all over. Can you imagine for 1 second being me on this stage this very moment? Iranian American and a Christian. And you all know what's happening in Iran. I could be one of those people out there hating on Trump, hating on American military, while taking advantage of my freedoms in America, defending the Iranian people under the layer of this war is killing Iranian people, right? And I don't think anybody would blame me. Would you blame me if I did that? Anybody? Would you blame me if I did that? Somebody said, yes, thank you, sir. You should be blaming me if I did that. And that's my point exactly. If I did that, you shouldn't give me a free pass. But you do. We do. All day long. We give Middle Easterns free passes because we don't want to be racist. We don't want to be bigot. We don't want to be privileged. None of that exists. I will tell you that many take advantage of your betrayal, jihad. I came to this country 24 years ago. I showed up as an atheist with no hate for America, but no feelings for America either. But right here in Chicago, I was formed to understand you're either one of us or you're one of us. There was no other option back then. And this was only 24 years ago. I came in 2002, right after September 11. And somehow back then, people of Chicago were not giving me a free pass. They didn't think that poor Middle Eastern Muslim girl, they got it wrong sometimes. They said she's from Iraq. I was like, no, the one with the N at the end, Iran. Other than that, there was no free passes. Every year when I come back to Chicago, I see the change further and further and further. Chicagoans are becoming less vocal about issues because they don't want to be labeled. Let me step over here for a minute and get a little bit more attitude of a devout Christian. Which one do you prefer? The day you see our Father asking you what is wrong with you, why didn't you defend my laws over your land? Or do you prefer someone in America telling you you're a racist? Those are your choices. Other speakers said it, so let me repeat it too. Our duty as Americans is to the Constitution. Our duty as Christians is to Christ and Christ only. Stop tiptoeing around people's feelings. You know who you are. You know your heart. There is no reason to worry about labels. Every time I'm called a new name, because I think they ran out of names for me, now they create new ones. Every time I'm called a name, I'm like, thank you. That means I'm doing it right. But if you keep committing what I call betrayal jihad, there won't be a town, there won't be a zip code, there won't be a state, there won't be a country for you to have anymore. I want to take you back to 10 weeks ago, when Iranian people came on the street on December 27, 2025, for the 12th time in 47 years to try to take their country back. For 8 weeks straight, until Israel and US started the strikes on Iran. And Iranians are still holding on hope that US and Israel will finish the job. Forgive me as I'm about to say this, but what makes you think you're better than Iranians? What makes you think in 47 years you're not going to face that? And here's a question. Who are you going to wait to come help you then? Because Iran can count on Israel and America today. Who are we going to count on in 47 years to come save us? Nobody. There is no one left. When America is conquered, they're going to try to wipe Israel off the map. Why do you think we are not target number one? Israel is facing the typical battle jihad every day. But America is facing all 10 phases of jihad because they have to take us out before they can go after Israel. So in 47 years, in 50 years, there is no one to come help. There is no taking this country back. And if you think there is, I ask you this. Whatever it is you want to do in 50 years, why are you not doing it today? And genuinely, I want to know that. Why are you not taking any actions today? Because you think it's not going to happen here? Because you have somehow missed the whole point that as we step into 2026 midterm, there are 318 active Sharia practicing officials from local, state, and federal government in our offices. Yes, exactly. Lack of knowledge. Lack of knowledge. If we don't pay attention to what is priority today? Genuinely, what is priority? If conquer of America is not your priority, I mean, I don't know. We can go have pizza, I guess. There's football somewhere Sunday. They are conquering our land through different jihads, which all have a way to counter. In the book, at the end of each chapter, I actually have practical countermeasure steps. And none of them are counting on your government. All of them are counting on yourself. But how do I stop the betrayal jihad? How do I stop my fellow Americans and my fellow Christians to continue committing jihad against ourselves? I can think of a few ways. Which number one is, of course, writing a book. And then hoping they will read it. And then take those chapters and hand it to somebody else. Get a copy of this book to your police commissioner. Because I also talk about lawful jihad. Give it to police officers, military, lawmakers, legislators, everybody. Then I can remind you all, though I'm very new, I was saved in 2017, but I do know one thing. When you think you're in control, God will remind you how much in control you're not. So if we continue being this, one of the things that got me to fall in love with America was this confidence. We the people. It sounds so good, doesn't it? We the people. And nobody else can say it. Only belongs to America. We the people. But then somewhere we went from that, we the people, into I'm untouchable because one day, somehow, somewhere, founding fathers did it. That's the problem today. We think we're still untouchable. May I remind you of COVID time? How untouchable were you? We're not untouchable because we think we're in control. Because we think being American somehow protects us from the rest of it. No, what protects us is being Christians. And again, said earlier, I think it was Pastor Jim who said it, when we talk as Christians, there is no nationality behind it anymore. It's sisters, brothers in Christ. We keep mocking Europe. Oh, Europe is gone, UK is gone, France is gone, right? Look what they did. We're doing exactly what they did. They kept quiet. They thought there's a negotiation with terrorist jihadists somewhere. They thought if they don't know the Quran, that's fine. Who needs to know the Quran? They didn't educate themselves. They couldn't differentiate between the ideology and the people. They kept voting for practicing Muslims into offices, thinking somehow they're going to uphold their constitution over Quran, because they never read the Quran to tell them that you follow the law of the land until it goes against Allah's words. At that point, you stop following that land's laws. So educate, 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 but at some point that education needs to become action. My question for this room is, are you genuinely willing to sacrifice 10 minutes a day to take action to stop Islamization of Chicago? I'll take that as a no. How about 5 minutes? It doesn't take much. Believe it or not, it doesn't take much to stop this. The very first thing is you need to remember. I'm going to step a little over here. Let me talk to you as the foreigner. This country is beyond your comprehension. You have no idea what you have. Not a clue. There are billions who would give parts of their bodies to come to America and live in America. The uniqueness of this country, not by law, not by constitution, by its people, is to itself. You don't find this anywhere. I know you all love America, but I want you to start loving Americans beyond party lines, beyond age and generation. Remember, America is made of Americans. And if Americans keep fighting each other all day long over tiniest differences, we are so distracted that New York City ends up with Mamdani. Mamdani would have stand no chance if the people of New York City stopped fighting over Democrat versus Republican. And gradually, you're going to have Mamdanis and Rashida Tlaibs and Ilhan Omars and Keith Allisons and every single one of them coming in more and more if you keep fighting each other. It's United States of America. Don't fight each other, fight the problem. We have allowed our problem to create the division between us as Americans. And Islam is a master of divide and conquer. When you want to argue with a Democrat on any topic, pick your topic. Start your debate, start your argument by reminding them we have a common passion, and that is our country. And then go from there. And don't attack each other as individuals, especially if you're Christians. They can testify to this one. Christians fight each other over Muslims. Since when you're more worried about defending a Muslim than your sister or brother in Christ? When did that become fashion? Historically, it's been proven that Islam advances when a nation turns against itself. Again, I have documented that in that book. They conquered Persia that way. They conquered the Indian Empire that way. And if we don't learn from, if we're not going to learn from Bible, from history, from Quran, what are we going to learn then? From Fox News? So you need to go back before anything else. Remember America, and then remember our founding fathers, and then remember the American values. United we stand. Isn't that an America thing? Right? In UK, they never said united we stand. I don't know what they say there. You need to learn or relearn our values. As Christians, I guess, you need to remember, there is no bending God's law. Is there? Maybe no, there isn't, right? We don't bend God's law because it's more convenient or easier. And even though we are to love our enemy and love the sinner, not the sin. And love is everywhere when it comes to our message. But there's also the tables we're supposed to flip, aren't we? And I can tell you, I can assure you, one of the biggest tables that needs to be flipped in the United States of America is every and any person in charge of local, state, or federal government who is appeasing to Sharia. You can easily access the names who has sponsored Ilhan Omar's legislation or bill to impose anti-Islamophobia bill. Track them, fire them. You can financially hurt the networks of a small or big who are promoting coexistence, promoting Islamization, promoting we all believe in the same God narrative. Financially hit them. It's called boycotting. It's called taking 5 minutes out of your day to call their sponsors and tell them, if you continue sponsoring this network, I will boycott you. You've seen left do it to the right, haven't you? And why are we so shying away from their own methods and tactics? It's 5 minutes a day. Make a phone call. Because I can guarantee you, again, I remind you, Iranian American. Iran stands over 2,700 years of history. We're really a baby in comparison. If Iran was conquered, America will be conquered. And if we don't push back, if we don't use our God-given rights today and wait for using it when it happens, well, you won't have those rights when it happens. Iranian people don't have a Second Amendment. Iranian women don't have anything. None. And most importantly, Islamic countries, none of them except Saudi Arabia were Islamic countries. So if you want to rely on history, Islam has conquered one way or another. One way or another. Their army, if not, well, there is always migration jihad. There is always NGOs that we donate to because we want to do humanitarian work. And we don't even check who they're bringing into the country through their refugee resettlement. Were you ever that in America, some of our banks are specifically issuing Sharia loans? We have American banks who are issuing Sharia loans for Muslims only. I'll briefly say this. Sharia loan is based on Sharia, where you don't pay interest to pay it back. So you're okay with Muslim Americans getting no interest loan, but while you pay more interest to make up for that gap? Then look into your bank. If they are involved, change your bank. I know it's very painful process, get a new bank, change all the auto pays, get a new checkbook. That's okay. That's okay. And that's where the hard work comes in. You have to learn to say no. I think the saying is vote with your wallet. Stop jihad with your entire action from morning to night. You have to. I'm sorry, you waited too long. So the list of due is much longer than it was a year ago or 5 years ago or 20 years ago. They have conquered our banks, our grocery stores, our transportation, our offices from federal, state, local, our schools, our communities with their mosques. And other options, as I said, you're more than welcome to say, well, I don't believe it. And that's okay. One day the knock will be at your door, directly your door. But if you don't start taking your money, your kids, your home, your taxes, your laws, everything, take them back. I'm not so sure if I have shocked the room too quiet or nobody wants to actually get involved. That's why you're all quiet. I don't mean to shock the room. But if I did, well, you needed the shock. I released the Substack about a few months ago, listing the completely conquered cities in America. There are 18 of them. 18 cities in America are fully conquered. And then at the bottom, I listed the upcoming 10 by end of 2027. Chicago is the number 2 out of upcoming. And again, I invite you to, these are all for free on my Substack. You can read them for free. Read my Substack. I have the evidence why I think by end of 2027, Chicago will be conquered by Islam. Read them, you can believe them, you don't have to believe them. There's call to action to follow and stop the Islamization of just Chicago by itself. I understand the color blue of Illinois is catching a lot of eyes, but I want you to zoom in. It ain't blue, it's green. It started fainting into green 4 years ago. In about 2 years, it's going to be fully green, representing Islam. I'm sorry, at that point, you don't get to argue Democrat versus Republican. You get to argue American versus communist Muslim. That's going to be your argument by end of 2027. When all the candidates are going to pop up to start going for the general election of 28. You do have places in online to track your candidates. You can see who's donating to them. You have no idea how much money is being invested in Illinois politics. No idea. CARE Chicago, that's Council for American Islamic Relations. CARE Chicago is the 3rd most spending of care in America. And let me remind you, the main donor of Mamdani was also CARE. When he was elected, Linda Sarsour released a video and said, I was told to keep quiet until now. But now he has rise to power. I want to thank the Muslim community for their donations, but mainly special thanks to CARE for putting in the majority of money that was needed for him to win. I don't know if any of you are even calling your local care to ask questions. I mean, I don't know. Do you even have the address to your local care? You should. You should pull up the address. You should show up. You should ask questions. You should demand documentation based on court evidence. A lot of care lawyers are not lawyers. They never pass the bar. But they keep suing people. I'm sure you've heard of one of the top 5 biggest stories of care lawsuit was Chicago. The airport, when they requested the niqabi Muslim woman to remove her niqab so they could confirm her identity. CARE sued the airport and won the case. These are, by the way, small pieces of my evidence as to how Chicago is conquered. Well, will be completed by end of the 2027. And your local care is very active, but they're flying under your radar. They're funding jihad, they're backing mosques, they're forcing your legislators to make ruling to avoid lawsuits, because that's what CARE does. The biggest example of my law for jihad in the book is CARE. With case over case over case of them suing good American companies and people to force them to give in, to force them to give up. And I'm sure there's a handful of good lawyers in Chicago who will go up against CARE. Yes, I am promoting countersue. Not just in Chicago, but we're in Chicago, so I'm talking about Chicago. CARE has silenced too many organizations and too many Americans by lawsuit. And for some reason, this is America. I mean, lawsuit is America's thing. But we don't countersue CARE. We're too scared of them. I don't know why. Let's not be scared of them. That's the story that Chaplain Lee can tell you. There's nothing to be afraid of when it comes to lawsuits and charges and all of that. Have faith, stand up, do the right thing, countersue. I had a strong feeling I'm going to run out of time before I complete this topic. To be fair, it's a pretty huge topic to cover. Since I only have 2 minutes, I'm going to calm down. And I said, I don't have many good news. But the good news we always have is we have God on our side. So that's the best news we can have. But then also, I know for a fact, nowhere documented did Lord say, you sit back, relax, I got this. No. Though we know the end, but until we get to the end, we have a role to play. So I am asking you, as your sister in Christ, as your fellow American, as your Persian speaker, whichever one you like, stay in prayer, always. Stay in prayer. But prayers without action, it's gonna get us today nowhere. Thank you. Quick actions. Get a copy of the book, not for my sake, which would help dramatically, but get the copy of the book for your knowledge. Read it, contact me and say, hey, I want your chapter 3 sent to my pastor, and I will gladly send a digital copy of that specific chapter to the person you request. Step 2 is start picking up phones. Oh, I'm sorry, step 2, vote on Tuesday. Step 3, pick up the phone, start locating your Muslim community funders in Chicago. Then track the money, and when you come to the glitch, then you contact your Attorney General office. You give them the evidence, and you have them do the right thing. And until next year, hopefully when I come back, stay safe, but stay vigilant. God bless you, God bless America, and God bless Israel.
Amen. You can be seated as we welcome you today for a historic day on the campus of Liberty University, as we in God's sweet providence have the opportunity to welcome to our stage the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. Reza Pahlavi was born he was born as the son of the Shah of Iran, His Imperial Majesty Mohammed Reza Pahlavi. And in 1967, the Crown Prince was so designated. He became the youngest fighter pilot in the country of Iran's history, where he attended pilot training at Reese Air Force Base in Lubbock, Texas. After the Iranian Revolution in 1979, he has lived in exile since then. He studied political science at the University of Southern California and has spent the bulk of his life as what we will call today a freedom fighter. And so please help me welcome to the stage a man of great moral conviction who is fighting the good fight all around the world so that the people of Iran can have the kind of freedom and enjoy the blessings of liberty that you and I so often take for granted. Please help me welcome to the convocation stage the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi.
Welcome to Live Up to Freedom. I know, if you want to hear the speech, you got to go watch it yourself or wait for Monday where I will play the speech. Welcome to Live Up to Freedom. Thank you so much for joining me in this rainy yet beautiful Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. We are live on worldviewtube.com, WorldViewTube, a Rumble and X account, a WorldViewTube app that is available for free on your app store. We're also live on X America News on X and my platforms on X, Facebook, Rumble, YouTube, and Substack. Join the conversation as you always will, and I will keep an eye on your comments. I've been already looking at your comments. Let me answer the first question. Substack, Annalise, good to see you. That language was Farsi. This event took place this morning at Liberty University. The beautiful young lady who was doing the Farsi and also parts of the English singing. You've seen her before. I played her clip saying a prayer in Farsi on my show before. She has an amazing voice, as you can tell. And that was, we played only maybe half, maybe less. But the performance was about 20 minutes before the stage was given to Crown Prince Pahlavi. I wanted to make sure you see the Farsi and English part because it was, I guess, aside the fact that, well, what can I say? Can you blame me? Also, I have had some of my lovely friends asking, do you have any Christian songs, in Farsi? Of course we do. Of course we do. Like, what kind of question is that? But I thought it would be nice to play the performance, of course, show off our beautiful young lady. And then the introduction, I thought, was by far one of the best, purest introduction that was done. But again, today we don't have the time to play his actual speech, which was wonderful and powerful. And anyways, April 1st, most people on the program are busy covering the April's Fools and things like that. I'm like, what? No, that's not what we're doing. We're going to bring this beautiful part of this beautiful performance. And I want to start by saying, long time ago, not that long, not as gray as my hair long time ago, but on January 14th or 15th on Brown House Live, Brown asked me, what do you think Trump's going to do? The help is coming topic was up, and I said, it doesn't matter with or without him. I worry not, because I know Lord is watching over my people. And tell me this morning event is not a sign of that. Republicans are tripping over each other for MEK. Apparently we have a regime change by Trump in Iran. It doesn't matter. Crown Prince Pahlavi gets invited to, and again, the speech itself has so much of Lord's words in it. It's just stunning. But 20 minutes of praising His holiness by Iranians and Americans inside America. Like, that's why Lord is watching over Iranian people. So regardless of what man does, I worry not. But we will cover what man does, right? Because that's what we do. I will warn you, of course, you can see, I think my face is telling you everything I've been experiencing since that program this morning. I probably 10:30 in the morning. Like, my morning's been just gorgeous. I keep going back. I already downloaded the performance as a MP3. Like, I had my headphone on while getting my makeup on. It's just, anyways, I'll cut it short because I do actually have a guest who's going to join me who's no stranger to you guys. He's been with us before. I'm not sure if we have him yet, but as soon as I know that we do have him, we'll bring him on. But we do want to talk about the regime change. I shouldn't laugh, but I'm laughing. Of course, my heart is filled with just praise the Lord. But also, it's like since yesterday, I don't know. I don't want to judge. I don't know who's picking it up, who's not picking it up, who's seeing it, who's not seeing it. But immediately I'm like, oh, wow, look. The new language has been inserted into all clips. The new regime in Iran, the new regime in Iran, the new regime, you hear Trump say it, you hear Marco Rubio talk about it, you hear Pete Hegseth say it, and then talking heads repeating it. And it's like, we've got a new regime there? Okay, we need to talk about this because this is becoming tragically hilarious. So we will, and I already borrowed extra time from Thomas today, so when we have Barry, we'll bring him on. We're going to talk about that. But while we wait for Barry to join us, which I should probably check my phone because I have a text message. This could be, oh, it is Barry texting me. So let's see. Thomas, oh, gotcha. Okay, perfect. So we have Barry, but we have some audio issues. So I'm going to keep on. I'm going to go over your comments real quick before we get him on. And Annalise, I did answer your question about what language that was. It was Farsi. Also, I'm sorry you were feeling ill yesterday. I hope you're feeling better. And no worries about missing my show yesterday. It has been archived inside Substack, so you can go back and watch it. I'll send you the link, but I do pray you're feeling better. And Lori, I'm very happy you got your book today. That is very exciting. Hi, Christine. Good to see you. I know, Lori, that song was just amazing. Very good song. Oh, and yes, Annalise says, well, at least the church is welcoming the president. That's what I mean by God does what's needed to be done. The rest is, Hey, Lisa. Good to see you. It is always good when I have you on the live feed. Oh, great. You got your book as well. And again, please, guys, remember, your reviews are so good or urgently needed on Amazon. So if you got your books from Amazon, leave your reviews there, a line or two, or even if you don't feel like writing anything about it, you can just give it a stars, depending on if you think it deserves a 5, 4, or less. Good to know you're feeling better, Annalise. That's great. Yes, I am glowing today. Okay, part of the glow might be the makeup, but I'm glowing past the makeup. It's just amazing. Thank you, Lisa. Lisa, yes, I very irrelevant to the entire serious issues of our time, but if you walk in my closet, it's like chunks. It's black, blue, red. Like, I don't know why, but these are like priority colors. Brannon said today that Aaron Labarco is what? Aaron Labarco is missing? I hope it's not a April Fool's joke. Jerusalem Jane hasn't said anything about an internet outage. What? Okay, now I literally need to know. Aaron Labarca, I'm going to message him. That worries me. I don't think Brandon would do that as an April's Fool. Or if he did, he would tell you that's what it is. But Thank you, Christine. Yes, I do feel fresh and full of joy. My heart is definitely. Um, Hi, Nancy. Great to see you. Uh, awesome. If you got your book from from Amazon, then please don't forget uh, to leave a review. Let's quickly check on our audience on Facebook and YouTube, and then we're going to bring Barry on. Hi, Ida Gun. No, it's Ida Gonzalez. Sorry. Hi, good to see you. Good afternoon, Tennessee girl. Zach Barker. I'm glad you're here. You wrote it perfectly in English. Um, I don't know, Zach. I don't quote me, but I think they are non-denominational, the Liberty University. But I'll look and see. Um, Ida Gonzalez says, is this that girl who doesn't truly believe? No, I don't know who you talk about. If you're talking about the beautiful young lady on a stage singing, she is a true believer. She is. I follow her closely every 10 minutes on her TikTok. She does amazing, she does, prayers and preaching in Farsi. So I know she is definitely. Good to see you, Pookie. Tennessee girl, have you been wearing necklaces that you made? Yes, ma'am. Except my gold big winged horse lion. The rest of the necklaces I wear are those I made, and I do take custom orders on them. So if you want to place a custom order for any of those, feel free to go to lutfstu.com and place an order. Pookie, yes, tomorrow, myself, Hedi Amir Ahmedi, and Sharam Hadian will be joining together on Sharam's program tomorrow night to discuss a few things that needs to be discussing. Dan Dreyer, good to see you back on a Rumble. It's been a while. And yes, it is getting real. It is getting more real every day. Thank you. Yes, this is definitely my second most favorite necklace. Okay, enough of me, enough of the comments. I carry the show with this heart filled with joy, but we're going to have some, I'm going to laugh. Warning, 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 my sarcasm level is going to be skyrocketing. I'm going to be laughing, not because I'm not taking this serious, but because if I don't laugh, then things are going to get very ugly. Why don't we do this, since we do have the borrowed 15 minutes, to have a cleaner start? Let's do this. Let's take our first ad break, and then when we come back from that ad break, we bring Barry Nussbaum to start fresh on that segment about the topic of today. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Barry Nussbaum.
Life is too short to spend a single moment spinning in laundry worries. Take a load off your mind with the all-new Norwex Powerzyme laundry detergent. This natural detergent harnesses the power of enzymes and plant-based surfactants to leave fabrics fresh and clean without fillers, brighteners, synthetic fragrances, bleach, or harsh chemicals. So go ahead, have your cake and eat it too. More than ever, stressful stains have met their match. Powerzyme's fast-acting enzymes break down organic substances while natural surfactants loosen locked-in dirt and oil, removing residue, stains, and odors with ease. With 91% bio-based ingredients, this dermatologist-tested hypoallergenic formula is suitable for sensitive skin types and delivers a safe and effective clean that won't harm you or the planet's waterways. Less time spent worrying about laundry means you can focus on what truly matters. Norwex Powerzyme Laundry Detergent. Discover the power of nature and load up on confidence.
Welcome back to Live Up to Freedom. Thank you so much for staying with me until now. I did message Aaron. I am literally staring at my phone. As soon as I hear back from him, I'll let you all know so we can all take a breath and know that he is okay. CyrusWellness.com is where you can support me financially, because if you make a purchase from Norwex products on that website, I receive a percentage of your purchase as commission as one of their consultants. It's not just the financial support you show me, but I've been using their products for over 9 months now. I have fully converted to their product. Everything in my house now is Norwex, from shampoo, conditioner, skincare to cleaning cloth and cleaning products. So 100% chemical free. and it lasts you longer than other watered down product would, so you end up saving money while giving your home and yourself much healthier environment. Let's go ahead and bring on Barry Niesbaum, the only person who needs no introduction because he's a regular on my show, but we're still going to do that. He's the founder of American Truth Project, great friend of mine, and also colleague who fights the good fight every single day. I kid you not, every day they have new clips, new videos, and new reports coming out on American Truth Project, which you can check him out at findbarry.com. Welcome to the show, Barry.
So great to be with you. A ton to talk about. I don't even know where to start. Thank goodness it's your show, so you get to decide.
Thank you. Yeah, no pressure, no problem. Well, I don't know how much of the intro you caught, but I decided we start the show strong and rely on Lord's guidance as we get through this tragically, hideously hilarious day, because where are we going with this? I don't know. But let's start here. Let's start with the basic. You have been, well, you have more information when it comes to inside Israel than most of us. And you follow things very closely. You don't grab headlines from other reporters like, the same way I do things. You grab something, you dig, and you get your receipt. So let's just start with Israel. We're going to put U.S. aside for a minute. Let's just start with Israel. Where is Israel at? Where is Bibi and Israel military head is at when it comes to objective today?
There is a consistent variance, Annie, between the publicly announced long-term strategy of the U.S., which is 100% Donald Trump, and that of Israel, which is probably 75% Bibi and 25% military and the opposition. Bibi has no choice about the future, but Trump does. And what I mean by that is there's no chance that Israel can stop before Iran has regime change. And that is a very, very publicly announced goal of not only the Likud party, which, as I'm sure your viewers know, Israel is a parliamentary system. So Likud is in government now. The leader of the Likud party is Benjamin Netanyahu, which is why he is the premier or prime minister. But it's a coalition party. What's unique about Israel right now is even the parties that sit in opposition, meaning they're out of government, but they're in the Knesset, the parliament, are all aligned with Bibi, with the exception of the far left crazies. They have their own crazies, just like we do. And everybody inside the government, outside the government, in the ministerial cabinet, outside the ministerial cabinet, is 100% in agreement. There can be no deal long-term with anyone related to either the ruling mullahs or the IRGC. That is a publicly different consensus than the varying statements coming out of Donald Trump's mouth that seem to change pretty much daily. You and I discussed this over the last couple of days, and it's almost like we have a schizophrenic American public relations announcement that changes on the daily. And what I mean by that is yesterday Trump announced that there's basically been regime change in Iran, which is factually stupid. I don't know if he meant it the way it came out. Israel sees that the president is the same guy that's been the president. And the Speaker of the Parliament has been there for a while. Everybody else is new. And you can't make a deal with these people. These are the same people who made 10,000 long-range rockets, who made enough enhanced uranium for at least 11 nuclear bombs, who have sponsored proxies that want to destroy everything that's not Islamic. And I mean all the Christians, all the Jews, all the Buddhists, all the Hindus, and so on around the world. You can't make a deal with these people. It's as crazy as if it was April 1945 and Germany was defeated and Russia and the United States were occupying Berlin and said, let's make a deal with some Nazis that we can talk to. That would have been insane. And so the United States said nothing other than unconditional surrender, the same thing they told the Japanese. Unless Trump goes back to the unconditional surrender idea, Israel may end up on their own. And I know that was a long-winded answer to your question. It's a simple question with a very complex answer. Israel is on the front lines. The United States isn't. Israel's getting blown up on the daily. The United States isn't, except for our bases getting hit. And I don't want to minimize that, but a sizable percentage of the population of Israel is in a bomb shelter 6 to 8 times a day, including my family. So there is a different goal in mind. Israel must change the regime. They must change the regime. I can say it 100 times. I can't overstate it. There must be regime change, according to Israel.
Yes, and I'm glad you actually explained that answer because, yes, it might seem like a simple question. It could have a simple answer, but that simple answer can be absolutely twisted into an expansion that's going to turn into something else. So I'm glad you did that. But on Brian House Live last night, I literally said a phrase and then I expanded it because, again, sometimes we have to do that. But the exact thing I said was, this war belongs to Israel. Not because it's not our fight too, but because Israel has faced the most pressure, damages, war, and casualties from this regime last 47 years than any nation. Secondly, Israel has put the proper energy, time, investment financially, and life of their agents in the line for years to come up with this plan that we interrupted last year after 12 days, and now we're trying to again hijack it after 5 weeks. That's why this war belongs to Israel, and no one shall stop them. And I don't want to sit here to anybody who might think I'm saying this thinking Bibi is in love with Iranian people. I do believe Bibi cares about Iranian people way more than any Western country. However, I want to be very clear. He's doing the right thing for his own people. And for that, kudos to him. Nobody can blame him, though. Many do. And they're more than welcome to do it. Not here, not on our program. But let's open up what you just said. And we have discussed. I wish it was daily. Very at this point, within a few hours, narrative is changing. And I mean, literally, we have the proof that hourly things are changing. Like somebody hold him, like it's like, okay, why don't you not post on social media or go in front of camera for about a good 6 hours? Like, let's just hold to just one story for like 5 hours. Let's just start from now. I want to start with this because, oh boy, our audience are going to hear, when I heard this exact sentence, I was like, whoa. I went back, listened to it again. And I'm probably going to do this to Thomas. He's probably going to roll his eyes. But when we get to that, I'll have him replay that part. Is President Trump that naive? Or is President Trump putting up face for us, those of us who know? Let's start with the opening or the first part of his first answer to the first question yesterday afternoon about Iran. Can we play clip number 1, Thomas, please?
Iran, but first one that affects Americans here at home, gas prices. Today they hit $4.
And we're $4, yeah, and we have a country that's not going to be throwing a nuclear weapon at us in 6 months.
But Americans are feeling the effects in the interim.
And they're also feeling a lot safer.
What is the plan to bring them back down?
All I have to do is leave Iran, and we'll be doing that very soon. And they'll become tumbling down. And stock prices were up today almost to a record. Because they know 2 things. Number one, we have a safe country. We had to take a little detour because we had a madman named Khomeini who sadly is no longer with us.
Okay, hold.
Regime change.
Did you catch that, Barry? We had to take a little detour because we had a madman called, well, it's Khomeini, but we'll give him a free pass for calling him Khomeini, who's sadly no longer with us. Wait, was he a madman or are we sad he's no longer with us? Am I
Well,
overreacting to this sentence?
yeah, I think so. He is very imprecise in his grammar and his elocution. He says silly things, Annie, that when you try to translate into what is he really saying? Is he sad that Khomeini was taken out in the first 45 seconds of the war, along with most of the mullahs and the heads of the IRGC? No, he's not sad. He bragged about it for 2 weeks.
Yeah, but he
He
also bragged about saving his life last year.
I know he says things that are either disingenuous, not thought out, or just silly. The fact of the matter is, we are at full war with the agents of this country who have taken the dead guy's place. Is he sorry the guy is dead? No. He's as sad as he's dead as when Soleimani was taken out.
Right.
This to be celebrated. These are mass murdering, homicidal lunatics.
So let me
So
connect this. Hold on. Let me because I'm glad you're putting it this way. Because I'm glad you said, so if this man doesn't think about what comes out of his mouth,
I don't think
doesn't
so.
that make him an extremely dangerous commander in chief?
Well, it only if the goofy things, or as I call them, silly statements, are matched by silly actions. Okay.
Which it
And
has.
at times, but I want your viewers to be aware of something. Let's go back to a week and a half ago where Tucker Carlson has a meeting in the White House with Trump. And supposedly Trump telegraphs to Tucker Carlson, yeah, I'm sending all these planes over there. I'm sending all these troops over there, but we're not going to war. And the word is, and it's being investigated by the FBI, amongst other agencies, that Tucker got on the phone and called his contacts in Iran and goes, he's just making noise. There's not going to be a war. And then Trump went to war. I think we can look at this one of two ways. Either Trump just says goofy stuff and there's no filter between what's floating around in his brain and the connection to his mouth. That's possibility number one. Or two, he is, as they often say, his supporters, playing four-dimensional chess, and he's thinking 10 moves ahead of everybody else. Witkoff and Kushner were negotiating through the Qatarians right up to the time we started bombing Iran. Even though he said we're going to make a peace deal, we're going to make a really good deal. Even this morning, Annie, there was an announcement that I think came from last night where Trump said, we're very close to a deal. They want peace. The Speaker of the Parliament wants peace. And then the Speaker comes out with a press release and says, I never said that. The only way we're going to make peace with the United States is if the United States stops attacking us. They promise never to attack us again. And they pay reparations for all the damage they've caused, which is like in the trillions. So there are numerous stories and none of them match up. So I think the thing we that analyze and comment have to do, which is step back and just ignore the noise and just watch what is happening. We are bombing the crap out of Iran every hour.
Wait, when you say we, are we talking US or Israel? Because we know
Both.
that we is different.
Both.
Okay.
Both.
Okay.
Both.
Okay. Yeah,
And-
but would you agree? Would you agree
And
that
maybe
Israel has not?
There are more countries coming. Maybe.
Right. Well, I don't. Let's put that on pause for a second because I don't think they're coming. But would you agree that Israel has not taken a step back? Meaning every morning, because I follow it. They send an alert. For example, residents of province of Iraq not Iraq, the country, province inside Iran. Zone 4, evacuate, we're coming. 3 hours later, boom, done, right? They have been precise. They're going with the plan. They have not eased down. They even announced that, with all due respect to the 10-day pause from U.S., we're continuing with our, but from our end, we haven't necessarily slowed down, but we kind of showing a different formation of these attacks, which makes me think, yes, I mean, I don't believe in 4D chess. That doesn't exist. And mind you, again, I build chess pieces with resin, so I know what I'm talking about. But I do believe that he's still, him being Trump, is still trying to figure out a way out of this mess without admitting that this is a mess. That's why the inconsistency is all over the place.
Well, you got to remember there's one other consideration, and that is the midterms. There is tremendous pressure coming to the White House from up the street in, I would say, dozens and dozens of congressional districts that literally are up for grabs. And Trump knows that if the Republicans lose control of the House or the Senate or both, he becomes a lame duck president that's going to have a hell of a time for the next 2 years. So he's literally got this balancing act going on where he's part politician and he's part commander in chief. If he didn't have to worry about the elections and the polling relating to those elections, Annie, trust me, he'd be like General Patton in World War II, rolling over the Nazis after the Battle of the Bulge. And it would be, we are going to destroy the military and industrial backbone of Iran until there's nothing left and the mullahs are gone and the IRGC is gone and Pahlavi or somebody similar comes in and takes over and we can make a deal with. That would be the messaging. It can't be his messaging because of the pressure being put on him from the political side, which is, hey, I'm in a district, Mr. President, that I'm going to lose if gas is $4.50 a gallon. And Trump's answer was correct, by the way, to the reporter who was asking, well, the gas is $4 a gallon. And his response was perfect. Well, you don't have to worry about being blown up by a nuclear bomb now, do you? And
well, hold on. Let me push back here on two things. Number one, do we know for sure? Didn't we hear that message last year? B2s ended it. There's no nuke. We're all safe. Less than a year later, we're back in there. So pardon me, but I'm not going to take his word for it, especially because of confirmation from my own sources, like I did last year, that there was no ending their facility. Their Kolang Mountain, we couldn't even touch. And we have confirmation that their enriched uranium is inside Kolang Mountain. So the claim is false again. Even if it wasn't, I personally am not going to just take his perfect answer to gas price and say, yay, no more nuke issue, because that's, well, there's always Pakistan. So I'll have to push back against that.
Wait a minute. Let me stop you right there. That is a brilliant observation. Pakistan could ship them nukes tomorrow, and they would be a nuclear power. And what people forget, which I comment on all the time, you don't need to be able to put a nuke on the top of an ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile, to destroy New York. You just need to put it in a box that's 6 feet long, put it in a shipping container, of which there are 10,000 entering every day in the United States, in the port of Long Beach, in New Jersey, in New York, in Florida. And one container gets through because it's lead lined and radioactivity is not showing, and New York goes down. They don't need a missile. They just need a bomb. And you're right. Pakistan could ship them a bomb today, and they might already have done so. North Korea could do it, and they might have already done so. Iran, for egotistical reasons, wanted to be an independent nuclear power, meaning they create their own weapons, they enhance their own uranium, they have their own storage facilities, and they have their own delivery facilities. The truth of the matter is they could ship a dirty bomb out today. And
Yes.
oh my God, would we be in trouble? And I mean, we, the West. So it's not just blowing up their ability to enhance uranium. It's, hey, there's a very good possibility. And I saw the photos this morning out of Israel that there are satellite pictures of a convoy from last year with dozens of containers on these long trucks that are radioactive proof, lead lined, leaving the bombed facility before it was bombed. So the fact of the matter is, we don't know. We in the West don't know where the enhanced uranium is. And
I do.
Okay.
No,
And I would,
genuinely, last year, before this morning, last year after the ceasefire, I put out a Substack, literally showing the satellite footages of them taking uranium out before we bombed it. I described the entire information and complications of Kalang Mountain. And most of the comments were, oh, you just don't want to believe Trump because you are a never Trumper. And then a year later, I'm like, so you were saying. But you know what else, if we don't do, we're going to be in trouble. And I mean, literally me and you, Barry, if we do not take our next ad break, we're going to be in serious trouble with the network. So let's hold it right here. Let's take our next ad break, guys. When we come back, I do see your comments. If you have any questions for Barry or me, put them in the comment and I will grab them for you. And we'll continue this discussion in 1 minute. Be right back. Well, hello, everybody. It's Annie Cyrus. Welcome to my art studio where all the magic happens. This is the station for painting, and that is the station for all the resin art I do. If you want to check out my art, all you gotta do is go to lutfstudio.com. Finish this painting, but I'm sure, or at least I hope, I'll see you at lutfstudio.com. Freedom, lots of upbeat music today. I like it. If it was up to me, I would turn my show into a full concert, right? Listen to this, my favorite song. lutfstudio.com for those of you who very kindly are complimenting my necklace. You can place your own order, pick your color, custom order of the necklace, cross color, and I will make it for you and I will ship it to you. And if you don't want a necklace, or if you're not into necklaces, there are other items, handmade. All product used to make these pieces are also all US made, including the resin I use is US made. So go to lutfstudio.com, grab a piece or place your custom order, use promo code MISSION for 10% discount. Let's bring back Barry to continue this discussion. And as I said, guys, if you have any questions, put them now, because if I miss them, if I try to scroll and get them, it's hard. Okay, Barry, we have about 30 minutes to try to make sense out of this mess without turning our own show into a mess, because I'm very good at doing that. Let's go back to what you were saying with before I brought up the Pakistan thing. You were saying, yes, there are some positives into what has happened, which is, if not the nuke, we can say, yes, U.S. putting Israel aside. Can I make a differentiation here for a second, by the way, Barry? I want to be very clear. It's important. It's very important not to believe our own ego-driven sentences. I want to be very clear. When someone like Pete Hexet, that you all know, I had the biggest crush on that guy, disappointed me like the rest of the guys in my life. I mean, you know what I mean. He comes out yesterday and say, if you think Trump is bluffing, I'm on a roll today, Barry, aren't I? He comes out and says, if you think Trump is bluffing, just ask Khamenei. That to me, that was very uncalled for the fact that Trump or US had nothing, I mean nothing to do with Khamenei's death. It was all Israel. Why are we flat out literally taking this dramatic historical credit and just easily run it for ourselves? Why?
There is an answer there, and I'll tell you what I think it is. I think the U.S. administration is doing Israel a favor by running air cover for Israel. And what I mean by that is, if it's America that takes the credit for most of the strategic bombings, for example, the heavy bombers using the B-1, the B-2, strategic bombers that are bringing in the heavy ordnance that Israel can't fly there because it doesn't have the heavy lift planes. And it takes credit for the destruction of all the leadership, the main leadership on the religious and the military side on the first minute of the war. It's easier for the Gulf states, I think, to stomach that. They are going to be much less adversarial about the war if the United States takes all the credit and Israel's just along for the ride. You and I both know that it's Israeli intelligence on the ground inside of Iran that is leading to all these strategic locationing of key players, all the way down to the besiege on the streets at a certain street corner at 9 o'clock in the morning, right? And then bam, here comes a missile and 30 guys are taken out, or they're meeting in the basement of a certain mosque. America, as best as I know, has 1/100th, if maybe less than that, of intelligence presence on the ground. The human intelligence, human that they call it, is all Israeli, and they're everywhere. Mossad agents are everywhere in Iran, and but for that intelligence, this war would not be anywhere close to as successful as it is. However, it is very important for, I think, the alliance that Trump is trying to hold together of the various Gulf states, not to mention the morons that belong to NATO, that it's American-led, it's American strategy, it's America taking the credit, because these people cannot stomach the idea that Israeli intelligence and Israeli military is pulling off most of the strategic wins, which, by the way, is my opinion, and it sounds like is your opinion as well.
It is, but then I also have the other side of the coin, because that's me, is that when we do this, number one, this could be contributing to why the Gulf countries are also very easy at trying to conquer Israel. Because we're never letting them know who the real boss is. I'm sorry, I love America. I mean, you all know that. But the real boss here, since last year, 12 Days War until today, boss is Israel. Like, they shook the world during 12 Days War. But we covered that as well with the B2s and then the ceasefire. So yes, I agree with what you're saying. But then there's the other side that maybe it is finally time to show the region that, hey, technically, by definition, you got to be scared of these people.
I don't think there's any doubt in Dubai, in the UAE, in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, there's a new sheriff in town, and even the press in those countries, and I've read a lot of it translated out of Arabic, has great admiration for what the Israeli military is able to do, and the Israeli intelligence networks are able to guide that military. The idea that any of those countries would ever, and I mean ever, go to war with Israel, against Israel, went from maybe a few percentage points to flat out 0.0 after watching the Israeli Air Force destroy what was one of the most fearsome military countries on earth. with Iran. The standing army, the IRGC, the besieged forces, the control they had over their people. In literally the first day, the skies over Iran were open. And that was all Israel. That was all Israel's doing. They identified all the SAM ones, the SAM twos, the anti-aircraft missiles that Iran had created. Everything was taken out, and there's never been an air battle in the history of warfare, going all the way back to the First World War, where one side controlled the skies from the first 5 minutes all the way to the end. That's all Israel's doing. Now, I'm not saying America isn't doing anything, but it's American military might relying on Israeli intelligence. And I think that has created a fearsome respect among the Gulf Cooperation Council, which is why, in my opinion, all these countries are now putting tremendous pressure on Trump not to quit until there's a regime change. When you have Saudi Arabia leaking that, and you have Oman hinting that, and you have the UAE saying it out loud, and Kuwait as well, that's extraordinary. They would never have said that a month ago. Never, 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 because they were scared to death of Iran. Now,
a month ago, well, technically 6 weeks ago, they were all begging for this not to start.
Because they were afraid of Iran's retribution. And there was back channel communications. Don't screw with us or you become a target. And by the way, they've all become targets. And if you've noticed, every single country I just mentioned has been hit. And there have been more missiles launched from Iran against the Arab states than against Israel. And it's just not making the press. That's extraordinary. And none of them have struck back. They just put out press releases, please stop bombing us.
But that's where I want to go with. Guys, let me just, I just heard back from Aaron. He is fine, guys. He just wasn't on his phone because he was celebrating Passover at the bomb shelter. Oh, but good. He is fine. He's safe. He's in the shelter and celebrating Passover. He is not missing. Thank the Lord. He's safe. I promise to let the audience know as soon as I hear back from him in Israel. But let's go there. Let's go where you just said. As you know, I trust none of the countries in the region except Israel. I don't trust any of them. I can give you 10 reasons for each one of their actions, but I want to ask you this. From day one, the first attack, if I recall correctly, Islamic Republic of Iran's first drop of bomb was Qatar, followed by Oman, followed by Bahrain, went to Kuwait, went to Saudi, started trying over to Qatar again. They all start saying, if you don't stop, we're going to join the war. If you don't stop, we're going to join the war. They have not joined the war yet. So what do you take out of that reaction, or lack of it, for a better term?
If somebody's doing the heavy lifting for you, vis-a-vis Israel and the United States, and there's no downside to shooting off your mouth, but not shooting missiles, I think that's why they're hiding behind the fear of the future, because I really think deep down these countries are scared of one thing. They're scared that Donald Trump is going to bail on the war before there's regime change. I think they're terrified. And
thank you.
And they know the Shiites are an apocalyptic group. I'm talking about the ones in Iran. And if they all go down in flames and take half the world with them, they're okay with that. As you know, that's their goofball religion. And if you can call it a religion, it's really a warrior mentality, the likes of which the world has not seen since the SS swore a blood oath to fight until the death to their Fuhrer. And those are the people that are still ostensibly in control of Iran. And and I mean this literally, God forbid, they're left in power, or their successors or successors are left in power, that's terrifying to the Gulf states. And they don't want to be on the front lines to have to fight Iran, because I think they know in a couple of years there could be a Democrat president, a Democrat House, a Democrat Senate run by somebody like Kamala Harris, who has the understanding of international relations somewhere between a rock and a squirrel, and would not stand up to the destruction of those countries. And Kuwait has a long memory. They were invaded and absorbed by Saddam Hussein until America drove out Iraq from Kuwait and gave back the country to the Kuwaitis, because, Iraq considered that one of their provinces. And as far as Greater Iran is concerned, they see themselves as the leader of the Muslim world, at least they did. And if they are not removed from power, and there's not somebody like Pahlavi, who is my choice to be at least the interim leader, I think these countries are scared to death of what the future would hold for them if Trump sticks to what he said yesterday, which is, I'm already negotiating with a new regime. No, Mr. President, with all due respect, you're not.
Exactly.
You're talking to the old guys. It's just a different face. Or you're talking to the old guys, and the Speaker of the Parliament is the same guy. So,
Oh no, I promise you, Ghalibaf is not the guy they're talking to. No way. But by the way, I'm glad you said it's Crown Reza Pahlavi is also your choice. But I want to address something on the comment. Bat, you said, sadly, Crown Prince might be another puppet. I want to know more about that. Did you read that somewhere? Do you have any signs or signals that makes you think that? For now, I'm gonna just go with it until you give me more information on the comment section. But I will say, wherever you're getting your information, you should probably turn that off just to stick with my channel. That's it. If Crown Prince Pahlavi was another puppet, he wouldn't be 100% ignored by all American parties. Just saying. When we find our puppets, guess what? We big him up. We call him a good-looking guy in an Armani suit, though we wanted to pay millions of dollars for their head. That would be my just one proof that he's not another puppet. Also, Bat, you said that very kindly said, Annie John, perhaps one day you may be able to tell your people that the Lord Jesus Christ is over Ahura Mazda, as stated in Psalms. Ahura Mazda is the Ahura Mazda is the Zoroastrian Avestan language for Jesus Christ. So I don't know what you want me to tell my people, but when we say Ahura Mazda in Avestan language, that is Lord God, Jesus Christ. So I've seen you before. I know you're here and there on my YouTube, but I feel like you've been watching some channels you shouldn't be watching as well. But that being said, and again, if Prince Pahlavi was one of the puppets, do you think he would have spent all of his time to constantly remind Americans of the persecuted Christians in Iran and the underground churches in Iran and the pastors that are being executed? No, he wouldn't, because that wouldn't fit the narrative of a puppet. Now, back to you, Barry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to there are certain topics that I can't let it slide anymore. Like even in the kindest way when it's phrased, I'm like, let's address it. Because we can't have that. One of the reasons I played that long intro at the beginning of today's show, Barry, is I don't know why, after all these years, it's so hard for a lot of people to understand that Iranians, the people, are so opposite of the regime. The fastest growing movement in history of Middle East is happening right now in the last 4 years inside Iran. Not just people coming to Christ, but they're building of underground churches, going to prison, dying for this movement. It's like, but again, the answer comes back to media, I guess, pumping all this. Iranians are crying over Khamenei's death, and Iranians are hating Trump, and they hate Israel. Anyways, back to what you were saying. the regime change thing, I want to go back there for a minute. Do you think, and I agree, by the way, it's 100%, they have not gotten involved because even there's 1 in a million chance that there won't be a regime change and Trump's going to just give power to the moderates, these countries are not going to survive that. But this new regime narrative, I'm not talking about the existence of it now. Starting yesterday, we both spotted the narrative. Can we put up the Truth Social post of Trump? This was the latest narrative pushed, where he put out a Truth Social saying Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors. The rest is not important, but he's literally now saying Iran's new regime president. You also have Pete Hegseth coming out and saying the new regime better be smart and make a deal.
That's just retarded.
Thank you. See, this is why we love Barry Newsbaum, by the way.
It has no basis in reality. It's made up gibberish.
But I know it, and you know it. But here's the thing. What if, though it can exist, intelligence, really? Like, come on. I know he doesn't think. Okay, he said sadly he's no longer with us because he was on camera and talking. What about posting? Can somebody monitor what he posts? But okay,
stop it. You know, when I was doing network shows in 2016, I won't tell you who I was talking to in the administration, and I was begging them, would you please take away Donald Trump's phone so he stops tweeting, because that's what it was, still Twitter, in the middle of the night. And some of the stuff he's saying will prevent him from having the support of the American people. And I would tell this person this message on a consistent basis. And what I got back was, nobody tells Donald Trump what to do. He thinks he's always right and you can't correct him. And this is exactly the same thing, except it's 10 years later, Annie. So, you know, as I said with you 45 minutes ago, rather than get caught up in these just goofball statements like, oh, the new regime better do blah, 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 blah. And it's not a new regime. It's the same.
But hold on. I need to stop you there because we both know how these, what we would call goofball statements. So remember my own reaction to Giuliani becoming El Sharia was like until he showed up at the White House. I'm like, whoa, that's my concern, Barry. A lot of what's retardation, stupid, out of this world crazy ends up happening under this administration. We had Erdogan at the White House. Like, what's to stop them from having, let's say, Mousavi at the White House in 2 months from today for our 250th anniversary? We've seen the madness come to life.
I know. And you're in the case of Syria, nice, good-looking man in a nice suit is one of the colossal, politically dumbest things the president has ever said, because he's a stone-cold mass murderer who now doesn't slaughter people and cut off heads. He's wearing a $1,200 suit and goes to the White House and plays basketball, by the way.
And let's not forget that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia paid for the suit.
Crazy. It was Al Qaeda. Okay, I mean, I get it. So if, and I mean this literally, God forbid the goofball, silly statements about we don't need a regime change. There's already been a regime change. I hope the new regime is more moderate and reasonable than the old one. As long as that doesn't translate into action that allows those people to stay in power, I'm okay with it. He can say all the dumb stuff he wants. Like, for example, this morning, thank goodness, out of the White House, they said, you know, the war is more than half over. We should be done in a couple of weeks. Okay, That's a lot better than 2 hours from now. And every week that goes by, and there's another 3 or 5,000 targets destroyed, and another, I don't know how many thousands of Basij militia blown up, and how many more thousand defections of the IRGC literally on a daily basis running away from their units. The ability of the old guard or the successors to the old guard to control Iran going forward is being systematically lowered on the daily. So every day we stay there and the Marines are showing up. They're there now. They showed up yesterday. And the A-10 Warthog fleet landed in Great Britain yesterday and is on its way to the Middle East. Those are ferocious, and I mean ferocious offensive weapons. They're not used for anything else except close quarter annihilation of whatever they're shooting at. And the theory is, and I ran this by somebody in Israel yesterday, those planes are being brought in to destroy everything on the coast of Iran facing Karg Island. And the reason is, and what I was told, if American Marines land on Karg Island without air cover that has wiped out the missile batteries on the coast of Iran, the Marines will get annihilated by missiles because Iran will destroy Karg Island along with the Marine Expeditionary Force landing on the island, which is 12 miles. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. It would be easy peasy. So that's what the Warthogs are being brought in for. Those things are close quarter annihilation machines. They're flying tanks, and everything they shoot at becomes just dust. And so my dime store military strategy opinion is those planes are being brought in. They're going to attack the coastline. They're going to eliminate the missile batteries. And then Trump is going to take Karg Island and seize the oil. When that happens, Iran is done. The money is cut off. The ability to trade internationally is cut off. They will become impotent and unable to continue governance, and the regime will fall. That's my opinion from where I sit today. That's what I think is going to happen. So you can ignore, God willing, all the goofball statements like, I hope the new regime is a better negotiator than the old regime. And we've already had regime change, which we've already stated, you and I, that's BS. There's no regime change. It's some new people. That's it. Agreed?
To a point, yes. I will not ignore them. I will keep yelling at them. Because remember, Americans have very short memories. So I will remind them of what's being said versus what's being done. And as far as the Karg Island goes, I will have to disagree to an extent. It is not going to be as easy as it's being described.
What is not easy?
Taking control of Karg Island by US.
It's going to be a monster project. I totally agree.
It's going to be lose the midterms guaranteed project with many heartbreaking names coming out as those who gave their life for this. I will join the club of uncalled for. There is no reason to try to take Karg. Maybe, I'll be honest, maybe part of me, the Iranian part of me is saying, you want to leave anything for us to go back to? Or you want to just demolish it all? Or do you want to prove again that I was right when I said US will do whatever US needs to do to stay in charge of Middle East, because a chaotic Middle East equals good money for US. But I actually pray they don't try to do that. My perfect world, Barry, is tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern time when Trump comes out to say whatever it is he has important information, is that he's going to say the U.S. operation is done and over with. We achieved our objective, which was, destroy their shield to protect their nuclear programming, icing on the cake. Hey, we did the regime change too. We watch from far and back Israel as Israel achieves their objective. That would be my perfect world. We're not going to hear that. But that would be the best option. Just say we did what we did, all the credit to us. Hey, I have personally signed off. I ran it by every Iranian on the planet. We're going to write Trump's name as the man who liberated Iran as long as he backs off today. Like, that's the deal. If he leaves the scene when we're liberated, we'll still give him the credit because that's all that matters. He wants the credit. Hey, we're gonna even create a new Persian Peace Prize, and we're gonna dedicate it every year to Trump for as long as he's alive.
But but Annie, if Trump leaves or announces we're done today, he's leaving the regime in power, and they'll rebuild their control.
Oh no, but you missed the part. I said if he announces that U.S. operation is done, we're going to be back here backing Israel, and now Israel's going to go achieve its objective, which is toppling the regime. That is what I just said. But listen, let's be, I mean, we're always honest, but let's be brutal here. Barry, as long as President Trump is in middle of this war, Israel will not achieve their objective. We need the U.S. out of the way for Israel to finish the job. That's just reality.
Why do you say that?
Well, 3 reasons. Number one, U.S. foreign policy when it comes to Middle East, proven, regardless of who's in the White House, proven that we are terrible at picking the right people for the job. Number 2, which I don't, by the way, I don't agree that we're terrible. I think it's on purpose because let's break it down again. I've done it 3 times this week. Number 1, imagine a free Iran under leadership of Crown Prince Pahlavi or someone like him, educated, grew up in America, as mentioned, familiar with military concept, very successful businessman, all of that, loves Israel, right? Married his daughter to a Jew. Imagine that. Let's look at the true reflections on America. Economic. Number 1, we probably within a year, we're not going to need to sell any military equipment to Israel anymore. Right there, oh boy. And then on the other hand, there won't be a need for Abraham Accords through U.S. grandpa anymore because Iran's going to start the Cyrus Accord. Oops, goes all of that. Then we create a competition directly for our buddy Saudi Arabia, a real genuine competition when it comes to worldwide oil industry. And then in 5 years, the whole world comes to realize Iranians aren't a bunch of barbaric third world country, whatevers. They're actually very well educated. Their economy is blooming. They're boosting. There is a possibility even Iran might somewhat become a known name. None of that works well for U.S. foreign policy. That would be the reason that no matter what, when U.S. gets involved with anything Middle East, the result is not going to be what Israel is looking for, which happens to be what we're looking for as Iranians.
Well, let me throw a little bit of confusion into this for more data. An interview that Donald Trump did several decades ago is resurfacing in the last couple of days. And what I'm talking about specifically is his commentary. This is long before he ever became president or even ran for president, which is if blah, 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 blah happens from Iran, we should go in and just take the oil. I don't think he's ever forgotten that. And that's what happened in Venezuela, Annie. I think he's looking at the Iranian oil, not because the U.S. needs it, because under the drill baby drill policy of Trump since he's taken over, the United States is energy independent again. We're a net exporter. We're not relying on Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states. We don't get any oil through the Straits of Hormuz. Liberating the Strait of Hormuz saves NATO and the NATO countries and China. It doesn't do anything for the United States. I think in the back of his mind, he's thinking something like what he pulled off with Venezuela, which is, if you think about it, Maduro gets grabbed by Delta commandos, brought back to the United States. There's no regime change. The vice president, who was a mad socialist supporter of Maduro, is now president. And why is she a good guy now? Because she gave the United States all the oil Donald Trump wants.
Now you're
And
catching up. Now you're catching up with why I take these new regime phrasing since yesterday serious, because there are those who will, well, we both know about Hood now. There are those who will agree to these terms to make a fake new regime. That's why I'm taking it serious, but go ahead.
well, the point being is Iranian oil comes through, the vast majority of it comes through Kharg Island. It is the busiest export site in the world in one place. And the idea of being in control of that is over time unfathomable wealth. And Trump looks at that. Don't forget, he's not just a career politician like Biden and all these Republicans that have been
He's a
in
businessman.
office, since the Civil War. He's a business guy, and he's thinking long term. Hey, how are we going to get this paid for? I know what we'll do. The countries that we open, and he said this openly last week, the countries that benefit from the Strait of Hormuz being open and for free passage need to pay us to hold that strait and protect it. Why? Because without the straits open, the Arab countries that ship oil through that strait go bankrupt very quickly. They have no way to export their oil because there's no pipeline. On the other hand, Trump looks at the oil that comes through Kharg Island and thinks, geez, if I got this, this is billions and billions and billions a week to the United States, and we can pay for the whole war. And so everyone that's beaten me up over, what's this costing in terms of financial ruin to the United States when people are hungry and blah, 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 and all the things Democrats are saying, ignoring the fact that nuclear weapons could have been dropped, all over the world by Iran. I think Trump looks at it and goes, hey, if I can figure out a way to pay for this and it doesn't cost us a penny, not only do I look great, but we win the midterms. And the next 2 years of my career as I'm a lame duck president are the most successful in history. You watch. Trump doesn't leave without the oil. That's my prediction.
I didn't say he's going to leave without the oil. I just said he's going to leave with the oil without taking her with his new regime. We're both saying the same thing.
It's possible.
But
if they destroy Kharg Island, Iran's financial future is toast. There's no way for that country to survive, no matter who's.
Oh no, there is. Not as quick, but there is. But yes, it's going to be a huge hit. And again, we're both saying the same thing. But you're thinking military takeover. I'm thinking deal takeover. It's exactly and specifically because of Venezuela and because of the narrative of new regime. I think we're about to get hit by tornado. Tornado sirens just went off here. But it's okay because we're out of time anyway, so I can be taken away with tornado after the show. Barry, we are out of time. I always love having you on. Let's try to get you back on next week for an update depending on what happens. Findbarry.com is where you can support Barry. Tax-deductible donations are welcome. Sign up for their newsletter, get free information, just like you got today, but every day. And make sure to share their videos, subscribe to their social media. Barry, lovely to have you. I'm sure I'm going to give you a call after his speech tonight, but for now, I'm glad you could join us. Appreciate your time.
So great to be with you. I'm available as always. See you next week. All the best.
Absolutely. Absolutely. To my lovely audience, I'm so glad we could go over to complete this discussion. Wow, this thing is getting crazy, but thank you for being here. Let me remind you, because it is still joyful and exciting. Doesn't matter what comes next. Just like I said at the beginning, God is good. God is always good. And no matter what man says on this earth, I will rely on God to show me the path. The book, The Architecture of Jihad, the book is out. It has been out for about 10 days now. Amazing response. I am so humbled by your support. If you haven't picked up a copy yet, one sec. Okay. If you haven't picked up a copy yet, grab it on Amazon. Kindle or paperback, or you can get the signed copy on my website, liveuptofreedom.com. I encourage you to become a paid subscriber on my Substack if you like to continue supporting me financially. That's liveuptofreedom.substack.com. I will be back tomorrow with Dr. Bill Federer. Look forward to that discussion. And I believe I will be joining Brown House Live tonight to discuss whatever it is that Trump is going to announce. Until tonight on Brown House Live, or for the rest of the platform until tomorrow, stay safe, and I will see you soon. Bye, guys.
I want to go ahead and bring Annie on. Let me just go back to my content here. Oh, by the way, tonight, as I mentioned, we're talking about, if you joined us late, Islam's 400-year roadmap to takeover, to bloodshed, to mayhem. It's just hate. I don't know how else to describe Islam other than hate. It is evil. It is dark. It is demonic. It is an antichrist spirit. It is hate. And specifically, tonight, I want Annie to talk about her book, The Architecture of Jihad, inside the ideology, law, and global strategy driving Islam's multi-front expansion. That's the subtitle of her book, the title, The Architecture of Jihad. Interestingly enough, she's got I'm going to ask her if that's the black horse on the front page. So with that, Annie John, how are you? By the way, I have to define this because people, when we greet each other, we say John, and people get confused. Somebody at church asked me last week, who is John? Why do you keep calling people John? And I said, I'm not calling them John. It's a term of endearment. It's like saying dear. Hello, dear. But so I just want to clarify that when I say Annie John, I'm not calling you John. You're not confused about who you are. It's just a term of endearment. And then there's some weird things in Farsi we say. Like when we say, I was telling people when we say Junam, they were like, what does that mean? And I'm like, well, it kind of translates as my intestines, right? Junam, right? Like from deep down when you say that. How did your family describe that when you guys would say, did you guys ever have that term in your?
Oh, yes. I was actually, as you were saying the John, I'm like, I could confuse them further and say, good to see you, Shadow June. And they're going to think I'm talking about month of June.
Right.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
That's not what you're talking about.
Well, Junam could be translated that way, but the other way of it is when you refer to someone like Junami, that's when you tell them that you're my whole life. So
right.
Because June
my
could
whole
mean
being.
life.
Right.
And it could also mean my whole being. But we got one that's worse. Are you familiar with Jigarito?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
That's like your liver.
Yes. Jigara. My mom would always call me Jigara. And they were like, why? If you translate that to people, my liver?
You're my liver.
My liver?
Yeah. Literally means you're my liver, but it doesn't mean you're my liver. It's more of that. Again, it goes back to your part of me, but they picked the organ to be part of. I don't know, maybe Jigari is liver super important?
Well, you can't live without your liver, right? You can live with one kidney. You have two kidneys, but you can't live without your liver. So I guess it's important.
Fair enough. But yes.
Hey, first of all, congratulations on the book.
Thank you.
I know you've been working on this a long time. And as usual, again, I have not, I got to order my copy, but as usual, the depth, I looked at the index. It says somebody at church brought it on Sunday, and I was going through it and looking at the index and looking at the titles that you had, all the subject matter there. And as usual, I could just see your meticulousness, your depth of information and research. What led you to write The Architecture of Jihad? Which, by the way, folks, if you want to get Annie's book, let me put your website up before I forget, because I don't want to forget. Live Up to Freedom. Oh, no, that's the Substack. you right here, right? At the
Yes.
website, they can get a signed copy. Explain that.
Okay, so good news. I still have some left, but not over exaggerating. I literally have 9 copies of the book left to sign
Oh,
and ship it
wow.
out, which I'm very humbled. I'm very grateful. I never thought, within 4 days of release, so many signed copies would fly off the shelf. But it's not the end of it. I have ordered more author copies. It's going to take 3 to 4 weeks for me to get them. So if you really want the signed copies, now would be the great time to
Now, right? Literally
order.
right now. Go on the
Like,
website
literally
right
right
now.
So liveuptofreedom.com. When you go to the website, you see the giant cover of the photo of the book. You click on that, it takes you to either order your signed copy. Also, if you want to get your Kindle or just a normal paperback from Amazon, the options are still available in the website. So I just put them all in one page for you. The signed copies, and I want to be very clear because there was a misunderstanding with another lovely supporter. Sharon knows I don't have the budget or the self-control to have help. So I'm literally staring at boxes over there. I do the signing myself. I receive the order myself. I print the label myself. I wrap and package it myself, and I drop it off at post office myself. It is personal. You have a box when you order. You can tell me what name you want me to sign it to. You can even tell me what you want me to write in the signature box for you, and I'll take it from there, and you receive your book pretty much from, depending on the post office delays or not, pretty much 4 to 5 days after you place your order.
That's fantastic. And again, folks, I cannot recommend this enough. We have to figure out a way, Annie John, to get this to some of the key people that we're meeting with. Like I'm going to be meeting with some of our legislators here in Tennessee. I'm not going to give the date, but soon, in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to be meeting at the Capitol with some of these legislators. And this is a resource that they need to have in their hands if they care, if they actually care about freedom, liberty, individual rights, our God-given rights, and understanding how to wade through the propaganda manure. I'm sorry, I'm going to call it that. It's like the propaganda manure with Islam right now. It is unbelievable how, and we just saw this. As I said, I was on with Brandon today, and we were talking about. I'm doing now these Dimmy alerts of the month, where we're highlighting these fools, these fools in America, in the West, that are supporting Islam. But before. By the way, it's also on Amazon, folks. I just wanted to, if you want to get it sooner, correct? You said it's on Amazon. No signed. You don't get it signed, but it's there. And they can get it in paperback or in Kindle if they wanted to, if they want to get it instantly.
Yes. Kindle and paperback, both available on Amazon. And I should just say this because we've been both very busy. But Sharmjan, the last time we talked, you were going to send me an address where I could send you your copy and some extra copies for you to take on the road when you meet these people. So let's make sure that happens tonight because I know
I will do that.
Of course, I would like to send you a copy for yourself, but also I want to give you a couple of extra ones. So when you're at your events and you meet any of the legislators, and that's the key part. And I will answer your original question in a minute. But the key part is I wrote this book in a language that you can hand it to your cross the street cashier at gas station, or you can hand it to President Trump and everyone in between, and they will finish the book. And by the time they finish chapter 1, they'll be like, By the time they finish the book, they're like, okay, what am I doing sitting here? I wrote it in a language that there is no complication. There is no level of education. Mind you, first of all, when English is not your first language like mine, your best bet is still, 5th grade language anyway. So I couldn't even if I wanted to, I couldn't make it complicated. But I included a glossary of term where every terminology that was important to mention in Arabic phrase, I translated that not just as a word, but an expansion of the real action that takes role inside the Sharia. because I thought that's important. You know, we say halal, people don't even connect. We say jihad, people don't connect, right? Those terminologies, I took the time to expand them into just one liner, but I brought them into American perspective of translation rather than just word by word Google translation. So I do believe legislators, pastors, I have asked everyone, if you can afford, buy an extra one for your pastors.
Yes. Yes.
Because there are 2 chapters in there. My own pastor, home church pastor, he read that one. I gave him a copy print of before the book came out. I gave him the chapter of missionary jihad. And my pastor, I should say, he's very well aware. He doesn't even call Islam. He calls it the satanic cult. So he's very aware. Even with that, when he was done, he basically was like, never did I think they would even turn preaching into a killing machine. I say, I know, sir, that's why I gave you this. So it'd be very helpful for your pastors, your lawmakers, your law enforcement, chief of police, because I talk about law for jihad in there, which can help them. So it's for anybody you think it still has the open heart to want to know and uphold their duty. A copy of this book would definitely help them a step forward and do it.
Well, they need to know. They have to know because it's that important. Colonels, thank you for your feedback. Colonel said from Texas, your products orders are always packed so great. So great feedback there. And also said, I passed the book on to Chip Roy, Ken Paxton, and Doc Pete Chambers. They're in Texas, obviously. Colonels, is Doc Pete Chambers the one who's running for governor? I believe he's running for governor of Texas against Abbott, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, folks, get on there. If you want a signed copy again, she said she had 9 left. I
have 9 in front of me right now.
In front of her right now. And so if you want to get that, go to the website right now and order that. Thank you guys all for your feedback again.
And I want to, I'm sorry, I missed the handle, but thank you for, Chip Roy was on the list of, I made a list of those. I want to make sure they have a copy of this book that I'm trying to find location to where to send, because I don't want to send it to their generic office address. It's just going to get lost. Chip Roy was on top of that list. So I am very grateful that you gave him a copy of the book.
Awesome. Awesome.
That's great.
Because they're leading this, they're part of that Sharia coalition. Is it up to 55? I'm trying to remember what the last number was that I saw, that it was like, I don't know how many members of Congress were on that Sharia Free Caucus.
You made it to 55?
I think it was in the 50s the last time I saw. But, you know, it was not bad. Yeah, when you think about 435 members of Congress of the House, you know, it's getting there. Isn't it crazy that just a few years ago, I remember meeting in 2022, I think it was, with the top lawyer in the Attorney General's office when I was visiting Idaho. And I remember he said to me, you can't even use the word Sharia. If you say Sharia, it's a non-starter. We won't look at anything. We won't touch anything. So in one sense, I guess we have to say, thank you, God, that we can now, I mean, this has got into the forefront, even though in my opinion, we've dug ourselves such a huge hole in what we're fighting, in the fight that we are in. But do you feel the same way, that at least are you grateful, or do you feel encouraged that we can at least use these terms and actually talk about them, where just a few years ago it seemed like they were taboo?
Yes, but actually that is exactly why I picked the title of this book as Architecture of Jihad, not Architecture of Sharia. As much as I'm grateful that there are people who talk about Sharia now, but at the same time, though they're not as taboo anymore, but when you say Sharia, the dissection becomes very hard, because then you're stepping into the territory of the religious side of things as well.
Right.
But when you say Architecture of Jihad, there is no religious in it anymore. It's done. It's just a system. You strip it of any protection. And that's why I want to get this in hands of many legislators, because, for example, Chip Roy doing a great job, right? But the angle he's playing is not going to go any further than it has, because he's not correctly using terminologies. When you say Sharia, how do we tackle Sharia? 5 times a day prayer is part of Sharia.
Right.
Fasting is part of Sharia. So you go with this terminology.
Right.
As you read, the Architecture of Jihad, clearly, most people, they hear the word jihad, what do they think? There's two group of people. Those who will remember September 11, those who will remember the inner struggle, I have to make it to the gym to stay fit. That's all there is behind it. But the reality is, for people like me, who literally grew up in heart of it from someone who's preaching it all day long, and if you couldn't preach it, it would kick you to listen. You come to realize that the terminology in Western country that gets the proper attention and applies to our existing law and constitution is not Sharia. It's not even Islam. It is jihad. Definition of jihad, yes, very correct. In Arabic, what jihad means a struggle, not inner, it's a struggle. That's it, a struggle.
Right.
Now, when you build a structure of jihad that is building and expanding the agenda of Islamization, then you expand that struggle into what kind of a struggle are we talking about, which in my book, I break it to 10 different struggles. Our legislators, those who want to make a difference, can learn that, oh, wait, instead of saying ban Sharia, I need to say ban this. Disassemble this big word of Sharia into the parts that are directly going against our constitution. And none of them, again, none of them are religious part. None of them have the protection of freedom of religion. So that's how you dismantle this entire system.
That's so good. That's so good. Yeah, I agree with you 100%, because that's been my feedback to them as well. That, like, I think they're thinking that it's almost like, you know, throwing red meat to the animals, in the sense of like your base, you're trying to feed your base. Ban Sharia. I remember last year I was at the Texas Capitol, and the legislator that had sponsored the event there was like, we're going to ban, as long as I'm in this position, we're going to ban Sharia. And people are applauding, and I'm sitting there going, you have no idea what you're dealing with. You have no idea what you're actually saying, because, like you said, it's a non-starter. And even if they were to pass any legislation, both whether at the state level or the federal level, you know, CARE and their 200 plus lawyers on retainer, they're gonna file a lawsuit. They're gonna have that thing an injunction against that bill, you know, probably by the end of the day. But this is exactly what I've been praying for. I've been praying for the Lord to raise up his people to have this long-term strategy and approach. That is, you know, in the Bible, there was an example of King David where he was in the battle in the Chronicles. And it was interesting because, Annie, in the same battle, the Lord gives him two different strategies depending on the time of the battle. Early on, you know, he goes one way, and then later on, the Lord says, now I want you to go this way, because the enemy shifted. And I think that what this book is going to do is, where not only are you chronicling the 1400 year, again, if people are joining us late, we're talking about, you know, Islam. We're talking about their 1400 year roadmap to their takeover, which has been jihad. And you've defined it in such incredible ways in your book, from the little that I was able to read. But when the feedback, and by the way, this is from our mutual friend, Trevor Loudon, one of the comments. I want to read this. It said, Annie Cyrus has produced the clearest, most engaging, beautifully written expose of Islam's systematic plan for global domination I have ever read. A must-read and a timeless manual for all who seek to preserve Western civilization. I think that is so true. But I honestly believe that this has been part of the answer, that we have to have the long-term strategy that can navigate around the minefields, you know, the bombs that are laid there by the enemy. And I think we blow ourselves up in the foot when we just focus on Sharia and not on the bigger picture. Yeah.
You know why? I'm glad you brought up the bomb thing, though. Both of us being Middle Eastern, we should probably never say bombs. Right?
We should
Two
probably never say
ex-Muslims.
Middle Eastern and bomb at the same time.
Ex-Muslim Middle Easterns, the
Right,
word bomb could
right.
make people a little nervous. But the reason we blow our foot up, or sometimes blow ourselves up, is because instead of going to the experts that are trained to defuse a bomb, we go to those who watch a couple of movies and tell us to cut red or yellow. That's why. The lack of proper knowledge. This isn't about promoting myself or you. This is about the fact that though we have great researchers out there, we do. But if you're just researching a topic, just researching it, there is a moment you might misconnect a dot. Also, you might cut the wrong cable. But if you come from the life experience that applied to you from morning to night, sometimes from night to morning, then there is no cutting the wrong wire. There isn't. Because you cut it every day. You're trained. You're certified on defusing bombs. And you asked me originally, how did this book come to be? So let me use this to connect. After the 12 Days War, Sharon John, as you know, I was very disappointed. I was aggravated. I was disappointed. And I was aggravated, I was disappointed in ceasefire, but my aggravation was from my fellow Americans' reaction celebrating the ceasefire. I'm like, how can you? Dealing with all of that, thinking about it, praying about it, it hit me. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Because still with all of this, my fellow Americans still don't understand the depth of this movement. They don't understand that you don't have to have proof for Iran having a nuke to become an imminent threat. You just need to know its attachment to different proxies connected to different fronts of jihad. And boom, I'm like, wait, you really think they all know about 10 Faces of Jihad? There is no way. The best, closest we get to most educated, most researchers in Islam, they will name jihad as blowing things up. They will name financial jihad through halal. They might name political jihad through running for offices. That's it. Okay, some might even talk about migration jihad, that is hijrah. And I'm like, that's exactly the problem. So I grabbed my laptop. I'm like, there we go. We're gonna introduce every single department of this front. We're gonna go over it, and I want to be very clear. I did my very best to stay away from personal bias. You don't see my life story in there. You don't even see me use as real cases that I have used for the book. I stayed clear of me and my translation of Islam. Every chapter starts with the definition of that jihad, and then it goes to text, the actual text from Quran, Hadith, Reliance of the Traveler, Sirah, and Tafsir. Then it goes to life of Muhammad and how Muhammad used this specific jihad. Then we go to a short 1 or 2 historical pattern of this. For example, Ottoman Empire or Persian Empire or Indian Empire. We just use that. From there, we come to modern day with real cases, not those that I investigated, those that made its way to courts across Europe, Canada, Africa, or America. And then from there, we go to what I call the practical countermeasures. I give 10 to 15 steps that anybody in any position can apply every day, 5 minutes a day, to not only stop it from growing, but also reverse the damages it has been done until today. Every single jihad follows the same pattern. It's not my personal opinion. I didn't go being, you know how people say, I had a couple of bad experiences with my dad. I left those experiences out of this book. I'm going to use that for my autobiography. But literally, it is where I realized, okay, you have been through all of this. You've been speaking out, but you never sat down to tell your fellow Americans that, listen, there is what you're looking at is the tip of the iceberg. I'm like, well, how about this? Let's just do a deep dive and show them the underground.
Underbelly.
And that's how the book came to be.
Amen to that. Amen to that. No, I think that has been so smart and wise. A friend of mine who is and I'm not name dropping here, but just a former FBI agent. He was an analyst, and he goes by the initials of BG. But he wrote once he came out of the FBI, he wrote a work manual that I've given to some legislators that refers to Islam as a civilization challenger. And he does the same thing where it's like you have to keep it so straight and narrow in regards to the approach. And by the way, I was going to mention that earlier. What I appreciated about each chapter as I was skimming through them from the book that one of our church members brought was the fact that you had in there action steps. And you know that speaking, I get asked all the time as well. The information is incredible, but what do we do?
Yes.
And you had action steps in each of those chapters in defining the 10 phases or types of jihad. And then do you want to for this, we have time, do you want to, like, for example, talk about one of them just a little bit and give our audience a taste of I mean, maybe one that is not, because I guess if our audience follows us, they're familiar with the hijra to some extent as far as the immigration jihad. Maybe talk about that. Could you talk about that missionary a little bit?
I most certainly can. And I would love to also. So my last chapter of the book, it's called The United Front. That is when we're done addressing all the jihad fronts. And I want to mention this because I don't want to mislead anyone. This book is for everyone, including Muslims who may not even know, right? The
Sure.
Muslims who are out here, partying with us, have a girlfriend, go drink beer. Read the book. You might actually give us a chance to introduce the real God to you.
Amen.
Read this book first. It's for everyone. But the very last chapter, chapter 11, United Front, is where I speak directly to my sister and brothers in Christ. So I want to be very clear. Yes, the only bias I have in this book is the closing chapter where I talk to my fellow Christians to show them why we should be the front line, the united front line of this battle. Because of what you said at the beginning of your show tonight. The Antichrist system of Islam makes it our duty to defend Christ in the front line of this battle.
Amen.
So that is, I have an extra bonus chapter of call to action for my fellow Christians. But let's talk about a missionary jihad. But I also want to talk about chapter before that seemed to have shocked everyone, including some experts I have worked with, including what an honor to have part of the godfather of this movement, Dr. Bill Warner's legacy in this book.
Yes.
Forwarded the book.
Yes.
And he actually mentions that on the forward, that I have read dozens of books about jihad, Sharia, all of it. None of them gave me solution, but this book does. And my chapter 10 has shocked every reader, from experts to none, which is civilization jihad. Betrayal jihad. The only form of jihad that nobody wants to address, because it doesn't blame the Muslims. It doesn't blame the jihadists. It directly holds kafirs or infidels accountable, because that is the form of jihad we are committing for the Muslims without it ever being mentioned in the Quran or practiced by Muhammad. The non-Muslims are committing the jihad for them by looking the other way, by sugarcoating the issue, by not paying attention, by trying to separate the radicals from moderates, by convenient, right? One of the things I said in Chicago at my speech, I said, how many of you go to your local Walmart or Target or whatever grocery store you go to? Do you check the aisles to make sure they have not started selling halal products? No, you don't, because that's too much inconvenient. Because if you find out, then you have to go find another grocery store to shop from.
Right.
So therefore, you continue shopping at a place that's selling halal that is funding jihad. What do you think you're doing? You're committing the jihad for them by funding it. And I can go on. One of my longest chapters in the book is Betrayal Jihad.
Mm,
And again,
that's so good.
practical countermeasures for all of it. But I kept highlighting jihad, which I will get to in 5 seconds, and Betrayal Jihad, because those two are the main parts that has pushed this further and further in last 20 years than
Mhm.
ever before.
Mhm.
We have expedited this process by either getting it wrong or completely ignoring the existence of it. I blame both sides. Those who walk
Yeah.
around and say jihad means they're going to blow themselves up. No, it's way more than that.
Right.
Way more than that. Jihad is actually the last resort, not the first. They use the other forms until they get there. Like Muhammad, for 13 years, there was no battle, was there? No. He tried all of the other fronts for 13 years. And then when the comfort and the power and the upper hand was there, then he went for the actual battle. The battleground was set for him. Missionary jihad. In Islam, very cool. We all can agree to this part. It is mandatory and obligatory for every Muslim to talk to non-Muslims and invite them to enter Islam.
Mhm.
Cool. But then there's a step 2. If you did the dua, they call it dua, invitation, inviting one to enter Islam. It's dua. If you did that, if you performed that, and the person declined your invitation, then your imam, local, state, federal, your imam is obligated to call battle or combat jihad on the individual who declined your invitation to enter Islam.
Mm-hmm.
So we go from preaching the religion of peace to, if you don't accept it, then I shall kill you for rejecting my invitation.
Mm-hmm.
That is what missionary jihad is.
Mm-hmm.
And
Wow.
it has been practiced by Muhammad. Historically, I actually bring up the Persian king, where Muhammad sent a messenger with a letter of invitation to the king of Persia saying, enter Islam with your nation. And king of Persia is like, no, we're good, thank you. Immediately, when the messenger goes back and tells Muhammad that he rejected or he declined the invitation, Muhammad looks at his army, is like, green light, go slaughter. That was the first time the Arab Muslims attacked Persia. It was because the king of Persia rejected the invitation to enter Islam with his entire nation. And from there, missionary jihad started happening. First, invite them. If they refuse your invitation, then fight them.
Yeah, that's obviously people who followed us know the abrogated chapter, the abrogated last chapter of the Quran, chapter 9, starts out that way because they gave them sort of a truce period, the 4 months, and then after the forbidden months are passed, then the invitation goes out, right? If they repent, leave them alone. And then later in verse 29 and 30, it goes into then the aspect of the battle, because they either repent and practice the prayers, profess the Shahada and become a Muslim, they're subjugated, or then the fight comes. And then specifically, I covered this in one of my DVDs on people ask me all the time, why is it specifically that Muslims so heavily persecute and kill Christians, and have historically done in their 1400-year history? And we go through the verses of the Quran and specifically the words of Muhammad. But no, you're so right on that aspect of missionary, that there is this phase that people don't understand. We don't do that, right? As Christians, we're called to carry forth the Great Commission. We go and obviously we share the gospel, we preach, we answer people's objections, we try to live as living holy testimonies to Christ, but we don't then issue a religious order. We don't come back to the church and say to our pastor, well, I went down the road and I talked to Phil, and Phil said, no, take your Christianity and shove it. Okay, all right, guys, let's go. Here's the religious ruling, and
go kill them.
go kill him. This is a foreign concept.
Mhm.
And people, as you said, because they have been so propagandized to believe the peaceful, tolerant version. And that's what I was covering with Brandon today. I said, when you look at what happened over just the last week with the end of Ramadan and the claim, first of all, the false claim that Ramadan is a time of peace, when the major battles, folks, that Muhammad fought after abrogation were fought during the month of Ramadan. And then secondary, you have these useful idiots who are, now we have all these government officials, the governor of Utah, the mayor here. Well, the one that really made me mad was I was highlighting the city of Utah. I have the article here. Let me go to that here. City Hall that was transformed, Salt Lake City. I'm sure you saw the picture of their, but this is what was incredible, is that their mayor is Jewish. So Erin Mendenhall was hosting an iftar dinner, and she has on the hijab, not just around her neck, but down to about here, this blue hijab with the little name tag says, "Hello, my name is Erin." She might as well just said, "Hello, my name is Erin. I'm a fool. I'm a slave to Islam." But this is, they had the police chief there in full uniform, and the mayor, the Jewish mayor, celebrating iftar and Ramadan, not understanding what they are doing. And that's what you're talking about, if I'm not mistaken, is that you're saying, again, as the Muslim Brotherhood said, we will sabotage their miserable house by their hands.
Yes. It's interesting you brought up Ramadan. Our mutual friend, Tammy, messaged me a day or so before end of Ramadan, and she was very frustrated that I think it was a mayor somewhere who put out a Ramadan Mubarak message, and she's like, help me, I want to argue this. And with her approval, I actually turned that into a Substack of explaining, every time you say Ramadan Mubarak or Eid Mubarak, do you even know what you're celebrating? Like, do you have any clue? Everything you said correct, but let's add to it. The Ramadan is by far the most significant month of Islamic calendar. Yes, you're correct. The Battle of Badr took place in Ramadan, but this all started in Ramadan.
Right.
Quran
was revelation.
It revealed to Muhammad, supposedly.
Right.
We should say that because I don't believe there was a revelation. Supposedly, it was revealed to Muhammad at a very, very important night of the year, which can land on one of the last 10 days of Ramadan, called, translated to English, Night of Grace or Night of Power. On that night, Laylatul Qadr is the name. Night of Power, word by word. Laylatul Qadr, Night of Power. On that night, Quran itself says the Night of Power, Laylatul Qadr, is so great, it is greater than nights of months together. With that in reliance of the traveler, in the hadith, in the tafsir, comes as any act, any good deed of a Muslim during month of Ramadan, it's tenfold or higher rewarded,
Right.
except the fasting. So for anybody who's going to be like, when I fast, I get 10 times reward. That one was excluded by Allah. Sorry, oops. The best deed inside Quran is of a Muslim who commits jihad with his or her wealth or life. So you commit jihad during Ramadan, it's tenfold. I guess, I don't know, 720 versions you get. That's the tenfold I can think of. Wow, who would need that? But yes, that is the importance. It's the Ramadan is not about fasting. It's not, which I start the Substack by, even if you look at the fasting part in America, we shouldn't celebrate that. We should actually investigate that, because at age 9, a girl is an adult woman, obligatory to her to do fasting. Depending on the season, it can be anywhere between 12 hours to 15 hours of a 9, 10, 11-year-old girl,
Yeah.
hungry and thirsty. All that's child abuse under
During
our
her
laws.
growth. Yeah, exactly. Right.
I remember the days, Sharon John, it was brutal.
Yeah.
There were days where I was like, I cheated. I would have
Yeah.
sneak in, put something in my mouth, just hide
Yes.
and chew it.
Yeah.
But it's brutal. Good luck when Ramadan is in summer. Like, best of luck to an adult, let alone a 10-year-old girl or even a boy. Between 13 and 14, boys are going to have to start fasting as well.
Yeah.
That's that age for a boy at 13, 30 days back-to-back fasting from morning to night. Those are all in danger. I would say we would consider it probably child endangerment in America.
Well, it should
Even
be.
the concept of fasting is inhuman.
It should be, in the sense of, well, for the period of that many days. Well, and then the way they you know, they're many Muslims. I mean, in our family, right, they would eat before the sun went up, because they would try to get in calories before the sun went up. And then they're breaking the fast, you know, when it's late at night.
Waiting a spoon ready the moment you hear a lock.
Exactly. But when you have these foolish leaders, but the other way I explain it, you know, several years ago, probably about, I don't know, it was about 8 years ago or so, you see these quote Christian church, like the Minnesota Council of Churches, which is really a leftist organization. It's really a Marxist quote Christian organization in the state of Minnesota. They were printing out these yard signs. I talked about it when I was traveling there. They said, you know, put this in your yard sign, say to your Muslim neighbor, have a blessed Ramadan. And I said, do you understand from a spiritual standpoint, as you said, that if, according to Mr. Muhammad, who we understand was really visited by a demon, he should have, you know, if he just stuck to his gun, if he just threw himself off the cliff, just committed suicide. Not that I'm advocating, someone's going to get mad at me. I'm not advocating anybody committing suicide. But had he stuck to his guns that he was actually demon possessed, maybe we wouldn't be having this conversation here today, 1400 years later. But we have to understand that if this is supposedly the night and the month of Revelation, what did it reveal, Annie John? It's revealing that which is 100% antithetical to the Bible. So when you say, this goes back in 2008, when all these pastors signed the Common Word document with the Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
And I wrote at that time a paper on our website, somewhere on our website still. I said, you know, I called that Rick Warren for being probably the most famous name signing that document. And I said, you know, you've covenanted with an Antichrist spirit by signing your name to a document. When you say blessed Ramadan, you're blessing an Antichrist spirit. And when you minimize jihad, when they minimize jihad as just some sort of a, you know, because they hide behind, you said it earlier, I think, they hide behind this quote greater jihad, because they say, oh, it's just the internal struggle. You know, I'm just trying to not have so many cookies today because I want to watch my weight. That's jihad. Mm-hmm. They minimize all this stuff, and they spiritually are deceived. Do you want to comment on that? And I want to talk about Iran, because we're going to run out of time, because we got to get to what's going on. You know, what your take is, but any other thoughts on that? And again, folks, I cannot highly recommend enough. Please get a copy of this book and get it out to everybody that you know. Pastors, elected officials, law enforcement, your friends, everybody. I love what you said. It goes across the board. Your thoughts, yes. Your comments on that.
Well, I just saw a comment here from Soybeans. Let me answer this. It's important. The question is, did you say that the proceed from the sale of halal foods are used to fund a jihad.
Mhm.
To be very specific, percentage of the sales, not just halal food, anything halal, even henna, which is a hair dye for women. If it has that halal mark on it, believe it or not, nowadays you can find halal nail polish in America.
Mhm.
Any halal product,
Well, define it,
percentage of
Angela. Can you
it,
define it? Just define it for those who don't know.
halal.
Halal versus
Yeah.
haram. Just define those terms.
Sure. Halal is allowed.
Okay.
Haram is forbidden.
Okay. There you go.
So if it's halal, that means you are allowed to do it. Like if it's an action, if it's food to eat, all of that. Now I need to be very, very careful here. By definition of halal as product, there is no ties to it inside the Quran itself, except how to kill an animal that would become halal to eat. So there's a direction of halal meat. End of the story. There is nothing about halal until we come to Muhammad time, marrying his daughter to his nephew who has a slaughterhouse. And then suddenly halal gets a much different perspective in Islam because it's convenient for Muhammad's family now, right? So the son-in-law needs a couple of, pushes on if it's not this way, if it's that way, it's not halal anymore. So I need to be very clear that Quran doesn't describe halal nail polish, halal this, halal that. Muhammad later on added that. And of course, as life expands, the muftis added. However, the concept of portion, it's called zakat. Okay. Zakat is an Islamic tax. Like even inside Islamic Republic of Iran, you have the federal tax, you have the estate tax, and then you have zakat. That is separated from the country tax. Zakat. Now, if you're a Shia like Iran, you also have khums, which means 1/5. You have an extra zakat. But within Sharia, outside of Shia, there's a zakat, which is a percentage of tax of your income of selling halal of any kind. That percentage shall be given, if you're not in an Islamic state, it's given to your local imam that by direct, clear directions of Quran, the imam will split that tax between orphans, poor, jihad in way of Allah. Word by word from Quran itself. So yes, every time. Now, mind you, when you purchase from a store that's selling halal, they don't sit there and say this was halal, that wasn't. The entire income of that store is facing zakat. Therefore, whatever you paid at that store is facing zakat as well. So therefore, your purchase is also going to that imam that's going to split that and give it in the way of jihad, in way of Allah. I hope that was clear enough.
No, it was. It was a way for Bible people to maybe understand zakat would be, I would say, and I've tried to explain this before, it's the Old Testament tithe, where under the civil laws of Israel, because the Muslims will hide behind the tagline of zakat is charity, right? They hide behind this idea that, oh, it's just charitable donation. You make a donation to your church or whatever. But no, I love the way you explained it. In the Old Testament, we have to understand the tithe was mandated. The 10th was mandated. It was part of what actually went to the maintenance of the temple, of all the sacrificial systems, of basically paying the salary for the priests, for the priesthood, the Levitical or Aaronic priesthood. So in the same way that it was mandated, you're explaining that it's mandated. Difference is that you're saying that a percentage of that is now going to fund this, going back to your term, struggle.
Yes.
Warfare, struggle, jihad, warfare, struggle. And then from there, obviously, not every dime of it is going to go towards the physical jihad, but it could go towards all the other things, including the hijrah,
Exactly.
including the population jihad in the sense of their womb.
Yes.
But no, that's
And by
yeah.
the
Go
way,
ahead.
this is exactly why missionary jihad is such an important aspect to look into. Because putting zakat aside for a second, what you just said, when we donate to our churches,
Right.
they have the same system, except if our FBI would investigate into it, they would notice all of these fronts of charity. I just reported it, an address in Manhattan. Look up 650 Fifth Avenue, Manhattan. A building owned by an organization with direct ties to Bank Milli of Iran, that is designated for operating and funding and laundering money for IRGC and its proxies. Since 1979, they operated as a real estate and charity organization, laundering money for IRGC and its proxies. 2 days ago, finally, $129 million from seized assets of that building was distributed between the victims of
I
this.
see that.
Yes.
I just see
That is why missionary jihad is flying right under the radar. They collect their charity money, their charity.
Times of
mosque.
Times of Israel, after decades, terror victims receive proceeds from sale of Iran-linked New York City skyscraper. This is what you're talking about, $318 million settlement. Wow.
Only 129 has been distributed. And my argument on my Substack, I broke it down. One building in Manhattan, committing 4 jihads, all to fund the ultimate jihad, which is terrorism.
Right.
And again, this is why I emphasize on buy the book. Yes, it's going to help me greatly because I had to self-publish because most publications wouldn't want to touch this book.
Right.
And trust me, it is not easy to self-publish. But reason isn't that help me make up for lost money to publish the book. The point is, one building for jihad, and nobody is looking at, like even the report you just looked at, they're not going to touch on the fact that this was for jihad involved inside America, American money that translated into jihad. Right. I promise you, my Substack is the only one that broke it down that way. And the fact that there shouldn't even be victims, because during the time that we were seizing all assets of connection to Iran during hostage crisis of 79, this building was on the map and we looked the other way.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, that since the Alavi Foundation, since 1979, according to this article, they're saying that it was, this particular one was $5 billion.
Yes.
$5 billion. That's incredible. I want to move on to Iran, but one final thing. The goal of the end goal of jihad,
Mm-hmm.
People have to understand that there is no coexistence with this end goal. It is either that they're going to establish Islam globally, which we've talked about before, their eschatology and their view of the end times and what they believe is going to happen, or it is stopped. Would you agree with that? That the end goal of what they're trying to, what in some I don't want to get into this question about that same person asked a question about Muhammad's did he ever exist? I don't want to get, just for time.
Muhammad did exist, yes.
Yeah, just
Muhammad existed. Yes.
But because there are these people that get into these arguments, Jay Smith and others have gotten this argument, Robert Spencer.
Let me, can I do a 10-second answer?
Sure, yeah.
Muhammad existed, but for sake of argument, Muhammad didn't exist. How is that going to change anything?
Exactly.
When you have a bunch of people who are willing to believe in Satan, you think existence of Muhammad or not existence of Muhammad is going to make a difference? No.
There you go.
There you go.
That's exactly the way I answered. Very well done. That's exactly how I answered. It doesn't matter. Satan's real, exactly. But people have to understand that this is the end goal. I mean, I try to encourage people in the sense of the good news is we know that the right kingdom wins, that the Lord is returning, that he is going to destroy the Antichrist and all the armies and all the system that is being set up. And like you, I try to be outspoken in regards to, especially on the spiritual matters, because I'm trying to tell people that, we don't mix with an Antichrist spirit. We don't play around with it. We don't play footsies with it. We don't hold hands with it. I'm not going to ever sit there and soft sell Islam. I'm glad your pastor calls it a demonic cult, because that's what really we should be saying, is that this is demonic. But moving on to Iran, I'm so sorry, because this has been so good tonight, but just for time, I want to get your thoughts on President Trump and this. Now, apparently, Iran International is reporting a 10-day pause.
Yes, we expanded.
What happened to the 5-day pause?
We got a good gift that kind of softened.
Is that what happened? We got the gift, so the 5-day went away?
Yes.
So we got a big gift.
Okay, let me be fair.
Okay.
We got a gift, but the gift was presented as, look, we're here, we're legit, we're serious, we're solid. Give us more time. And we agreed to give them more time.
And yet, we don't know who they're communicating with inside the country, correct?
Oh, we do. I mean, I do.
Who do you think it is that they're communicating with?
Oh, they're definitely communicating with Mousavi.
With Mousavi, okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's Mousavi and his government.
Okay.
Mousavi has waited for this moment for almost 16 years, since 2009.
Okay, can you explain that to our viewers? Because explain now the structure. Brandon was asking me this afternoon about the head of the parliament, and whether I guess no. Okay.
Ghalibaf is the fall guy. Ghalibaf is the fall guy. Okay, so let's break it down.
Okay.
Mousavi. Your audience are familiar with him, not by name, but by an event that took place in 2009 known as Green Movement in America, where they watched for first time ever videos and pictures coming outside of Iran with millions of Iranians with some sort of green headband, wristband, lines on their face, something, the color of their revolution was green, Green Movement, because Mousavi is line of, descendants of Mohammed. So that's color green of Islam. Millions to this day, the number of Iranians on those streets have not, it's still the record. We watched them come out with signs, some in English, saying, "There is my vote." So in 2009, there was a claim of election fraud in Iran, where majority of Iranians voted for Mousavi, but Ahmadinejad somehow won the election. To this day, I use that example, by the way, saying you should learn from Iranians who didn't have the right to protest their government. They showed up in millions. They died in thousands when they saw election fraud. And look what we did with all the not on my watch attitude in America. Side note.
Right.
So in 2009, he disappeared for a couple of days, and then he ended up being facing charges for leading these protests and, fueling the fire. And then he was sentenced to house arrest for the rest of his life since 2009. He went and started serving his sentence. In 2025, during the 12 days war, 3 or 4 days into the 12 days war, he came out suddenly and said, our constitution in Iran needs a referendum. The reason we're facing all these difficulties and hardship, including people of Iran, is because of our constitution. About 750, I don't know, some number of activists signed it, endorsed it, got all excited, ceasefire happened. This time when the war started, nobody heard a peep from Mousavi. And by the way, I called Mousavi's name 3.5 weeks ago, the first time Caroline Levitt came on camera and said, the White House and our intelligence offices are reviewing a potential list of candidates. Do you remember that day?
I remember that, right.
I ran to my show and said, remember Mousavi, remember Mousavi.
Okay.
And then everybody else came out and was like, Ghalibaf. I'm like, Ghalibaf. Even Iran International, everything points at Ghalibaf. I'm like, of course it's going to point at Ghalibaf. They need a fall guy. They need somebody for IRGC to believe it's him, to go kill him so their guy can stay safe. And people are like, then why are you saying Mousavi? Because I don't trust Mousavi either. IRGC, go get him. They're all the same thing. But because of sentences coming out of President Trump's mouth, such as we are talking to the highest respected and true leader of Iran, yes, Mousavi made history for last 47 years. No Islamic leader has ever managed to bring people to street. It has always been people against the regime. He is the one and only candidate, Islamic candidate, who got millions of Iranians come to streets. Bloody t-shirts were held up all day long as people died for their vote for Mousavi. So yes, he's correct. He's the most respected. He is also considered the true leader because many, including myself, still believe that in 2009, he did win that election. And kind of share pain between President Trump and Mousavi is playing a role there in my guesstimate as well. However, the miscalculation. 2009, I came out and I said, I want to ask this from my fellow Iranians back then. I said, I hear you guys. I get it. But I want you to tell me, why do you trust a guy who publicly said we should have no clerics involved with government and wasn't executed, but rather given home arrest? Explain that to me. He's one of them. He's playing a role. Nobody believed me. But today, when mullahs need saving, there's this great respected leader who's going to talk to America, become the next leader of Iran to save the mullahs because he was trained by the mullahs. Just my calculated.
So you see, so you see that this, so we all of a sudden we had this 5-day pause. Now, has the pause, my understanding of it was because Israel is still carrying out certain military actions, my understanding. They have not stopped. The pause was supposed to be on their energy infrastructure, wasn't it? It wasn't supposed to be.
Yes, but that was all we were hitting anyways. Israel is doing the other hitting, like Israel is doing the killing, taking out Khamenei and IRGC. We've been just hitting pretty much not serious, but buildings and infrastructure, basically.
And infrastructure. So do you see, Trump talks about another 10,000 troops, the conversations about those set of islands in the Strait of Hormuz. Do you see, because you said to me off air before we went on air, you believe that another betrayal is coming of the Iranian people, that the false hope again, here we go again, that we have this hope. It appears that Crown Prince Pahlavi, is getting closer and closer to the place. First of all, do you think the Iranian people are going to go for Mousavi this time? Do you think that? No. Okay.
Two reasons. Number one, the generation that took on the streets, their kids are on the streets now.
Right. Okay.
It's not the same generation. It's back then in 2009, 16 years ago, there were a bunch of 23, 24, 25-year-old students on the streets. Today, we have the 16, 17-year-old Iranians on the street, next generation. Back then, it was the battle of, I chose a lesser evil and you're forcing the worst evil on me, Ahmadinejad. Today, is Iranian kids burning down mosques.
Right.
There is no more Mir Mousavi or Ahmadinejad. If you follow Islam, I'm not going to follow you. That's the biggest difference.
Right. There's no more acceptance of, quote, another version. Well, what a great imagery of the West's foolishness for decades and decades and decades and centuries, in the sense of we continue to hope. And I kind of say it this way. It's like somewhere, at the end of the rainbow with the unicorns and the leprechauns, there's some version of Islam that comes across as tolerant and peaceful. This is what they're doing again. They're pretending that there is another, some lesser, quote, more moderate. You're saying the Iranian people.
Shamjan, we've done worse than that. We believe in redemption of a man that had a $10 million bounty on his head for killing American soldiers to become a leader of Syria.
Right. Right.
Not even a new version or a different person with a different version. We took the
Right.
same killer
Right.
that we wanted dead, put a
Dressed him
suit
up.
on him,
Right.
called him a good-looking guy, shook his
Yeah.
hand, and gave him a country.
Yeah.
So what they're doing to Iran ain't the worst, but Iranians aren't going to put up with it. They
Right.
won't. They
That's the
here's
difference.
what I have stated. They will give about 1 month to Mousavi, 1 month, to deliver on his 2025 promise of completely changing the constitution from Sharia into modern day. After 1 month, people are back on the streets fighting. That's it.
So you see that as the transition. You see that as that's where this is going, that this is going to be declared a victory soon, that they're going to I don't know. Brandon asked me the question, do you think that they're going after all the energy that, because I said to him today, I said, to me, this is looking like the Venezuela model, where they think that if they just take the head of the snake, that the rest of the country is good, and that way they can go in and take the energy for themselves. And again, I know I'm simplifying this for time. I'm just doing it for time right now. But as if Maduro was the only corrupt official in Venezuela, as if this regime that has oppressed the people in Venezuela, that was Hugo Chavez, that was Maduro, all of a sudden now the rest of them are all good guys, and just this one guy at the top. It seems to me like they're deploying the same mentality, that if they get rid of the upper echelon, and like you said, maybe Mousavi is who they're talking to. This is very interesting. I hadn't thought about that. Where do you see this going in the next 2 or 3 weeks, in your opinion?
Well, let's be clear about something. In all transparency, I don't mean to offend anyone, but it's my First Amendment, so let me be offensive. You're more than welcome to be offended. U.S. foreign policy has never worried about corruption. They don't care if you're corrupt. They care if you're going to be their corrupt guy or not.
Right. Play along.
That's what happened in Venezuela.
Right.
Now, the miscalculation, though, in Iran is they didn't take out the head of a snake. Khamenei was not the head of a snake. IRGC is the head of the snake.
Right. Right.
So where do I see this? I think U.S. is going to try to place their own, puppet, which again, miscalculation, because Mousavi is going to stop being their puppet as soon as he gets his, built up going. But it's not going to be as easy as Venezuela, clearly, because I think the reason we're sending Marines over and more fighters is the fact that we still have to get rid of IRGC to place Mousavi, because IRGC is not going to let Mousavi sit in, at least for the purpose of keeping face. But that is where the direction of this objective is going there. That's the objective. I don't necessarily think it is about the energy, the oil or the gas. I think the main point is Iran has been an obstacle for Trump's board of peace, and we need to remove that obstacle. Mousavi will be the guy who's going to play along, sign any contract, any deal. He's going to give us a Strait of Hormuz to be able to save the mullahs underwater until they can resurface and, take their revenge. So that's where I think it's going. And I always hated when we get to this moment. I say, I have 5 minutes to start filming the glass.
Oh, yes, because you got to go. I keep forgetting.
That's all right.
For Jamie's show. Thank you, Annie John. I appreciate that. We will see. That's such an interesting perspective. That gives me a lot of pause to think about now how to pray for Iran. But again, folks, I want to encourage you guys to go to Annie's website, get this book, and get it into the hands of this is, in my opinion, this is sort of a generational resource to be able to say, okay, we have a resource here to be able to give people, to give them a very clear-minded, sober look at what we're facing. So thank you for being faithful to do the work, to put this out there, to put yourself out there, to self-publish it, and Lord willing, and I'll text you my address, and thank you for being willing to send me 2 or 3 copies. And of course, I'd be honored to have it on our table when we travel, and let people know to make sure they support you. So, and support this work. So thank you again for being on with me. May the Lord bless you and continue to protect you.
I appreciate you. Stay safe as you travel, and I look forward to coming back again, having another good discussion.
Amen. Thank you so much, Angie. Have a great
Absolutely.
night. All
Thank
right.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
This is a book that Annie Cyrus has written. Now, you have to understand that Annie Cyrus is somebody who knows jihad in a way that virtually all Americans do not. Now, Jamie, you have studied jihad and Islam to some degree, as so many of us have, driven by the grim necessity of trying to understand what happened on 9/11, what happened on October 7th, what happened on so many other terrible days. And many of us, if I do say so myself, have elucidated aspects of jihad in an effective and clarifying manner. But Annie Cyrus has lived it in a way that we have not, and has suffered the sharpest edges of the Islamic Republic of Iran's tools for dealing with dissidents, which all involve terror. I have pointed out on many occasions that terror is not actually a twisting or hijacking of the religion of peace, but it is part of the teachings of Islam. But it's more than that, Jamie, because terror is actually the center, the heart, and the soul of Islam. Terror is how Islam works and what keeps it together. I hope I am making myself entirely clear that Annie Cyrus knows this in an experiential manner, and she elucidates it in a way that no American should miss, because she speaks with an authority that nobody who has just read about this in books or talks to people about it can possibly ever have.
Yeah.
And so you've got to get this book, The Architecture of Jihad. It is creating a real buzz among people who know that awareness needs to be raised about this issue at this time. This is not some kind of a burlesque or joke. This is deadly serious. This is a book that's really going to change the situation at a time right now. We're at a pivot point, Jamie, because now there are some 50-some members of the Sharia Free Caucus in the House of Representatives. People are talking about Sharia. People are talking about Islam. Annie Cyrus is an indispensable voice in talking about what it's really like to live under Sharia. The Sharia that the Islamic groups are bringing here, and people are saying, like Jamie Raskin, I'm sorry he shares your name, and Steve Cohen and Mary Gay Scanlon, who were the three Democrats who were on the House committee when I testified before Congress last month. They were dismissing concerns about Sharia and saying it's just private religious law. It doesn't have anything to do with non-Muslims. And anybody who thinks otherwise is a racist, Islamophobic bigot. Now, Annie Cyrus's Architecture of Jihad puts paid to that kind of self-deception and those kinds of soothing fictions. And it could not come at a better time or be more important.
Welcome to Live Up to Freedom. Thank you so much for joining me today. This beautiful April 2nd, 2026, which is a Thursday. I am honored and humbled by those words coming from one of the leading voices and experts on Islam and Jihad in the United States of America. Thank you, Robert Spencer, for your words, and I do not take those lightly. We are live on worldviewtube.com, WorldviewTube Rumble and X account, WorldviewTube app, which is available for free on your app store. Also live on X America News on X, live on my platforms on Facebook, Rumble, YouTube, X, and Substack. Join the conversation. Make sure to share this feed and click that thumbs up or heart to put us higher on the algorithm I normally take a couple of minutes or the whole segment to talk with you with updates and all of that. But we're going to reverse the show today. We're going to do all of that on the last segment because my guest can only stay with us for 45 minutes. So without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and bring him on any of the platforms. He needs absolutely no introduction. The one and only Bill Federer, best-selling author, historian, a man that I have followed personally for many years. I want to say probably a decade. I've always enjoyed hearing his thoughts, especially when it comes to Islam and its history. And I was looking on Amazon because that's my new thing, right? I stock my own page on Amazon. It's a thing, just believe me. And I was thinking a great package for my audience to purchase, plugging also my book, getting his book, Everything Americans Need to Know About the Quran, which is a history of Islam in the United States of America, and the Architecture of Jihad. Those put together, I think that would be the ultimate tool anyone would need to be able to win any debate or argument, as Robert Spencer said. So let's go and bring him on because I've been practicing for today. Welcome to the show, Bill.
Annie, great to be with you.
I genuinely, since yesterday, I've been practicing, like, how do I handle this? I don't even know if he ever comes back on my show. I need to do it right, and I don't do a script, so just forgive me if I don't do the best interview there has ever been done with you, but I'll do my best.
No, I was thinking about Jonah was sent to Nineveh as a prophet to tell them to repent. And Nineveh at the time was the biggest country in the world. And so the biggest country today is America. And you're sort of like a prophet that's sent here saying, look, I know what it's like living under Sharia. Wake up. So I want to thank you, Annie, for your courage.
I appreciate that. Coming from you means a lot to me. But let's talk about your book real quick. And I don't mean like about the book. But that book, again, putting that next to Architecture of Jihad, I'm like, wow, this is such a perfect matching pieces of puzzle. But I think the importance of yours being the first priority to be read over Architecture of Jihad is because you go straight to the Quran, which is the undisputable book. Even inside the Muslim community, if they dispute a word of Quran, that is punishable. So let me ask the cliche question. Why is this book, yours, Everything Americans Need to Know About the Quran, why is this book so essential and important, especially for Americans, and furthermore, for Americans who are giving into the coexistence and the interfaith dialogue inside the U.S.?
Yeah, well, history is not prophetic, but it is predictive. Past behaviors is the best indicator of future performance. And so we have 1,400 years of past behavior. So there's really no mystery as to what is the goal and what is going to happen. So what I do that's sort of unique in the book is I look at it from a historical perspective. And pre-Muhammad, Arabia was ruled by gangs, tribes, clans, with gang leaders that would demand allegiance. And so they were illiterate desert raiders. You look at the big powers in the world pre-Muhammad, it was the Byzantine Roman Empire and the Persian Empire, or Iran, and they had a 700-year war. Even after the Roman Empire became Christian, they still were at war with Persia. And matter of fact, the Persian general, right in the 500s, went through the Holy Land and damaged every church except the one in Bethlehem because it had a mural of the three wise men on the wall, and they were dressed in Persian outfits, right? Magi, that's where they came from, Persia, Daniel, but they beat each other up so much they left a power vacuum, and into that came Islam. And so in the book, I go through pre-Muhammad. Arabia had numerous different religions, and there's elements of these that are in that basically it appears that Muhammad just borrowed them. So Muhammad was born in 570 AD. His father dies before he was born. His mother dies when he's 6. Grandfather in Garden dies when he's 8. He's orphaned, taken in by an uncle, Abu Talib, who's a merchant, and takes Muhammad on camel rides. He goes to different cities. One popular religion was Manichaeism. A guy named Mani said there's little bits of truth in every religion. And then they go to Persian cities. And the Persians were Zoroastrian, who believed that paradise was filled full of virgins that would fulfill all the guy's desires. And Muhammad liked that and got incorporated into his belief system. The pagans in Mecca had 360 different pagan gods. The most popular was Hubal, the moon god. And they had a black rock building called the Kaaba, and in it were 360 different gods. And the most popular was Hubal, the moon god. And their calendar began with the first sight of the crescent moon over the desert. And they had a rock they thought had fallen from the moon. It's a glass impact rock where a meteor hit the hot desert sand, melted it into this brown glass. And the pagans kissed this rock for centuries pre-Muhammad. Muhammad kissed that rock, and it got incorporated into his belief system. There are the Sabaeans, and they were into cutting off hands and stoning adulteresses, and some of that got into Muhammad's belief system. And then there's the Jewish faith. And Muhammad was illiterate. He could never read and write. And he heard their Jewish oral stories, Talmud and Mishnah. Some of those stories got into his belief system. And then the Encyclopedia Britannica says the gospel was known to Muhammad through apocryphal and heretical sources. So Muhammad thought the Trinity was the Father, Mary, and Jesus. Nobody explained to him the Holy Spirit. And apocryphal, what's that? The infancy gospel of Thomas, written several centuries after Jesus by someone who knew nothing of Jewish life. It's so filled full of errors that no scholar takes it serious. But these stories were floating around the desert, little Harry Potter type stories that Jesus made clay birds and clapped and they flew away, raised a playmate from the dead and spoke from the cradle. And well, Muhammad heard these and they got incorporated into his belief system. And he is 25 years old. He marries a wealthy widow, Khadijah. She's 40. And now he doesn't have to work. And a movement was sweeping through Christianity at this time called pietism or monasticism, where if you really become a Christian, you should live in a cave as a hermit. And they were called desert fathers. And so Muhammad decides he's going to go into a cave and pray. And according to the hadith, a spirit appears to him and squeezes him and commands him to read. And he said, I cannot read. He does it a second time, third time, and then Muhammad began to recite. And you say, how can somebody that's illiterate recite these verses? Well, in Arabic, they had a little rhyme to them, a little beat, very similar to rap music today. So maybe somebody can't read, but they memorize rap songs. And so Muhammad goes back to his wife, Khadijah, and tells her that he thinks he's demon-possessed. And she decides to test the spirit. So according to Ibn Ishaq's The Life of Muhammad, written in the 800s, it says that Khadijah had Muhammad sit on her left thigh and say, can you see the visitant? And he goes, yes, over there. Has him sit on her right thigh. Can you see the visitant? Yes, over there. Has him sit on her lap. And she begins to disclose her form and says, can you see the spirit? And he goes, no. And she said, well, it must have been from God because it was embarrassed to look upon me without all my veils on. That was the test that Muhammad used to decide if the spirit talking to him was from God or not. Well, she takes Muhammad to her cousin, who's an Ebionite Christian priest of this heretical sect that says maybe this is the spirit that appeared to Moses. And then he dies, and Muhammad's left with the spirit for 15 years. 610 AD, Muhammad goes into Mecca, and he feels like there's something in his faith for everyone, for the Jews, Christians, Zoroastrians, pagans, and nobody likes it. And in 619 AD is when his wife Khadijah dies, his uncle and protector Abu Talib dies, and the people of Mecca consider Muhammad a disturber of the peace. They chase him out. He tries going north to a Jewish city, Medina. 3 Jewish clans control the city, and they let Muhammad in as the first ever Muslim immigrant. They reject his faith, but they let him stay, and so he changes the direction of bowing from Jerusalem to Mecca. And he goes into the minority neighborhoods and he begins to organize a following, sort of like a community organizer. And when his following gets big enough, he gets involved in politics and he pressures the Jews to accommodate him and his followers politically. And they make a treaty. Now Muhammad's a political leader. When his followers in Mecca get confrontational, they get chased out of town. Now there's lots of Muslim immigrants coming into Medina, and Muhammad allows them to rob the caravans headed back to Mecca. It's the victimhood. We're the victims. They were intolerant of us. Therefore, we're justified in attacking the caravans headed back there. This is a departure from Jesus, who said, if they take your coat, give them your shirt, and love those that bless those that curse you, so forth. And so Muhammad gets verses from his Allah that Gala has given him the slave girls as his booty. He tells the men that they can have 4 wives plus as many extra women as they take in battle, concubines, slave wives, and bond women. And then he gets a verse from Allah, Surah 841, that says he gets 1/5 of the booty from robbing caravans. And the Meccans send 1,000 soldiers to protect their caravan, and Muhammad defeats them at the Battle of Badra in 624 AD. He was outnumbered 3-1 and he wins. So he takes this that Allah wants him to be a military leader. And he fights in 66 battles and raids in the next 8 years before he's poisoned and dies. And so in 627 AD, the Meccans send 10,000 soldiers to Medina, and Muhammad digs trenches around the city, which renders the cavalry useless. It's called the Battle of the Trench. And so Muhammad goes to some of the Meccans at night, bribes them, they slip away. Some of the other at night threatens them, they slip away, sort of the bribe or the bullet. Then it gets freezing cold for a week. The rest of the Meccans lose heart and retreat, and Muhammad considers it a victory. So he goes back into that Jewish city, and he plays off their politics and gets offended at one of the Jewish tribes the other 2 don't like. Confiscates their property, chases them out of town, and the 2 other tribes sort of sit back. And they politically, it was like they had, their version of Trump arrangements in them. They hated that other political tribe so much, they just stood back and let them get chased out. Now there's 2 Jewish tribes. Muhammad picks on the smaller of the 2, confiscates their property, chases them out, and the big one says, well, they were sort of competition for me as well, and now there's only 1 Jewish tribe. And
Can I
to the
stop you
Hadith,
for one second right there? I'm so glad. I was waiting for you to get to this point because I also bring this up in my book. And I tie that to exactly what a lot of people are confused about today. Why would a non-Muslim ally themselves with Islam? And I think this is my opinion. That's exactly where it started. I call it betrayal jihad. When non-Muslims commit the jihad for Muslims by using their hatred from one party, one candidate, one group of people to ally themselves with the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah, so they don't need a majority. They just need where the parties that exist are neck and neck. And they will go to one party and we'll say, we'll help you against those terrible other ones. And they're like, really? Help us? Yeah. But in exchange, we want to get put into power and get concessions. And then they'll go to the other part. They're like a pinball. They'll bounce from one party to the other, but they'll always want to advance their agenda. And
isn't also part of how early on supposedly immigrated to Medina, but that was also part of the treaty he made with tribes in Medina by saying with his move to Medina, he's going to help the policies and the economy and the military and all of that, which later turned around to work against the people of Medina first, but he also made that treaty with them.
Right. Like a mutual defense type treaty. And then finally, there's only one Jewish tribe. And according to the Hadith, Muhammad is taking a bath. This spirit appears to him again and says, how can you rest when Allah's enemies are in your midst? He says, where? Points at that last Jewish neighborhood. He surrounds them for 28 days, brings them into the market, chops off the head of the men, about 700, and then sells the women and children into slavery. So within 5 years of Muhammad coming into the Jewish city of Medina as an immigrant, there's not a Jew left in the city of Medina. They were chased out, killed, or enslaved. So Islam spreads through the sword, jihad, but it also spreads through civilizational jihad, immigration, called dawah. And so it's 3-step: immigrate,
Hijrah.
Increase, eliminate. Yeah. You immigrate as a religious refugee into the host country, and then you increase the followers amongst the minorities and get involved in politics. And then you have random outbreaks of violence, usually by the young Muslim men, rapes, acid attacks, knifings, and the previous inhabitants of the neighborhood no longer feel safe and they move out and you take over the neighborhood. But like an invasive species. And so there's a 1,400-year track record of seeing these 2 methods, the sword and through immigration, Islam taking control of 2 continents, driving Christianity off. So they conquer Jerusalem, which had been a Byzantine Christian city. The Byzantine bishop negotiates a deal. Instead of 2 choices, convert or die, there's a 3rd choice. You can be a second-class citizen called a dhimmi, and you pay ransom once a year. You pay taxes to your new Muslim overlords. So that's how you can have Somali immigrants getting 80% of them on welfare, and they have no problem with the infidels that they're subduing, paying them. And then 648 AD, the Muslims conquer Syria. Caliph Umar. Syria was the first country that was completely Christian, evangelized by the Apostle Paul. The name Christian was first used in Syria. And then they conquered Egypt. Egypt was completely Christian for 6 centuries, evangelized by Mark that wrote the gospel, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But the Coptic Christians were being persecuted by the Byzantine Christians from Constantinople. And the Muslim leader, Amir ibn al-As, appears on the borders of Egypt and says, we'll help you Coptics drive out the Byzantines. And they're like, really? You're going to help our party against the other party? Well, they come in and they take over. And then they get a caliph named al-Hakim who cuts out the tongues of anybody caught speaking Coptic. Some towns had piles of tongues. And then North Africa all was Christian. And St. Augustine of Hippo was from Carthage. Today, that's Tunisia. But they had taught themselves not to fight. They bought into this monasticism. If you're really a Christian, you'll withdraw. It's their version of separation of church and state. Right, you live in a cave as a hermit. And so the Umayyad Muslims just conquered all of North Africa in 10 years. And then they crossed the Strait of Gibraltar into Spain, and the same thing happens. Spain is a bunch of Visigothic Christian kingdoms that did not get along. And the Muslims would attack one, and the other ones would sort of stand back and say, well, they were competition for me. And then they'd attack another one. Well, I never really liked that one. And then they picked, in 10 years, they conquered all of Spain, crossed the Pyrenees, conquered southern France, and they're finally stopped outside of Paris at the Battle of Tours in 732 AD, just 100 years after the death of Muhammad in 632 AD. So Christians look to the first century of Christianity as how we're supposed to live. The fundamental Muslims look to the first century of Islam, and it is a military campaign. Then they conquer Persia. Now, please interrupt me at any time. You can tell I've shared this story many times. But in 632 AD, the Muslims conquer Persia, or Iran. And their general is Khalid ibn al-Walid, nicknamed the Drawn Sword of Allah because he's undefeated in 100 battles. And now Persia was civilized. We're talking Cyrus of Persia and Daniel and Queen Esther, and the Arabs were illiterate desert raiders. The word Quran means recitation. It's an oral thing because they couldn't read. And so now we see that Persia has a moderating effect on Islam. And you have a Muslim caliph in Baghdad named al-Rashid, and he's tolerant. He allows Buddhists to talk and Christians to talk and women to talk in his court. And he even sends presents to Charlemagne and a clock and so forth. And then there's leaders like Al-Farabi, scholars who studies medicine and math, and Averroes, who studies Greek philosophy, and Avicenna. And if you were to take a snapshot of the world, you would have thought that this Persian Islamic empire was about to experience the Renaissance. But it grinds to a halt with Ghazali. He is a mujahideen, a renewer of the faith, second most important Muslim after Muhammad. And he said, stop reading Greek stuff. Read the Quran only. Stop getting tolerant. And then the Mongols come, Genghis Khan and Hulagu Khan, and they destroy Baghdad. And then the Turks rise to power. And the Turkish Muslims, the Seljuk Turks and the Ottoman Turks, conquer Turkey. Turkey was completely Christian. All 7 churches mentioned in the book of Revelation were wiped out by the Muslim Turks. The Christians begged the West for help. They sent help. It's called the Crusades. When the Crusades stopped, the Muslims surround the Constantinople. And when they conquer it in 1453, it ends the land trade routes to get from Europe over to Persia and India and Iran. And the Marco Polo, remember, he went from Venice, Italy to China. So when the Muslims conquer Constantinople in 1453, it ends the land trade routes, and that's when Columbus set sail looking for a sea route. Columbus would have never set sail had it not been for Islamic Jihad conquering the largest Christian city in Europe, Constantinople. And I mean, think of it. Columbus thought he was in India, so he names the people he meets Indians, and the name sticks. We never would have called Native Americans Indians had it not been for Islamic Jihad. And so when you realize that this is a pattern that we can see, whenever they would be defeated, they would become peaceful or less violent for a generation or so, but then they would do probing attacks. And if there wasn't a strong response, they'd get back into the aggressive mode. I could share more, but I'll pause here, Annie, and get your comments.
It's first of all, the audience are loving everything, every moment. I'm looking at the comments, and I'm fascinating. I love it. It's so good when I hear you go through this history and say that the pattern, because that's what I've been trying to inform my, especially fellow Americans, that I don't tell you what I tell you because I had a bunch of bad experiences. I'll tell you what I tell you because after having those bad experiences, I dedicated the rest of my life to learn what I refused to learn from my father as a kid, which was Islam. The pattern is so clear and so obvious, and the dictation within Quran itself, there's a verse where it says, "Do not call for peace when you are majority in numbers." You can make a treaty and regroup, but you can't let it last longer than 10 years if you go through Hudna, which is the peace deal with a non-Muslim military. But because we only have a few minutes left with you, I can imagine a full 8 hours just listening to you. But I want to bring it home because I'm one of the people from day one. I have said there should be no negotiations. Not just with Iran because I'm from there, but with any Islamic government, there should be no negotiation because of what we just talked about, the treaty. And also, I've been part of, we should not get involved militarily. And if we decide to do so, we need to finish it. Not one of those, let's go and have ceasefire, the situation between Israel and Hamas. So I want to know your thoughts on two scenarios on the table, which clearly we're supposedly at war with Iran, we being United States of America. We're at war with Iran, which we're dropping bombs. They're trying to hit our bases. At the same time, we're negotiating with them. With your fascinating understanding and knowledge of Islamic history, where do you think either of those scenarios are going to land?
Yeah, well, it's less checkers, more like Chinese checkers. So you see the politics of other parties being involved that Islam takes advantage of. Two more instances. Constantinople, the largest Christian city in the world at the time. They had a emperor named John Paleologus, and he dies, and they chose Constantine the 11th, his son, to be the next emperor, the last emperor. But his brother Demetrius felt like he should have been chosen as the emperor. So Demetrius goes across the Bosporus, gathers the Turkish hordes, brings them to the walls of Constantinople to force his brother to recognize his claim for political power. And the Turks are like, you know what? We can wage war against Constantinople without this Demetrius guy. They had 1,000 years of political party maneuvering in Constantinople, and they literally could not conceive that they could lose it all. And then we fast forward to the Muslims surround. Martin Luther starts the Reformation, 1517. And the Muslims surround Vienna in 1529, the Turks. But then you have Spain fighting France, and the King of Spain, Charles V, captures the King of France, Francis I, puts him in jail. Francis I says, "I've lost all save honor." And after a couple months, the King of Spain says, "Okay, I'll let you go, but give me some concessions on some land." Well, the King Francis I goes immediately to Spain's biggest enemy, Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent of the Turkish Ottoman Empire, and France makes a treaty with the Ottomans. It's called the Franco-Ottoman Treaty, and it went on for 3 centuries. And so now Spain has to fight the French and the Turks, and Hungary gets conquered by the Turks, and Spain loses all of its cities along the northern coast of Africa, the southern Mediterranean, and so. But this idea that the betrayal of one party against another, they don't need a majority. They just need 2 sides that are neck and neck, and they can go to one or the other and advance their agenda. And then you have a descendant of Genghis Khan, and his name is Tamerlane. And so he kills 17 million across Central Asia and literally wipes out Christianity in Central Asia, Tamerlane. He's a Muslim leader, has a Quran so big they got to carry it around in a wheelbarrow. And he conquers Delhi, India, and kills like 200,000 people and tells his men to come back with a skull in every hand. And he builds towers of skulls. And so Tamerlane's descendant is Babur, and he brings Islam to northern India. And so it's called the Mughal dynasty. Indonesia is a little different. It was Muslim, but the Dutch took it over. And when an imam would try to rile up his people to fight the Dutch would arrest the imam. And then another imam would try to rile up his people to attack the Dutch, and the Dutch would arrest that imam. And then they'd arrest another, until pretty soon the imam said, you know what, let's just not try to stir up our followers to kill the Dutch. And it went into their culture, and they had 3 centuries of a more moderate version of Islam in Indonesia. Now, since the Wahhabis and the Sauds took over Mecca in 1924, and now some of the Indonesians that go on pilgrimage get infected with this Wahhabism, and now they're going back over there, so they're now having a struggle because the fundamental ones are just as happy to kill the moderate ones as they are to kill an infidel. That's one of the interesting dynamics. And again, please interrupt me at any time. But the word Islam means submission to the will of Allah. A Muslim is one who has submitted, and they think there will be world peace when the whole world submits to the will of Allah. So it is a religion of peace. It's just their definition of the word peace is different than our definition. Our definition is we all get along, we make treaties. Their definition of world peace is world Islam. Now, a moderate Muslim thinks the world will submit to Allah later, maybe in the distant future, maybe at the end of the world, maybe it's even figurative. And since it's so far off, they really don't think about it. They just want to live their lives. And they're happy to have you as a friend and a family member and live under the Western umbrella and enjoy the freedoms and eating the different foods and dressing in different fashions. But the fundamental Muslims, they view the moderate Muslims as having departed from the way of Allah. And so they'll be happy to kill a moderate Muslim as much as killing an infidel. And so after World War I, the Ottoman Empire's gone. They divvy up the land. France takes Lebanon and Syria. Russia takes a sliver, right? Armenia, and you have the British have influence in Egypt, and then the British mandate out of which they give land to the Jews, and then the leaders want to westernize. You have Ataturk in Turkey, and he said Mohammedanism is nothing more than Arab politics. It may have suited tribes in the desert. It's no good for a modern progressive state. And so Ataturk in Turkey is dressing in business suits, and he's, getting rid of the fezzes and the burqas and the beards and letting women get educated. And he is working together with the king of Afghanistan to secularize the government. And he's working together with Reza Shah in Iran. And Reza Shah, defeated the Qajar dynasty, and he secularized Iran.
Let me just put an insert for my audience. The king of Persia Bill is referring to is the grandfather of Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. Go ahead.
Yes, and so he was advancing and having it be a progressive country until World War II starts. And he did not drive out Germans. And so Britain and the Soviet Union team up and get rid of Reza Shah and put in Prime Minister Mossadegh. And Mossadegh decides to nationalize the oil industry in Iran. I skipped a rabbit trail, but Winston Churchill changes the British Navy from coal to oil, and there's no oil in England. So in 1908, England and Iran formed the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, and better known as BP. And so when Mossadegh takes control of it, I mean, we're talking the largest oil refinery in the world. Britain suddenly has an oil shortage. And so they appeal to Eisenhower, who has the head of the CIA, Allen Dulles, send over Kermit Roosevelt Jr., the grandson of Teddy Roosevelt, and he orchestrates a coup to get rid of Mossadegh and supports the son, Reza Pahlavi. And he is friends with America. And he meets with President Truman, President Eisenhower, President Kennedy, President Johnson, Nixon, Ford. He's building the Cadillac Seville over in Iran. He's letting women have fashions and dress and go to medical school. And it was one of the fastest growing economies in the world. But the Soviets didn't give up. Remember the politics of the three Jewish clans and playing against each other? So with all these freedoms in Iran, the Soviets find college students and they begin to sow their seeds of socialism and accuse Reza Shah of being a capitalist and a puppet of the West and everything, and they would organize riots. So you had these communists organizing college students to do riots. Imagine that. And so Jimmy Carter's ambassador to Iran is William Sullivan, and he sees these riots and he thinks that they're going to be successful in getting rid of Reza Pahlavi and maybe put in Mossadegh or some socialist leaning leader. And so Jimmy Carter is so naive. Rather than America coming to the Shah's support, Carter begins to communicate with the Ayatollah, who's been exiled in Paris for 15 years because he's so radical. And the Ayatollah tells Jimmy Carter, if you let me take over Iran, I won't be friends with the Soviets, and I'll keep relations with America the same. And Carter is so naive. He says, okay, so he pressures the Shah to leave in 1979 and orders our military not to help their military. The Ayatollah lands his plane, gets out, arrests all the pro-American generals, takes them to the roof of a high school and executes them, and then hunts down those college students. And the college students were like dumbfounded. They're like, we helped get you in power. We helped get rid of the Shah. And he's like, yeah, I'm in power now. I don't need you. You're not following Sharia. You're dead.
You're Marxist. You're godless. Yes.
So all these college students that think, oh, get rid of capitalism, we'll have socialism. It's like, you don't know what you're asking for. And so immediately the Ayatollah calls America the great Satan, Israel the little Satan, chants death to America, and begins to export their Sharia throughout the whole area there. And helps form Hezbollah, and then the Hezbollah-connected people blow up the U.S. Marine barracks in Lebanon, killing 241 U.S. Marines, and then supports the Hamas and the Houthis. And one thing that is worth noting is the 12er Shiite Islam. Do I have another minute or so?
Absolutely. Go for it.
So Muhammad had a father-in-law named Abu Bakr, and you know him because he was the father of the 6-year-old that Muhammad married, Aisha. He had a dream 2 nights in a row of marrying the 6-year-old girl, and consummated at 9. Well, her father is Abu Bakr. He fought alongside of Muhammad in all of his battles and raids, so he knew the way. And the word for the way is Sunni. And so 85% of Muslims are Sunni, and they're mostly in, Turkey and Saudi Arabia and scattered around. Muhammad had a daughter, Fatima, married to Ali, and their followers are Shiite Ali or Shiite. 15% of Muslims are Shiite, mostly in Iran. And Ali and Fatima have a son named Hussein, who was killed at the Battle of Karbala in 680 AD by the Sunni. And so this started a blood feud between the Sunni and the Shia that has gone on for 1,400 years. But before Hussein died, he had a son who had a son who had a son, and there's 12 male descendants of Muhammad's bloodline. They're called Sharif, so a blood descendant of Muhammad is called a Sharif. The 12th one was Muhammad ibn Mahdi, and he was an infant that disappears from history in 874 AD. Everybody assumes he's dead, but in 1502, Ismaili, the new Shah of Iran, embraces 12er Shiite Islam. What's 12er Shiite? The 12th descendant of Muhammad, this 12th blood descendant of Muhammad, has been hiding in a cave for centuries. And they think that if they can create a world war on purpose, create global chaos on purpose, then this hidden Mahdi will come out of the cave, and their version of Christ, which is our version of the Antichrist, will come down, and together they will kill all the Jews, kill all the Christians, kill the little Satan Israel, the big Satan America, and then set up a global Antichrist government called the Caliphate, led by one Antichrist leader called the Caliph. And why do I say Antichrist? Well, Surah 572 says, if you believe that Jesus is the Christ, then you're destined to the fires of hell. You cannot be any more Antichrist than by saying if you believe in Christ, you go to hell. So if there ever was a religion of Antichrist, Islam sort of fits the bill. And so their goal is to set up this one world Antichrist government. And one little bitty country standing in the way, Israel. Right? So if you think of it as a crescent, starts in Turkey and it goes through the Middle East and Iran, and then it comes back through North Africa. They want to reclaim all the land that had been Islamic and unite it under this one Muslim caliph. And then from there, they'll take over the world. But before they can get there, this little country of Israel is standing in the way. And so that's why they took what was from the river to the sea a few years ago. Remember that? Get rid of the Jews from the river to the sea. And of course, the young college students didn't know what river and what sea. But they repackaged it for Republicans, and it's called anti-Zionism. So they want to split the MAGA movement, split the followers of Charlie Kirk, right, and get half of them to side with the Ayatollah to get rid of this little country Israel that's holding back the caliphate. It's a amazing psyops that they've been doing, but it's been fairly successful. But these are things that it wasn't Israel trying to convince the Ayatollah to call it the little Satan. No, the Ayatollah did that all by himself. And but these are patterns that we can see. So communist countries, right, North Korea and others, they have nuclear weapons, but they're not in a hurry to use them. The Shiite 12 Muslims want to use them. They want to create a global war on purpose because it'll usher in their eschatology, their end times world government. So anyway, this is all stuff that's in the book, What Every American Needs to Know About the Quran, A History of Islam in the United States.
Fascinating. I know you need to leave. I pray that you come back on this program again. My audience, they like learning and knowing about, especially the history side of Islam, Jihad, and Middle East especially. But tell my audience what's the best place to go to follow your work, get your books, and support you.
Well, Annie, thank you so much. It's AmericanMinute.com, AmericanMinute.com. And again, I just want to thank you for being a courageous woman leader and letting the Lord use you as a prophet like Jonah, coming to America, saying, "Wake up, repent, judgment's coming," and hopefully we will heed the call and repent, and God will be gracious enough to grant us more time to carry out His will.
Amen. Thank you so much again, Bill. I pray that you and your family have a blessed Good Friday and Easter Sunday.
Amen. Amen. And happy Easter, happy Resurrection Day to you and all the viewers.
Thank you so much. Guys, we didn't take any ad breaks, right? And I'm sure it's okay, but let's do this. Let's take one ad break, and then when we come back, I'm going to grab your comments. We're going to close the show, and that's for that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Life is too short to spend a single moment spinning in laundry worries. Take a load off your mind with the all-new Norwex Powerzyme laundry detergent. This natural detergent harnesses the power of enzymes and plant-based surfactants to leave fabrics fresh and clean without fillers, brighteners, synthetic fragrances, bleach, or harsh chemicals. So go ahead, have your cake and eat it too. More than ever, stressful stains have met their match. Powerzyme's fast-acting enzymes break down organic substances while natural surfactants loosen locked-in dirt and oil, removing residue, stains, and odors with ease. With 91% bio-based ingredients, this dermatologist-tested hypoallergenic formula is suitable for sensitive skin types and delivers a safe and effective clean that won't harm you or the planet's waterways. Less time spent worrying about laundry means you can focus on what truly matters. Norwex Powerzyme Laundry Detergent. Discover the power of nature and load up on confidence.
But with Brandon, it's always cutting edge stuff happening in the world, and it's not just from the political angle, because you can get that on other platforms, but it's always from the biblical angle. So you're dealing with a guy that loves Jesus, you're dealing with a guy that's very intelligent, you're dealing with a guy that is cutting edge conservatism, and you're dealing with a guy that wants to be biblical all at the same time. And so for that reason alone, I hope many, many people will not just lift up his ministry in prayer, but will also financially get behind it, because he, from the angle I'm trying to describe, he really is the only game in town. And we desperately need it in these last days. Can I get an amen to that?
Amen. Welcome back to Live Up to Freedom. I hope you enjoyed that segment with Bill Feather as much as I did. I was not about to interrupt him. It's just fascinating, right? Even when you know it, it's still fascinating. It's the depth and the ability to put that into, I don't know, 35 minutes. He's amazing. And I meant what I said at the beginning of the show. While plugging my book, I will plug his. These two books together, I think, can definitely give anybody who's willing to have the full picture. These two books together will do it. Grab them from Amazon. In whatever format you like, and if you don't have, some of you might already have his book, everything that Americans need to know about the Quran, and then grab a copy of mine, if you don't mind, The Architecture of Jihad. Perfect two pieces of puzzle that basically gives you the picture of why we say what we say. Why we're not Islamophobes, bigots, or racist, as Robert Spencer said kindly on that endorsement video. We say it because we have studied the pattern. And those of you who, been with me long enough, my obsession with pattern recognition. I think one of the reasons I have fairly survived a lot of hits in my life is the fact that I'm very good at quickly recognizing pattern recognition. No, I am not AI, because somebody was telling me that it is like, AI or artificial intelligence is, that's what it is. It's pattern recognition. I'm like, well, then they made AI from me, because I was here before AI. Hey, Dylan, good to see you. Let's quickly head over very quickly on the chat before we have to wrap. Everybody on Facebook, on YouTube, on Substack, on Rumble, I do see your comments, and I see that you were definitely having fun with that segment as well. Yes, he is amazing, and I hope he comes back as well. Cookie says, come back, Bill. I'll reach out to him. It'd be great to have him back again. And that's the thing, I think one of the reasons I personally am still a reader, I read books, is, in a program, it's an hour, maybe hour and a half, and that's it. It's just, you can't dig deep. You can if you turn it into an 8-hour documentary, like, for example, Brennan's Siege, or Sabotage, or Brainwashed America. But on a regular basis of programming daily, hi Zach, good to see you. Hey Tennessee girl. On a daily basis show, it's just hard to do the digging you can do in a book, either as an author or as a reader. Teresa, good to see you. Any thanks? Was wonderful hearing all of that history. Just goes to show we really shouldn't be over there not knowing all their history and understanding it all exactly. And that was the thing. Again, I've been following Bill Federer for a long time. Whenever he's on with Brannon, I'm there watching. And I asked Brannon about a week ago or so. I said, would you please put me in touch with him? Because I would love to, one, I would love to send him a copy of my book. Secondly, I would love to have him on the show. So I was very excited to have him on. But it was also that thing of, it's always good to have more than one voice. When he goes over the treaties, the three, those of you who have already read my book, I literally have a section on a chapter that I go through literally that. And interesting enough, that is my migration jihad chapter, the Hijra. That's where I explained that he supposedly goes in as a immigrant and where he ends up and what he does with that very three tribes, and how those tribes end up. I use them on the betrayal jihad to show how they did it for Muhammad by hating on each other and allowing that not even hate. I didn't use the term hate in the book. I used the term their disagreements, how they allowed their disagreement to become a tool for Islam to conquer Medina, which wasn't even called Medina. Muhammad named it Medina historically. Hey, Annalise, good to see you. You had me on a split screen, so you couldn't say hi until Mr. Beal finished. No worries, I'm glad you got in. Oh, Zach is asking, what's your opinion on MEK? Zach, I don't have enough time right now on this show, but I have covered MEK on my Substack extensively. I mean, I have Substacks with receipt, including a release letter by MEK itself all the way back in 54 or 6. Yeah. MEK, one sentence, Islamic Marxist terrorist group that should not exist. That's one sentence answer. But I have covered MEK for last 10 years extensively. So if you want to know more about my thoughts, or if you want to see more of my receipt and analysis, actually the picture I just picked up is a list of MEK members who were, there you go. You got Mayim Rajavi, who's the leader now and was always a leader. Masud Rajavi, the husband. This was for another show that I was covering, how Sabak, the Shah's secret murderous torture group, was actually after these killers. So there you go. Lot to say about. I always have a lot to say about MEK. But my Substack, liveuptofreedom.substack.com, you can find a lot of information on MEK. Trevor's The Enemies Within, also brilliant. Yes, spooky. And that was the thing. It was such an honor where Trevor actually endorsed the book for me as a advanced praise. It was wonderful to have Trevor's words on it. Thank you, Zach. It is great to see you on the chat always. Okay, so here's the situation, guys. We have about 5 minutes to wrap. It has been a wonderfully calendared Thursday that turned into a Monday. No complaints though, because I'm going to actually, I'm going to join Sharm Hadian tonight. I'm going to join Brian House tonight. I'm going to be on with Jamie Glazov, recording tonight, very late night for tomorrow's streaming. So I can't even go a minute over. I got to do back to back to back. But number one, I sent out an email to my Substackers today. For those of you who are not on Substack, I just wanted to make sure you have the update on the book. So, of course, the signed copies are available on my website. That's liveuptofreedom.com, liveuptofreedom.com. The paperback that is not signed, paperbacks and Kindle version are available on Amazon. And as of yesterday morning, if you have Kindle Unlimited, you can read the book for free on Kindle Unlimited. So it's now available there. And for the audiobook, Lord willing, tomorrow midday, we're going to start the recording. And as I said, I decided I'm going to do my own voice, my own reading, my own mispronunciations, and my own accent. So tomorrow, I am scheduled to record. And when I say schedule, it's going to take place right here. However, a very dear friend of mine of almost 22 years who is a sound engineer, and most of his life, adult life, he has been doing recording and mastering, is going to join me to just give me a couple of tips on my setup on my recording program. And then when I'm done recording, he has agreed to master the file so we can submit it. That is on the audiobook. What was the Quranic verse Mr. Bill referenced at the end? I know it was Surah 7, but missed the verse number. Annalise, which one was it? I'm sorry. Did he reverse? Are you talking about the do not say Jesus? I'm sorry. I need to gather my thoughts. I'll go back to the recording of this. I'll catch it and then I message it to you, Annalise, on Substack. Yes, Christine. I'm gonna try to focus on the audiobook this weekend as much as possible and see if I can get that out sooner rather than later. In meantime, I will be working on, we're gonna do some book reading for Substackers. So if you're not subscribed to my Substack, it's not going to be necessarily behind paywall, but it's going to be only streaming inside my Substack. We're going to schedule some book reading so we can go over the book together, read it together. You guys can ask questions. We can maybe emphasize in certain chapters and bring up more explanation so we can, all understand it better. That is your invitation to become a subscriber, either free or paid subscriber on my Substack if you want to join our book reading sessions on Substack. Of course, as always, I will encourage you to become a paid subscriber because that will help me financially. CyrusWellness.com. CyrusWellness.com is where you can also get yourself 100% chemical-free, wonderful product and support me financially, as I am a consultant that receives percentage of your purchase as commission. LUTFstudio.com, that's the Artist Studio. Those of you who placed your orders yesterday on Artist Studio, your packages are ready to be picked up tomorrow morning. To everybody who placed an order for signed copies of the book, your books are also packaged and ready. Front door will be picked up tomorrow morning. I won't be here tomorrow. Well, we won't be here tomorrow. So, and then it's the weekend. So I want you to all have a wonderful and blessed Good Friday tomorrow. Be safe on Sunday and try to remember what Sunday is about. I know some of you who have kids might get a little carried away with, bunny and eggs and hunting and baskets, but let's try to dedicate more of our normal Sunday to this Sunday. I am grateful for you, for your support. And I cannot wait to come back Monday, Lord willing, if I'm still here, if everything is running as normal. I'll be back Monday, same time, same channels, and same network. Until then, enjoy your weekend and happy Easter. And remember, He's the true God and the only true God. And may He bless you all. I'll see you Monday.
This is a book that Annie Cyrus has written. Now, you have to understand that Annie Cyrus is somebody who knows jihad in a way that virtually all Americans do not. Now, Jamie, you have studied jihad and Islam to some degree, as so many of us have, driven by the grim necessity of trying to understand what happened on 9/11, what happened on October 7th, what happened on so many other terrible days. And many of us, if I do say so myself, have elucidated aspects of jihad in an effective and clarifying manner. But Annie Cyrus has lived it in a way that we have not, and has suffered the sharpest edges of the Islamic Republic of Iran's tools for dealing with dissidents, which all involve terror. I have pointed out on many occasions that terror is not actually a twisting or hijacking of the religion of peace, but it is part of the teachings of Islam. But it's more than that, Jamie, because terror is actually the center, the heart, and the soul of Islam. Terror is how Islam works and what keeps it together. I hope I am making myself entirely clear that Annie Cyrus knows this in an experiential manner, and she elucidates it in a way that no American should miss, because she speaks with an authority that nobody who has just read about this in books or talks to people about it can possibly ever have.
Yeah.
And so you've got to get this book, The Architecture of Jihad. It is creating a real buzz among people who know that awareness needs to be raised about this issue at this time. This is not some kind of a burlesque or joke. This is deadly serious. This is a book that's really going to change the situation at a time right now. We're at a pivot point, Jamie, because now there are some 50 some members of the Sharia Free Caucus in the House of Representatives. People are talking about Sharia. People are talking about Islam. Annie Cyrus is an indispensable voice in talking about what it's really like to live under Sharia. That the Sharia that the Islamic groups are bringing here, and people are saying, like Jamie Raskin, I'm sorry he shares your name, and Steve Cohen and Mary Gay Scanlon, who were the three Democrats who were on the House committee when I testified before Congress last month. They were dismissing concerns about Sharia and saying it's just private religious law. It doesn't have anything to do with non-Muslims. And anybody who thinks otherwise is a racist Islamophobic bigot. Now, Annie Cyrus's Architecture of Jihad puts paid to that kind of self-deception and those kinds of soothing fictions. And it could not come at a better time or be more important.
Me. All right, so I told you about this a little earlier at the top of the show, that the fact that we have Iran is all, it's all in the news, obviously. A lot of people are speculating what's going to happen this weekend. President Trump giving another reprieve, saying we're not going to destroy some of these energy facilities for another, I don't know, at this point, was it another 10 days? Now is it 9 or 8 days? And so I got the opportunity. I think this is kind of one of those things where it works out perfectly, where Annie Cyrus has a new book out called The Architecture of Jihad. And she, it just came out this week. So if you guys want to go check it out, I know it would certainly help. I know when a book gets released on Amazon, if you get so many sales in the first week, it can actually get catapulted onto the front page or the top seller list or something like that. And so I just want to welcome Annie to the program, and I want to say, Annie, congratulations on your new book, The Architecture of Jihad. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much on the congratulations, and it is great to be on your show. It's been a while.
Yes,
we've known each other. We've worked together for a while, and it's good that I finally made it on camera with you.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm really excited. I'm excited for your perspective, your point of view. But the first thing I'd like to talk about is what made you, first of all, how long you've been working on this book, and what made you want to write this, want to get this pen to paper?
Sure. So the idea hit me last year after the 12 Days War. And then I've been pretty much working on it since then, which would be early July of 25. It is a self-published book. It was the fact of, well, good luck getting most publishing companies to want to touch such a controversial topic. So that added to the whole process of getting the book out, but I'm glad it's out. The reason was the 12 Days War. Well, more like the celebration that I witnessed in America after the ceasefire of 12 Days War. As an Iranian American, I was very disappointed when the ceasefire was announced. And then I looked around like, why are my fellow Americans so happy about this? There shouldn't be a ceasefire. And I came to realize because since September 11, a lot of Americans have come to realize there's such a thing as jihad. They call it Islamic terrorism. But it has slowed down. Therefore, there's no real threat. So I realized, as an ex-Muslim who was raised right in the heart of Islamic teaching, from a Quran teacher being my mother and a sheikh being my father, the best way for me is to write a book to show my fellow Americans or anyone who doesn't understand Islam, including many Muslims who don't even understand Islam, that jihad doesn't mean Allahu Akbar, boom, blow it up. Jihad is way more than that. So I broke it into 10 categories of different phases of jihad. In the book, we go over the actual text from Islamic teaching to time of Muhammad, to historic expansion of that specific jihad into our modern day, using real life cases that we have tried on our courts, from Germany to Canada to US to UK to France, you name it. I have those cases in the book. And I conclude each chapter with a practical countermeasure section where a lot of people know and they're like, okay, now what do I do? So this book will tell you exactly what to do without necessarily relying on your lawmakers to reverse this damage and take our country back when it comes to the conquer of Islam.
So it's fascinating because, everybody is watching what's going on in New York with Mondani, and, you see these videos coming out about, the Muslim prayer calls and things like that. I'm actually, we did a whole segment on it, or at least I can't shut up about the video of Mondani in the mayoral office, and I know there's a lot of Muslims there, and they're doing prayer, or they're eating or whatever. And what struck me, Annie, was the lack of furniture. There's a lot of, and so it got me kind of on this deep dive of, wow, furniture. Like I never really thought of furniture being a kind of a Western, and I'm not saying there's not non-Western countries that have furniture or don't have furniture. I know, but I just couldn't get over the fact that there was no furniture in the room, and it just struck me in a way that I'm having trouble describing. But do you understand what I mean?
I absolutely understand what you're saying. You're referring to the video that came out recently. It was a conclusion of Ramadan for Muslims. It was a day or two before the end of Ramadan, and they all gathered there per invitation, mainly Muslims, to join to, celebrate the end of Ramadan. And what you saw, it's not a Western concept to them. So in Islam, part of jihad, which a lot of Muslims will tell you, jihad word itself means a struggle, inner struggle, which is accurate. Part of that struggle is to stay humble and not have fancy homes, cars, technology, furniture, bed. All of that comes with the practice. So you have so much of nothing, the cliche of you'll have nothing and you'll be happy.
Yeah,
that really applies. That literally applies to Islam. You have to live such a zero grounded life that at any moment, if you have to give your life, you're willing to do it, because their understanding, or at least their teaching, is the more you have, the more you're attached to this world. Turning you into a jihadi will become hard. Let's go to Iran, for example. In Islamic Republic of Iran, there are mansions, there are families with full furniture, fancy furniture, average furniture. Some can't afford it, so they have less fancy. But if you go to any of the leaders' homes, you'll notice there's no furniture. There's no bed. If there's a bed, it's a very small, full-size metal bed with a thin mattress. It's part of the training. They call it leading a humble life, just like they call hijab a symbol of modesty. But technically the underlying part is, if you are a true Muslim, you leave life to bare minimum. You don't do anything. So it's more of a kafir or non-believer aspect to them than Western culture, which at the end of the day, Westerners are the highest level of, enemy to Islam. So it makes sense.
Can you tell me a little bit about, I have so many questions, and So I'm going to start here. So what was it like? You lived in Iran until you're 15. So can you please just explain to us first of all what it was like? And you say you left Islam. Did that happen? Because I know there are Christians in Iran, or at least that's what we hear. Obviously, they can't be public about it. But can you tell us a little bit about what happened? What was it like? I know this is a loaded question, but what was it like living in Iran up until you're 15, and then you eventually get here? Can you just tell us your story, I guess?
Of course. So, yes, to answer your questions, there are millions of Christians inside Iran and thousands of underground churches, but yes, all in secret, because the punishment can be anything from life in prison to execution. If you preach your Christianity, then you will be killed. That's for that part. So the aspect of my upbringing in Iran, inside home, around father, portion of my life around my mother, was consumed by Islam. Until age 7, not really. It was just being a kid. But from age 7, starting a school, I had to temporarily wear the hijab to learn how to develop it by the time it becomes mandatory for me. There was a lot of confusion and questions between school and home. Inside home, pretty much by age 8, I started getting prepared to become an adult woman, because at age 9, legally, by the law of the land, I would be an adult woman. So everybody was trying to get me there. From learning the prayer, learning the call to prayer, learning how to fast, doing the dua, wearing the hijab properly. All of that started at age 8, when I received an invitation from my school, on the invitation with a date on when my celebration of adulthood will start at age 9. By age 9, I became an adult woman. Not just me. Every 9-year-old in the country became legally an adult woman. With that comes such as you're an adult person, so any crime you commit, you will face consequences on your own. You'll be punished or tried as an adult. With that comes the fact that now you're an adult, your guardian, your male guardian, which in my case was my father, but if the father isn't there, it could be grandfather, uncle, older brother, depending on the situation. Your male guardian can decide for you to get married and go from there. In my case, my male guardian did not decide for me to become somebody's wife right away, but I started acting up too much. So from age 9, technically 10, because until 10 I was never arrested, but as of age 10 until becoming somebody's wife at age 13, I pretty much got arrested for crimes such as singing publicly, showing my hair from the back of my hijab, not purposely, having nail polish, going to party where boys and girls are all in the same room, sitting in the front seat as a passenger in a taxi, and on and on. With that came the, courts, arrests, detention center, prison time, lashes, until I reached the age of 13, where my father decided it's time for me to become somebody's wife. So I became somebody's wife who was willing to pay the proper price that my father set for me, which was $50 American dollars, and about a month of personal opium use for my father. So I became that guy's wife. I stayed his wife per their terminology. Later in America, I learned that I was his sex slave for about a year and a half, until my grandmother from my mother's side hired smugglers to smuggle me out of the country. At that point, I was 15. I was smuggled out to Turkey, went to UN.
Can I interrupt you?
Absolutely.
You say your grandmother smuggled you, arranged to have you smuggled out of Iran via Turkey. Why? Why do you know why?
Because my grandmother from my mother's side was not a Muslim, was very aware that there's a different life, because she grew up during the life before the Islamic Revolution. And she was pretty set that if I stay, if I don't leave, she's not going to have me for more than a year or two. I will cause a scenario where either my father or my husband will kill me. So in her mind, I had a 50-50 chance of surviving if I left. And that was her last message when she told me when we were done. But when I was about to walk away, she said, don't ever forget where you come from, but you'll never look back. You'll never come back. There's a 50% chance you make it out there. But if you stay here for the next year or two, I'm going to lose you. So go.
Wow. That is harrowing. You talk about how you were prepared for womanhood, or you were officially a woman at age 9. And I think about, my daughter's about to turn 9 in, I don't know, 5 months or so. Just totally different culture. And I know I've heard it. I mean, I know this, but to hear your story puts things in a completely different perspective for me. So go ahead and continue with your story. You get smuggled via Turkey, and tell us how you wound up here.
Sure. So I was smuggled to Turkey, and I went to UN. And believe it or not, it's for a lot of people, this is shocking. But there was a time when UN actually did UN work, and that was luckily my time. I sought asylum in the backpack I had that my grandmother put together. I had all the documentation I needed to prove my case. Got my United Nations asylum approval in about 6 days, and I picked my final destination. And I want to say this because I think this is important for a lot of Americans to know how outsiders look at America. I had no vision. I'm 15. I don't really know world history or countries. So I asked the lawyer at UN, and I said, name a country that they will leave me alone and let me be me, even if I can think half of their man. And the answer was America. So I had 3 options. You could pick 3 destinations. I wrote America on all 3 of them. And they were like, if America doesn't accept you, you need to have a backup country. I was like, I either go there or I don't want to go anywhere. I'm done. I want to go where they let me be me. So, and they did. There were delays for me coming. I spent over 3 years in Turkey as a refugee. Number 1 reason was I was an underage kid with no guardian, and U.S. was not allowing me in the country until I turn 18 or until I find a family in America who's willing to adopt me. Which second case came to after I turned 18, they contacted me and they said my flight has been issued. The second reason, of course, I was the second batch of Middle Eastern refugees to come to America after September 11th. When I finished my first interview at the embassy, September 11th happened. So there was a gap there as well. But I went through embassy, 2 interviews, medical testing, all of that. When I received my I-94 visa, which is an asylum seeker visa that never expires, I got my Welcome to United States of America package, got on my flight, flew from Istanbul, Turkey to Frankfurt, Germany to Miami, Florida to Chicago, where my story in America started. And I was 18 at that point.
Okay, so you get to America. What's your first impression? So that's and feel free to take it wherever you want to go. And then I'm curious, when did you reject Islam, or when did you leave? I guess technically you could say you started to leave when you literally left Iran, but when did you say, okay, Islam is not for me?
So funny story. I rejected Islam at age 9. In order to be a full adult Muslim, you have to say the Shahada. On the day I referred to, where there was a ceremony for all 9-year-olds across the country to receive our certification of adulthood, in the room, I did not repeat the Shahada after the Imam. I didn't. So by definition, I never became a Muslim. I was labeled a Muslim in an Islamic country by birth, but I didn't. And the reason I rejected it at that moment was because when I was being prepared around between 8 and 9, and I'm constantly told I need to learn these verses for my prayer and these verses for call to prayer in Arabic, where my mother tongue is Farsi. And at some point I turn, I'm like, wait, if this guy created me, why is he not bilingual? And why do I have to become bilingual? And the answer I received was all I needed, even as a kid, to realize something is off. And the answer was basically I got hit in the face, followed by, you don't question Allah. was like, oh, okay. So I barely can read and write my own mother tongue, and you expect me to learn a secondary language now. And it was frustrating because I would mispronounce and I would get frustrated, and then my dad would be very mad at me, and his hands were a little loose on the slapping. So I never said the Shahada. So I know I'm not even an ex-Muslim, but I'm labeled an ex-Muslim because I was born in a country that everybody born is a stamped Muslim. Now, as a more of a figure of realizing this thing is not even a religion, was probably about a year or so before my escape, when everything formed in my head, when I faced it all. When my father was selling me, I asked him, why would you do that? And I even tried to make threats, like, I'm going to go to the police. And he opened the Quran and he read me from Quran chapter 4, verse 3, said, look, if he can afford the proper price for you, he can have you. And from there, I was like, wait, so I'm an adult at 9. This country lashed me under the name of Quran, telling me that everything I committed is punishable by lashing or prison time. Now my father's selling me, telling me
you were given lashes, correct?
Yes. At different occasions, different numbers. One time I was sentenced to 75 lashes. My grandmother, again, came to rescue. She purchased 50 of them, but I had to serve 25. Another time I was sentenced to 35, and none of them were purchasable, so I had to serve all of them. Based on my calculation, early on, 10 years ago, I was lashed over 100 times. Different occasions, but over 100 times. And I want to be very clear, I was lashed. I was not whipped. So don't have the image that I have this messed up, scarred skin on my back. I don't. I was lashed, which is basically like a belt that they hit you with. I'm not trying to undermine it. Trust me, it hurts like hell. But some people automatically think like, oh, her back is all like messed up. No, I wasn't whipped. I was lashed. But
well,
yes,
I appreciate the context there. I think that's good. Okay, so you get to Miami, and what was your impression?
The Miami moment, honestly, the only thing I can remember, it was about 8 or so hours inside the airport. First thing, they put us all, very respectfully, they put us all in a room when we landed from Germany. And an immigration officer walked in and said, one by one, they're going to take us. We're going to do a final interview. We're going to have to go through some process. And my process was just a verification or identification, my flight process, and then they did a fingerprint, handprint, footprint, eye laser scan, and confirm my identity, who I am and everything. And 2 officers, because it was my connection flight. I was flying to my final destination, Chicago, next morning. And they walked me to a motel very close to the airport. I was locked in the motel room that night. When I say locked, yes, the door was actually locked. And it wasn't they were mistreating me. They wanted to make sure they're not losing an 18-year-old who hasn't made it to her final destination to be handed over. The only thing I remember was am I here? During that 8 hours or so, am I going to make it out of that door? Are they going to deport me? Did some Muslim kill somebody yesterday? Now they're going to deport all of us. And when I finally made it out of that door, I stepped back and I said, it's like a sauna out there. It was August.
Oh, wow.
I was like, it's like a sauna out there. So they actually gave me a bottle of water, and then I stepped out again. And to be honest, I was lost between excitement and absolute terrifying thought of, okay, we made it, but now what? That was my very first impression in Miami. But I did crash pretty good that night. I fell asleep like a baby. They had to wake me up in the morning so I wouldn't miss my flight. They actually knocked at my door, the agents. They're like, ma'am, we got to get you to your flight. And I was like, I have no idea what they're saying, but I guess I need to wake up. I should probably say I landed in Miami knowing the following words: America, mispronounced as America. I knew dollar because I was purchased through dollar. And hello, I did know how to say hello.
So when did you think, you said you came here, you picked here from the UN because you were under the impression that America will let you be you or be free. When did you think, okay, yeah, that's right, I'm going to be able to be myself? Like, was there a moment when you realized I made the right choice?
Yes, it was. It was. That moment was far from my arrival, but that moment happened early, I want to say October of 2015. In early October 2015, I was walking to work. My work was very close to my home, so I was walking, and I grabbed my phone, and I recorded a video. Back then, Facebook didn't have live streaming yet. You had to record and post. While walking to work, I recorded a video, very upset, and I said, those who are watching, I need to correct Hussein Obama. The morning of that day, Obama went to a mosque and he said, let me be very clear, Islam is part of America. And I was so heavily triggered with that video that I made my own video saying, Islam cannot be part of anything. It will start as being part of it and then it will consume it. I stopped recording, posted it, went to work. And when I left work, I came to realize that video has gone viral with over 5 million views, and my friend request is blowing up, and my messenger is blowing up, and my boss called me saying, you have to make a decision. I was like, what do you mean? It's like, you either come back to work tomorrow or you're going to have to continue the fight you just started this morning.
Wow.
And that moment was when I realized, wait, you came to America for this very reason, not for the fight, but for the chance to pick the fight. So I thanked him for understanding. I resigned immediately, and 11 years later, here we are.
Wow.
That was the moment I realized, yes, I can be labeled and I can carry bounties, but I can still be the outspoken survivor of Sharia to warn my fellow Americans inside America. And the government is not going to arrest me, and the government is not going to torture me, and the government most certainly isn't going to hang me at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Wow. It's an incredible story. Last question about your background. Do you still keep in contact with your grandmother or your mother or your father? Do you know where they are or if they're doing okay?
Grandmother. She died of natural causes in 2008. Father. I like to refer to him as my male guardian because he doesn't deserve the word father. He passed away about 7 months or so after I arrived in America. So that would have been early March of 2003. And mother passed away. She lost her battle to cancer in 2018.
Wow.
Yes. Do I still have family members in Iran? I do. Most have either disowned me from the father's side. From the mother's side, for their own safety, they cut all ties with me because when I started doing this, I could do it in America, but any ties to me inside Iran would have created problem for them. So they all cut ties with me.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so this was I think a really needed interview in the context of the situation, considering what's going on in the Middle East right now. Obviously, you've painted a picture of a civilizational clash that is ongoing, and I want to talk more about your book here in a minute, because I really don't want to lose light of that. The ideology, the law, the global strategy driving Islam's multi-front expansion, and I understand the foreword written by Dr. Bill Warner. As a matter of fact, I know I've interviewed Bill Warner probably 10 years ago when I was on radio. I think he even came to Arkansas one time, and I got to sit down and really learned a lot from him. Specifically about the Crusades. They're just fascinating examples of how we've been lied to about that in a lot of ways. But I wanted to go back to something that you said at the beginning of the interview here. You said something about the 12-day war. That's when you started to write the book, or you had the idea, and people were excited when the ceasefire happened, and you were not excited with the ceasefire. So I'd like to understand. I think I know the answer to this as somebody who's come out of this, as we just talked about the millions of Christians who are living underground there. But I just want you to know, Annie, like one of the reasons I voted for President Trump personally, one of those reasons was because I did not want to go to another war in the Middle East. Specifically, don't want American soldiers, boots on the ground in the Middle East. And now we're here, and I pray for our troops. I hope that they're kept safe, and that's kind of where I'm coming from on it. That's my hesitancy with all of this. But I want to get your perspective because obviously the audience just heard your entire story, your entire testimony. And so you may have a totally different point of view or a slightly different point of view. So tell us, go ahead and talk about the 12-day war, but talk about what's going on now. Like, what's your position on this?
Let me start by saying I am with you on that 100%. Last year during 12 days war, this year, my stance has been we need to stay out of it. Not because this is not our fight. I want to be very clear. Islam has been at war with humanity for 1400 years. And I have documented that in my book. So this is not my bad experiences with Islam. This is documentation. Islamic Republic of Iran's regime has been at war with America for 47 years. Again, where did we start with Iran? They took our citizens, our employees from our embassy inside Tehran, held them hostages for 444 days. Some testified later that they were tortured, they were starved, they faced mocked executions. They picked this war with us from day one. This happened in 1979. The hostages were released early 1980. So they started this war with America. So when I said we need to stay out of it, it's not because I'm in some denial bubble saying this isn't our fight. No, it is. But the reason I said we need to stay out of it, two reasons. Number one, Israel was handling it perfectly. They were doing just fine. They had a plan. They worked on their plan for years. They have Mossad agents who know the streets and alleys and back alleys inside Iran and Tehran. We didn't need to go in. But I agree with you. Now we're there every day. I pray for our troops. I pray for President Trump. I pray for Pete Hegseth to make the right call, right decision. All of that matters. But I want to make sure you understand that I did not want America involved either. Number two, the second reason, respectfully, I love America and I will fight for America to my last breath. However, American foreign policy has always been a disaster in the Middle East.
Yes.
That's the second reason I said we should stay out of it. This isn't about President Trump. This is about American foreign policy. Even if we go to war with Iran, the outcome might possibly be a disaster. So let's stay out of it. All that being said, the 12 days war, all 12 days, as I was reporting, I kept saying, we need to stay out of it. We need to stay out of it. And every time I was asked why regarding 12 days war, I said, if we get involved, we're going to go for a ceasefire. And look what we have achieved with Gaza and Hamas during all of these ceasefires. Absolutely nothing. Every time we got a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, we ended up buying time for Hamas. They went back, regrouped, came back stronger until we reached October 7th. We're going to play the same pattern with the regime. And we kind of are, because we got them a ceasefire last year, and we're kind of negotiating with them now. And if this negotiation ends up with another ceasefire, we just recreated the failed pattern with Hamas. We just recreated that with Hamas's grandpa, which is IRGC. And I'm worried that all of these ceasefires are going to finally achieve the American October 7th that IRGC has been talking about for almost 7 years now. I'm sorry, 6 years now.
You're talking about another 9/11 Black Swan type event. That's what you're worried about here on American soil?
Yes, but way larger and bigger. From what I've been tracking through IRGC, we're not talking about one attack, and I'm not undermining what happened on September 11 at all. But the coordination based on the number they have inside America, there's a potential for 7 attacks of 75 attacks of 7-man groups across America at the same time. And we can all thank Biden for this one for sure. Absolutely for sure. But the confirmed number of sleeper cells of IRGC, now I want your audience to understand, when we say Hamas, we say Houthis, we say Hezbollah, they're all IRGC. That's where they get their funding. That's where they get their training. That's where they get their weapons. And I also want you to pay attention that it is confirmed that IRGC has had a deal with the Mexican cartel for not a year or two, but again, over 10 years of collaboration and partnership. That's for anyone who thinks, why did I say thanks to Biden? That border cartel, IRGC, a sleeper cells slipped in. That's the connection. But yes, that is what I'm concerned, that if we keep allowing the Islamic regime and IRGC to breathe, we will end up where Israel did on October 7th.
Well, so there's a lot there. I just wonder about. Well, let me ask you this, because I've had a different. Maybe, I don't know if it's a different theory, but I've often wondered, in a theocracy like Iran, and again, you grew up there, you were there until you were 15. In a theocracy like Iran, I've often wondered if the people at the top really believe what it is they preach to keep the masses in line and in control. And I'd like to get your opinion on that. And what I mean by that is, does self-preservation factor in to the leaders of Iran? And I know right now, we've had the Ayatollah's been killed, and the next Ayatollah's been killed, and I understand that, but just in terms of, well, let's just take the nuclear narrative, the narrative that if Iran did get a nuke, they would use it, which would mean the total end of their civilization, one way or another, their entire civilization, their standard of living, which I'm sure is quite nice if they want it to be, right? If they don't want to, just sleep on a metal bed like you were saying earlier. So I guess my question is, because we are told that they are a theocracy, which they are, but that they are crazy, okay? Like, they're not just evil, but they're also crazy and, wanting to bring about the end of the world. And I certainly know that is taught, but do you think the leaders at the top really believe that the way we're told here in America?
They do, yes. And I would say even when what you hear in America is the sugar-coated version of them. And I give you some examples. Now, let me talk about nuke, you said. I have been one of the voices that has always said, if Iran, Iran already has nuke, but that's an argument we can have another time. But based on scenario here, if Iran comes to have nuclear weapon, they are not, I repeat, they are not going to use it on Israel. Their own teaching, their own text commands the Holy Land, Israel, to not be contaminated. It has to stay clean. There is no way they're going to nuke Israel, because that will defeat the purpose of their fight. So that's for that. Will they nuke America? Absolutely. But do they have that capability today? That was not the urgency that needed us to go into the country or the region, for that matter. Now back to the leaders. We have had cases inside Iran during the first supreme leader. I don't mean the one that just was killed, the first one in 79, Khomeini, to the next one, Khamenei, who have issued fatwas, being judgment, against their own loved ones when they stepped out of the line. They've done that.
So, so that would be the answer to my question, because, I mean, if you're going to do that to your own kids, right, then, yeah, I mean, if you're ever going to pull your punches and not be consistent with whatever your dogma or theology is, when your kids are now going to be, subject to the death or torture or whatever, yeah, so if they're willing to do it to their own kids, then that would answer my question.
And we can even go further. When there were rumors that Iran or IRGC has named Khamenei's son as the new supreme leader, of course, I addressed that. That's a very complicated explanation. But the very first thing that came out the first moment was the fact that Khamenei, the supreme leader himself, has made it very clear that if they do kill me, you cannot put my son in power. He already dethroned the son before dying, because based on Sharia, that is not allowed. The son does not have the qualifications of a supreme leader based on Sharia. Therefore, if you put him in power just because you're desperate, you're breaking the law of Islam, and I will not accept that. See, that's they're willing to take power away from their own kids if it doesn't apply under Sharia. But we need to be also very clear. These are the top leaders. This doesn't apply to all members of government. There are those inside Iran or any other Islamic government who end up being punished by a higher level because they kind of exclude themselves from all of it. It applies to the people, but not them. So I don't want to put a big brush that all of them follow Sharia to the T, but those who don't always end up being punished by the top leaders, at least inside Iran.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. So I mean, I certainly, and I know you hope you're wrong as well on potential attacks here and that sort of thing. Do you think we're going to send ground troops? I would assume you agree with me that you don't want ground troops to go in?
No, I don't. Do I think we will at this point? Truth be told, I hope I don't offend too many of your audience, but nobody can read where Trump is going with this. Nobody can. We are going from really harsh threats to, well, they gave us a gift. Let me give them 5 days. Why don't I expand it to 10 days? And then day 2, we hit them. It's, who knows? However, I do pray every day that we do not go for boots on the ground. Let me tell you, yes, number one, I don't want our soldiers to have to face what they're going to face if they step into Iran. I don't know if you covered it. I don't know if your audience have heard it, but this is not a new thing. But IRGC just renewed an old order of Iran-Iraq war that now they're drafting boys as young as 12 and up to fight. Our soldiers are going to have to face kids as soldiers. The trauma of Iraq and Afghanistan is plenty for them. I don't want them to have to face that. Now, on the Iranian side of me, I'm concerned because, one, I know why IRGC did this. They're hoping the Iranian people who are against IRGC are going to be forced to fight for IRGC in place of their kids, which is even worse because then I have to watch my fellow Iranians and fellow Americans fight each other over something that doesn't need to happen. We do not need to go inside. There is no need for boots on the ground. There isn't. I still say we've done a great job. We've done an amazing job. It is time to step back and let Israel finish them. And furthermore, let the Iranian people come back on the streets and finish it themselves. But nobody's asking me for advice, so I just keep it to myself.
No, I understand. It is, man, it's such a complex situation. All right, so let's talk about your book again, The Architecture of Jihad, and it is the Inside the Ideology, Law, and Global Strategy Driving Islam. So, and I learned this, back in the day, but a lot of people forget the nation of Egypt, right? Used to be a Christian country, and via immigration, it now no longer is, or it's certainly not what it once was. So what are your thoughts on this? Immigration's a big part of this, right? I've been told a lot of people like to think that America has magic soil, or they don't say it like this, but this is how I would describe it: that anybody can be an American, and I know this, and I know you're from Iran, you're now an American. and you've obviously, assimilated in that sort of thing, and that's good. But not everybody does that, Annie. And we're in a situation, if we just look at New York, okay, this is a conquered country. It's a conquered nation. And it's not just with Islam, although I know that's what we're going to focus here. But I mean, you've got 90-foot tall monkey statues in Texas now, that are of other lowercase g gods, right? So, I mean, you look around America in a lot of different areas, and it looks like we lost a war. And in New York, that's certainly true when you're now hearing the call to prayer over, public loudspeakers. So immigration, right? That is a key tool for how Islam spreads, correct?
Absolutely. So, as I said in the book, actually, I'm sorry. Can I say something when you said, I don't
Yes.
know, apparently somebody said everybody can be American. No. I know Americans who were born in America and still aren't Americans. We call them liberals.
Yes.
Just saying. No, it's actually very hard to be American. Very hard. I call myself a very proud American. And I say that because regardless of who's in the office, I don't lose vision. The vision is the Constitution, not the man, not the party, not the law. It is the Constitution. If you do not respect the American Constitution, you do not get to call yourself an American. And furthermore, if you're not willing to stand for the most unique Constitution ever written in human history, you're definitely not American. Okay. I can now answer your question.
Okay.
I just had to get that out of my system because I don't like it. Like, it's so easy to be like.
No, I
everybody can be
appreciate. I so appreciate that you're confirming what I say. And I guess this modern liberalism has adopted this concept that anybody can be an American, and we can just let everybody come here, and that's obviously not the case, because if you're bringing another culture and you're going to then use our system, and there are some cultures that just are not compatible with America, that was fundamentally based on really just a bunch of countries that had already learned to live together because they'd fought each other for hundreds of years in Western Europe. I mean, that was the backbone of what created the country that we have now, and now it's been changed. It's been systematically changed, and for whatever reason, I think New York City kind of puts that myth to rest. What's going on in New York City right now destroys this 20th century idea where anybody can be an American. That's obviously not the case. So,
Absolutely, yes. And let's not forget Dearborn, Michigan.
or Minnesota. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. But to answer your question, yes, immigration, jihad, which the phrase used by Islam is hijrah, is absolutely one of the main players. So the way I broke this in the book, we have two main categories, which is the classical jihad, and then you have the modern jihad. Now, just because we call them modern doesn't mean they're not rooted in Islam and Muhammad didn't practice them. It's just that they have found their modern way of practicing rather than the old way of practicing. And migration jihad is under the classical jihad. Historically, well, let's start with the text itself. In the text in the Quran, you find where it says, migrate to spread Islam. I'm giving you the short version of the verse, but it's there. And then there's Muhammad, who migrated from Mecca to Medina because he was failing Mecca and he didn't have the power. So he migrated to Medina. Now, this is where it might be interesting for anyone who still thinks these ceasefires have a meaning, or even Abraham Accords have any meanings. Muhammad migrated from Mecca to Medina, not as a refugee, not as someone who was escaping persecution. No, he made a deal with the government of Medina. In return, they would give him safe haven and his people in Medina. When he arrived in Medina, he broke every promise, every agreement, built his first mosque ever, and built his military inside it. We call it hudna. In translation of English, is deception during time of war. A Muslim is allowed to shake your hand as a kafir, agree to all your terms for as long as they need to regroup and become strong enough to come back and take you out. That's another form of jihad, where they will sign any peace deal you put in front of them. And that's what we've been experiencing also with Hamas. But yes, Mohammed has started migration from there. Historically, migration has conquered plenty of lands. And today in America, I would say second most applied jihad is migration. The first one is political jihad. The first major jihad we're facing in America is political jihad.
Okay, expand on that. What do you mean by that, political jihad?
So political jihad is when you enforce, well, the modern day of it is Hussein Obama, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Keith Allison, Zohran Mamdani. When a Sharia
Isn't John Brennan a Muslim now too?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Okay, so I'm just throwing him in there as well.
Oh, no, if you want to name names, it's a long list. As we speak right now, before we head to midterm, as we speak, over 280 Sharia-obeying Muslim are in offices in America from local, state, and federal. 280 plus of them. And that is political jihad. When you start with smaller numbers, you start coming in, you infiltrate enough seats, local, state, or federal, enough seats to be taken by you until you become majority in numbers. Then you don't call for peace anymore. You just flip all the laws and start obeying Sharia, or at least enforcing Sharia, that is. So that's the major one we're facing since 2018. So Obama did what Obama did. And that's a topic we can talk about I can talk about Obama Islamization of America for a good 48 hours. Maybe I should write a book about it. But anyhow, after Obama from 2018, they started testing it with Ilhan and Rashida, trained and mentored by Keith Allison. Now, let me remind your audience, Keith Allison was not born a Muslim. Keith Allison is a convert to Islam. And the reason I bring this up is there is no difference. When you accept the system of Islam, it doesn't matter if you converted to it, if you were born and raised in it, if you came to it at age 60, the system dictates the same behavior. You see the same behavior from Keith Allison that you saw from Hussein Obama, that you see from Ilhan Omar. So right now we're facing, but so far based on my putting together, we are facing about another 30 to 35 candidates hitting us on midterm. So right now that's the number one jihad, political jihad, as they try to conquer our offices, local, state, and federal. And the second one is migration jihad. Those are the two fastest growing jihad we're facing in America. And most people, again, have no idea they even exist.
So I would say that if you look at Europe, I think at the beginning of President Trump's term, second term, you had Vice President J.D. Vance talking about the speech controls in Europe. Then I think Marco Rubio, a month or two ago, did the same thing at a speech in Europe. So this coming, I guess the first laws are going to be, or you feel free to respond, but would that be accurate? Like maybe their first political goals would be to start limiting speech?
Absolutely. We already have Ilhan Omar, who pushed the bill or introduced the bill of anti-Islamophobia, global anti-Islamophobia. She pushed it on the floor in 2021. The moment there is enough majority of them to vote it in, what do you think they're going to do? Immediately, anti-Islamophobia bill is going to become a law. Just like it happened in Canada. I was invited in 2017 to an event in Canada to speak on motion, what was motion M103 back then, anti-Islamophobia in Canada. We did what we could to help them understand, but it ended up being a law. In Canada right now, there's a law that stops you. Like if I'm banned from entering Canada. I can go to visit, but I'm not allowed to attend any events in Canada because I'm labeled the anti-Sharia speaker. It is illegal for me to go to Canada, even as an American. It's not allowed for me to go to Canada and say the things I'm saying right now on your show.
Wow.
And the bill is sitting right now. You can just look it up. Rashida Tlaib, 2021, Anti-Islamophobia Global Act. The bill is sitting there. They just need enough numbers to push it and turn it into law. And then I need to, I don't know, I'll find a new career, no problem.
I actually don't think you'll stop speaking. Honestly, I don't think any of us will. Then we also have what's going on in Minnesota in the fraud. So that kind of, to me, goes in with the immigration. Like when we saw the reporting from Nick Shirley, we saw all this fraud, this generational wealth. Like, so the average American right now is struggling. We have high prices, and there's so much at play here. And I don't really know what comes first, the chicken or the egg. I know in the mid-level ranks of your liberals, progressives, or communists, they're diehard believers in their. It's a religious fervor to them, not necessarily Islam, but the wokeness, the hey, we've got to come in and we got to bring these third world immigrants into our country, and we've got to make them business owners, right? They wouldn't be business owners otherwise, but we'll make them business owners because then we can say, see, the third worlders are just these hardworking Americans that own their own businesses, which is a whole lot of work. And there's a whole lot of work there, but we're struggling. The average American is struggling, and then the government is giving these people generational wealth to really sit at home and just spend time with their families. By the way, wouldn't that be nice? And it's all done in the name of multiculturalism. I mean, to your point, I mean, we now have that. I would say that's also political jihad. You have Minnesota is a union of the political and the immigration, because you're using the political system to make the immigration process easier. Not only it's desirable, it's always been desirable to come to America, but it sure as heck is desirable if you're going to come here and get a fake business and all of this money, and you can have all the leering sinners you want, right? I mean, do you see what I'm talking about? That there's a union there between the political and the immigration.
Yes, but actually this is where I'm going to introduce two other faces of jihad for you. One is financial jihad. One is missionary jihad. They both support the other two fronts. So missionary jihad, part of it is actually the interfaith dialogue. I'm sure you've discussed that with other people before. The other part of it is...
No, stop right there. I actually haven't, but I think I know what interfaith dialogue is, but can you give us a definition of that?
Of course, interfaith dialogue is the new cool thing where pastors come into their congregation and say, listen, I want you to go to this mosque and listen to this wonderful imam who believes in Jesus, just like with you. And if you like, just join him, leave Christianity and become Muslim. I'm not even over-exaggerating, people. That's exactly how interfaith dialogue works. Not a single imam sends a Muslim to church. Churches send their congregation to imams to tell them how Muhammad perfected the Christ's words. Blasphemy.
So that you are not far off at all. So we actually here in Arkansas, where I live in my little corner of northeast Arkansas, there is a mosque here. Yes. And the woke Presbyterian church, and I'm pointing this way, is literally right up the road from where I'm pointing. I knew a guy who was, and I am Presbyterian, but I'm not a part of that particular denomination. I'm a part of another one that is conservative confessional. But anyway, what I'm saying is he actually left that church. He was giving it, they are already kind of woke in a lot of ways, but he was very, very, this guy, he's since passed away, bless his heart, but he was very attuned with the dangers of Islam, the infiltration of it, very, very engaged in that. And the pastor had a joint service with the mosque, and they all went to the mosque. So this is happening all over. And that was a bridge too far for him, and he left and he went and joined a church that, doesn't believe that is good, right? So to your point, it is happening, this interfaith nonsense is, and it's really just universalism, and it'll send you to hell. So be
Pretty
careful
much.
of that.
They also call it Chrislam. The new name for it apparently is Chrislam. It's been growing for a while. I've been covering it for over a decade, but now openly Chrislam is growing, which again, a different topic for another time. But I suggest if you are a follower of Christ, read the Quran. If you don't want to do that, if you don't mind me plugging my Substack, I wrote a Substack titled Jesus of Nazareth versus Jesus of Islam. I give you all of it. It's almost, I think, 12 pages, 12 pages of Substack. I gave you word
what's your
by word.
Substack? Go ahead and tell people what it is.
liveuptofreedom.substack.com.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, on that, I know we're talking about your book and everything, but I think, well, this would be a great. I don't think I ever got a full answer to the question. And so, are you a believer? Are you a Christian now?
Absolutely. I was saved by him 9 years ago on a stage at
Praise
a
the
Stone
Lord.
Church in Chicago.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you expand on that a little bit? Like, how were you drawn to Christ, or how did Christ draw you to Himself?
That was a very fun story. I shouldn't laugh. I'm not even proud of it. But because of that Substack, the Jesus of Nazareth versus Jesus of Islam, I grew up knowing Jesus, right? We call him Isa. I grew up knowing this guy. And I hate him just as much as I hate Muhammad. I don't want to have anything to do with Isa. I come to America. I should tell you this first. I'm agnostic. I didn't come to Islam, and I'm done with Islam, but I don't really know what I'm doing until I get a phone call shortly after I arrived saying, your father died. And I'm like, how did he die? They're like, in his sleep. I hung up the phone. I'm like, there's no God. We're done. Let's go atheism. Because that man could not die peacefully in his sleep. So I go down the path of atheism first for a while, but then my logic keeps kicking in of, you don't really believe in this, do you? Like big bang, poof, something happened? No. So I went back to being agnostic. And Lord puts the first true Christian in my life as my boss, Dr. Jamie Glazov, the editor of Front Page Mag and the host of the Glazov Gang. And he hires me as his producer. And we start seeing each other once a week to do the show, all that. He starts telling me about Jesus. And I'm like, face was answering him. He's very patient. He continues. It's like, maybe you want to hear about his love. I'm like, no, thanks. Then he buys me a gift and he just gives it to me. It's like, do what you want to do with it. I come home, open the gift. It's the New Testament. I throw it on my desk. I'm like, oh, these Christians are worse than Muslims. They just want to convert you. I'm sorry. I don't know better like that. And then Lord puts the next person in my life, a female, who is now my mama bear. She's amazing. I've grown to literally adore her like a mother. And once in a while I'm talking or I finish something. She's like, you're a Christian. You just don't know it yet. I'm like, oh, here we go again. I kept denying. I kept running. And this goes on for a good probably 5 years. And Will Johnson, who's great friend, calls me one day, say, hey, Annie, I'm putting together this, rally in Sacramento. Do you want to be one of the speakers? Tell your story. I'm like, sure. So we go to Sacramento. I get behind the microphone. I get like 15 minutes. We talk. It's 118 degrees. We're all melting over there. Finish the speech. And somebody screams in the middle of my speech saying, burn down all the mosques. And I'm like, no, don't burn them down. This is America. We don't burn things down. We build things up. Get in there and have a conversation with them. I step off the stage and one of the security guys comes to me and said, you're a follower, aren't you? I'm like, I'm a what? No, what? Follower of what? It's like, you're a Christian, right? I'm like, no, sir, I'm not. It's like, what you just said up there, that's a Christian word. You could have go with the crowd and say, yeah, let's go burn them down. I'm like, okay, you all need to stop telling me I'm a Christian. Next event happens at a Stone Church. I get on a stage, I start talking to the room. I get to the sentence of my father sold me for this much and go for a crack a joke of how much did he love me? $50, that is. And as I said that sentence, I physically felt a hand grabbing my heart, slowing down my heartbeat enough for me not to hear it anymore. And then in my left ear, I heard, "That's okay. Your Heavenly Father loves you." That was not something I could fight anymore, Paul.
Wow.
I couldn't fight that anymore. That was it. I'm like, you got me. Fine, I won't fight you. I won't run from you.
But that you're saying that happened while you were giving the speech. You had this experience where you knew that there was a God in heaven who loves you while you're giving a speech. What was that like? And what did you do after that realization? After you got off the stage, did you go to somebody? Did you talk to somebody?
Not immediately, and that's the beauty of it. That video, that speech, was recorded and given to me, and I posted that on YouTube, and it became my very first ever viral video with like 1.6 million views, including many comments from Muslims listening to that speech and going, Again, it's all him, right? I didn't know. I finished the speech. I stepped off the stage. I went outside, and I knew he got me, but I was still trying to see if I can find anything to turn that into a delusion. Maybe I'm tired. I'm hearing, like, can I find something that's not what I think it is? Took me about a week.
It's that's interesting, and the answer is no.
I couldn't.
And
I tried for a week.
Yep.
I couldn't.
It's been called irresistible grace, or you could just say, well, God, God's not a punk. He the sheep hear his voice. But go ahead, continue.
Yes. Now, it took me a week, and I reached out to a dear friend who also, though I knew him for a very short period of time, but he came to be the closest thing I ever had to a father on earth, the late Phil Haney. I called him. So, Phil, this happened. I don't know what's happening, but something happened. And he talked to me. He talked to me. He didn't explain it. He carried me over from resisting to accepting, by mainly telling me don't worry, he's not expecting you to. My translation was, okay, now I have this God, he's going to expect me to do things. What are those things? Because I don't want to be a slave again. I don't want to be a half a human again. I don't want any of that. So Phil explained to me that he's not going to ask you to do anything. You just surrender to him. And from there, my mama bear bought me my very first copy of Bible, taught me how to study the Bible. My other, Michael Lauer. Michael bought me a Christmas gift, a Farsi Bible, where he knew I'm struggling to fully understand the English Bible. So he bought me a Farsi Bible. And from there, I read and I learned, and I found me a great home church. And yeah, life's great.
Wow. Praise the Lord. Thank you so much for sharing that part of your testimony. Of course. So we're going to have to make this is going to definitely just need to be a standalone video. I'm certainly going to cut it that way, because I've really enjoyed hearing your story from Iran, and from Iran, from Islam to Christianity, and now you're being used to warn our country about political Islam, immigration, all of that stuff. I know you have to go, because I know we've gone over the hour that we had scheduled you to be here, but I do want to make sure that you get the last word on your book, and I want people to go buy it if they want to read further. And I feel like this interview is going to do what it's designed to do, which is pique people's interest in your book. But did we not cover anything that you wanted to cover? I just want to make sure that we've covered what you want to cover, Ani.
I appreciate you having me on, and thank you. Yes, I think we covered everything. The only thing I want to tell your audience is, if you have any unease feelings, there's a lot going on around us, and I agree. Sometimes it's confusing, sometimes it's terrifying, sometimes it's making no sense. But you heard my testimony. Took me years, many years, too long, to realize that I didn't go through hell alone. He carried me through it and made sure that not only I'll make it, but I will make it back to him. When I'm asked to describe myself, I say I'm a child of God who was raised by the devil, but returned home to my Father. Remember that when you have that unease feeling. Remember that when you're getting angry, when you want to attack your neighbor, when you want to call somebody names. Remember all of that. That person, that individual, their actions, God is in control, and you don't need to waste your precious energy on negative. Stay with him, do your part, and he'll take care of the rest. I promise you, I'm right here, alive, giving you the testimony. He took care of it. He'll take care of you too.
And you know, your testimony is, I'll summarize it. It is not difficult for God to walk a tightrope on your behalf. I couldn't walk a tightrope, but the Lord can, and He does it literally all the time, constantly. Your book, again, is The Architecture of Jihad. How inside the ideology of law and gospel strategy driving Islam's multi-front expansion. You see the cover there, and you can get it. I already posted the link in the LFA chat, and it also is in the link of the YouTube, this particular YouTube video as well. We'll make sure it gets in the other following videos. Annie,
and if I could add,
yes,
just in case, if any of your audience would like a signed copy, those are available on my website. You can get those on Amazon, liveuptofreedom.com. As if you like to pick up a signed copy, you can go there and order your signed copies.
All right, liveuptofreedom.com. You see it in the background there, liveuptofreedom.com. Annie, I hope you have a great weekend, and I'd love to have you back on the program soon, especially as these developments continue with Iran and the war going on there. God bless you, and thank you so much.
Absolutely, my pleasure. Stay safe, stay fearless, and I look forward to coming back on your program.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. I appreciate it.
This is a fan-generated show. If you'd like to support us, please go to jamieglazoff.com. Also, don't forget to subscribe to our new Rumble channel. All your support is greatly appreciated.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thrilled to announce the release of my new book, United in Hate, The Left's Romance with Tyranny, Terror, and Hamas. There's a reason why Mike Huckabee calls it nothing short of prophetic, while Professor Jason Hill says that it's worthy of becoming a classic. Order it now at Amazon.com or FrontPageMag.com. Thank you, and may God bless you. Good evening. Welcome to the Glazoff Gang. Tonight, a super fantastic program with a super fantastic guest. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember we're a fan-generated program. We're also a shadow banned program and a persecuted program. So we need all the help we can get. Please subscribe to our show on YouTube and on Rumble. Press instant notifications. Excuse me. Tell all your friends and family about our show. Go to jamieglazoff.com. Check us out there. Subscribe to our newsletter. There's a donate button there that's probably the most important thing to press on. At Jamie Glazoff on X, Facebook, and Instagram. Most importantly, there's a site called liveuptofreedom.com. It's founded and run by a very, very wonderful woman called Annie Cyrus. Support her there. And by coincidence, what an honor and privilege to have with us this evening, Ina's Annie Cyrus. She's the founder of Live Up to Freedom, the producer of one of the best shows on the internet, in my opinion, The Glazoff Gang. And she's the author of a new and brilliant, unique book, The Architecture of Jihad, Inside the Ideology, Law, and Global Strategy Driving Islam's Multi-Front Expansion. Annie, what an honor to have you here.
Honor is always mine, Jamie. Thank you.
Well, let us begin, Annie. I've been reading your book for a while now, just brilliant. I've never seen anything like it. Let's begin with this. A very wise man by the name of Trevor Loudon has written, Annie Cyrus has produced the clearest, most engaging, and beautifully written expose of Islam's systematic plan for global domination I have ever read. A must-read and a timeless manual for all who seek to preserve Western civilization. Now that's quite a compliment. Alex Newman has written Essential Reading. This is the most comprehensive and well-documented resource I have ever seen outlining this existential threat to liberty and civilization. Forward of the book written by Bill Warner. Annie, I could go on and on. I have a lot of good things to say about it as well, but I'm not on those scholars' level. Before we just begin our discussion, tell us about just all this amazing critical acclaim and praise that your work has received.
Well, thank you. It's been humbling, for sure. It's also, to be very blunt, it is all very surreal. Of course, you know, when you, especially someone like me, you work on your first book, the concern is not, am I going to sell enough? Is anybody going to care? Do I have grammar errors? The number one concern is, am I listening close enough to write what Lord wishes for me to write? And then after that, the concern is, we have so many scholars and leading voices in this very topic that regardless of the fact that I come from experience of this, they've been like Dr. Bill Warner, I refer to him as the godfather of this movement. He's the first voice, and Robert Spencer, Trevor Loudon, Alex Newman, Dr. Jamie Glazoff, who's my mentor, who motivated me and gave me the inspiration I needed to even pick up that pen and start writing. So that was there. I was like, what is the feedback? So I have been very honored by all the words that I want to say. I don't take these words lightly. I don't. I take every single one of these words to heart. I stay humble, and it's just encouraging to know that maybe, just maybe in the future, there might even be a second book.
Wow. Well, thank you, Annie. Look, a lot of times when I've been reading about Islam throughout my life, and I've been doing that since I was about 13 years old, and I don't want to talk about how long ago that was. But I've been reading about Islam and jihad, and it's evil and it's bad, and I'm not minimizing that. It's just that things are pretty much the same. And all of a sudden, your book says there's 10 jihads. There's many jihads. Let's crystallize it into 10. Here's exactly what those 10 are. And here's a practical manual of what can be done about it. And so your book, it's very much for policymakers, educators, pastors, law enforcement, citizens. So finally, those of us that are kind of blurry-eyed and a little bit confused on what to do, somebody has come along and said, here's what we can do. And so maybe I'll just use, not the best, maybe a silly analogy, but this is how I was just thinking the other day. There's 10 holes in the ceiling, and there's just, it's flooding in. And there's a whole bunch of people running around, and they're like, here, use this. And a person gets a bucket, and it doesn't have a bottom, and he's just standing there, and it goes. Then the other person says, go tell the neighbors. The guy runs and doesn't come back. Then 8 other people are doing something that's completely useless. You've entered the room and you've said, this is what these 10 holes are, and this is what we got to do to stop this leaking. And I've never seen anything like it. Before we go further, what do you think of what I've said in my analogy and the disposition that you brought to this topic?
Well, I absolutely appreciate the compliment in that, and without sounding arrogant, I will have to agree. For many years, many people in proper way have pointed out the holes in the ceiling. And that's exactly why I wrote the book the way I did. I kept watching and I kept reading other work. And I'm like, okay, we all established that there are 10 holes in the ceiling. Now what? Are we going to just keep spreading the news about the holes? Or are we going to say, okay, now we established the problem. Let's bring on a solution. But before we bring the solution, why don't we figure out how these 10 holes actually came to be so we can patch them without having more holes created in the ceiling?
Yeah.
So actually, that was brilliant. That was a brilliant analogy of this.
You know, if compliment can never go too far with me, so please keep that up throughout the interview. Annie, where we're at right now as a civilization, aside from heroes like you and courageous people like you, I saw a cartoon the other day. There's a jihadist just stabbing this guy, and the guy says, "At least I'm not racist." But that's what's happening. That, you know, the jihadists are just beheading people, and the people being beheaded are just saying, Islam is a religion of peace. And I know so many people like that. Such a powerful Stockholm syndrome, and we are losing, we're being destroyed. And thank you for coming forward and saying, be courageous, and here's what we can do. And it's actually very practical. You after every section, you have practical countermeasures. Let's get to that in a minute or in 10 minutes. Annie, you are so brilliant and have so much to offer in terms of your predictions, your policy advice. But a lot of times something's kind of skipped over with you in many interviews, and not all the time, but there's a little bit of former child bride, escaped from Iran, and then people kind of just move on. And I want to focus on just Annie Cyrus for a minute. And I always feel a little bit uncomfortable, and I don't want to make you uncomfortable or my guests uncomfortable when people have suffered something, and maybe something very horrifying, very painful. I don't want to pry too much, and maybe it's not the time and place for this, and I just want to leave it to your discretion. But just tell us a little bit about your childhood, what you went through, and how you got to America in your own way.
Of course. But before I do that, I want to mention I appreciate what you just said. As you know, Jamie, many of my wonderful supporters were fairly disappointed the first book was not actually my autobiography. And I think that was one of the reasons. I understand one day Lord willing, I'll write that. But I also feel like when you are introduced in this, arena of platforms, let's call it, as the former child bride who has suffered under Sharia, survived, made her way to America, and is saved by our Lord. As touching as that testimony is, as much as that is exactly what made me who I am today, it also can sometimes overshadow the deeper part of Ainaz Annie Cyrus. I wanted to write a different book first to introduce the adult Ainaz Annie Cyrus, not to rewrite the image my supporters have of me, but rather to remind them the victimhood and the agony and the pain is behind me. Of course, praise the Lord. I take no credit, but he has delivered me to this point for a reason, and that reason is not just my childhood, but rather what I have learned along the way to make it to today. Now, that being said, yes, being born under the Islamic version of my motherland, Iran, like any other girl in Iran after the revolution of 1979, I also faced a Sharia ruling of the country, which meant pretty much as early as age 8, I was trained to be an adult woman, meaning I was trained to learn my prayer, my call to prayer, how to fast, how to wear proper hijab, for how long I can survive with that hijab. And when I turned 9, I was announced and declared a full adult woman. When I say I was, because this is my story, but I want to be clear, every girl in Iran at age 9 is declared a full adult woman. And the definition by that legally inside the country is you're an adult woman. You are responsible. You're mature enough by their standards that not to make a mistake, not to commit a crime. If you do so, you face punishments as an adult. You're also going to be eligible to become somebody's wife per your male guardian's decision. That part, by the way, never changes. No.
And Annie, I'm so sorry to interrupt. A 9-year-old girl biologically is not ready for certain physical things in terms of sexuality. So right there, the abuse is interwoven right within that system, right?
Absolutely. We can even go further, at least in my case, at age 9, until age 18. I still didn't have the ability to differentiate between serious punishment that I kept facing than my nature as a kid or as a teenager for that matter. That's also the other part of abuse. It's literally taking your childhood away, your innocence away, because immediately in a blink of an eye, I tested it. I wasn't taking it. Well, it wasn't that I wasn't taking it serious, but I was normal. And I'm still, Jamie, I'm very hyper. I can't sit still. I got to dance around and move around, and I'm pretty loud. All of those were crimes against Sharia, but I couldn't stop myself. That's how I ended up being arrested over and over. I was lashed. I was sentenced to 48 hours, 72 hours punishment, prison time. I was taken into detention centers. Many horrifying memories I have of those detention centers that I spent nights at, just because I was a normal child. What we would love in America. I would still be an exhausting child to my mother, but probably my mother would be grateful that she has such a healthy daughter. But that I was punished for that. I was punished for being healthy. I was punished for being a happy kid. And again, I keep saying I was, but I'm not the exception. Every other child, and Joe, we're talking about girls at age 9, it isn't that much better for boys either. At age 13, they become full adult men. So a teenager boy needs to act like a man. Now, I don't want to be biased here and say yes, girls or women have the worst of the scenario, but they're not that much kinder to kids as boys either.
Annie, your dad, your mom, granddad, grandmom?
So I never met any of my grandfathers. They both passed away before I was born. Both my grandmothers were alive for as long as I was in Iran. My father's side, grandmother, I didn't have many interactions with her. Most of memories I have from her were not delightful, not based on the fact that she was Muslim. No, she wasn't. It was more of she was just bitter. I don't blame her nowadays, because if I had a son who I raised a gentleman and a good soul and was hijacked by IRGC and converted to Islam and became what my father later became, I would probably be better too. My mother's side, my grandmother from my mother's side is the woman who saved me. She was the woman that while I was growing up, she was the voice in my ear of, this is not it. As much as the brainwash was being implemented, she would remind me that, remember, before this, we had a life in Iran where we had a king and we didn't wear hijab and we did this, and women could go to school and women could do this and that. And at the end of it, she was the one who risked everything to hire smugglers to smuggle me out of the country. So she is the hero of my story. She later passed away, natural causes.
Maternal grandmother. Okay.
Yes. And I would like to say this because I think it matters, especially when it comes to argument that I make of, convert Muslims in Western countries versus born Muslims. Me, myself, I don't have a Muslim tie family-wise. From neither side of my family, nobody was Muslim except my father, who was a convert by choice, choose to convert to become a Muslim and then later on become a sheikh. No other side of my family were Muslims. They pretended to be Muslims on the streets, of course, wear the hijab or whatever, but we didn't come from the Iranian Muslims of duration of Arab Muslim invasion of Iran. And the reason I say that's important, number one, I was forced to be an ex-Muslim. I wasn't born into an Islamic family. I didn't say the Shahada. By dictation of the country, I was stamped a Muslim. Therefore, later they stamped me an ex-Muslim so they could put a death penalty on my head. But the other reason is my father, the convert who always felt the need to catch up and make up for the days of being a kafir, went way out of his way to make sure when he died, he had a literal discoloration of his prayer stone on his forehead.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, converts, just in all religions, don't get me wrong, some very beautiful, whatever, but sometimes converts are a little bit, they're kind of a little extra, right?
Yes. Now, I'm one of them, actually. I've been saved for only 9 years, and I have friends from 12 years ago who sometimes message me like, you're so churchy. And I take that as a compliment because I am extra in 9 years because there is a need. I want to catch up with what I missed, which was love, gratitude, grace, mercy. Of course, you want to catch up with that. But then you had the other end where in order to catch up, you need to be absolutely crazy. You sell your own daughter to catch up with it.
So, and my heart very much, yes, absolutely, Annie. Yeah, I'm just, I guess what I was saying, there's some beautiful ways perhaps of catching up. And then there's other instances when they're trying to catch up, maybe not in the most impressive or positive ways, but let's leave that to another time and place. Annie, I want to get to your book, but this is really essential. But I'm sorry for raising this, but your dad had, I guess I'll just leave it to kind of transferred you or sold you in some way into a form of slavery?
Yes, by our values, being Western Judeo-Christian values, he arranged a transition. Exchange on the table was me, in return receiving $50 and opium, enough for his personal usage of a month or so. He handed me over to the man. He called me my husband, and the man handed over the money and the opium.
How old were you?
13.
And you must have experienced hell up until what age?
15. I was 15 when my grandmother hired the smugglers to get me out of the country.
Okay.
So a year and a half or so of the process.
Annie, has any of those people, or has there been an apology of any kind from those individuals?
From my father, no. No. From the man who purchased me, not directly. However, later in life, I was informed that he has come to Christ. And I was asked, I have even forgiven my father, but I figured I should leave him out of any, let's say, hatred I might have been carrying in my heart. If he has come to Christ, he has come to Christ, and I have no right to continue that hatred with me.
You said you have forgiven your father?
Yes,
Wow.
I've forgiven all of them. All of them.
This is a tough thing. It's a tough thing. But it's something that Jesus tells us we need to do. And Jesus even asked his father to forgive the people that were crucifying him. Annie, so your words are golden, and what you experienced, our hearts go out to you, and you're an inspirational example to us on some of the things that you've just shared with us. Annie, okay, and then you got to America and experienced the wonderful experiment of freedom that this place is. And so people like you and I, we understand why we love this country and why Islam and communism are so evil, and we can discuss this. Just trying to figure out sometimes which steps to go to here, because this is a 10-hour conversation and we're going to try to make it a bit shorter. But Annie, you left behind a hellhole, but it wasn't all hell, because Persian culture is very beautiful. And I often see you singing and dancing in the Persian context. Tell us a little bit about your love of the Persian culture.
Of course. Well, what I left behind at that age, again, 15 is still too young to process what's happening to you. What I left behind, yes, it was the hellhole, but for a long time, I also felt leaving behind, the most important part was the grandma, leaving behind Aziz, leaving behind the culture, the beauty, the nature that I'll never see again. And that was my feeling when I left. I'm never coming back. And later on in America, I learned that I'm not the only one, but by existence of Islamic Republic regime in Iran, the entire history and the role that Iran, not even Persia, just Iran as people know it today, has played in the formation of our civilization here in America has been forgotten, just because the dark shadow of this Islamic regime has made it disappear outside of our own eyes as Iranians. That is the sad part. That is what I would love to see come back in reality of the earthly matter inside Iran, and also in reality where we can hold our head up and remind everybody, including my fellow Americans, that look, this is what you easily called a barbaric third world country that should be nuked. The mullahs are not Iran. IRGC does not represent our culture, our heritage, or the role, again, we have played. Furthermore, to my fellow Christians, I mean, where do you think Cyrus the Great came from? He was the king of Persia. He was the king of Iran before he expanded the Persian Empire. So the land we're talking about today, that many easily on their social media say, nuke it, should not be nuked.
Annie, just as you were growing up, can you name a Persian author, poet, artist, singer, somebody that's very deeply entrenched in Persian culture and that you yourself loved and admired?
Yes. So by Persian culture, I have to name Ferdowsi, the man who wrote the Shahnameh, the myth of the Persian kings, every Iranian has grown up with that book. I have a copy of it right here in front of me in English. I also have a copy of it in Farsi. Those were my bedtime stories whenever I spend the night at my, family.
Ferdosi?
Ferdowsi, yes.
Ferdosi, okay.
Yes. And Shahnameh is the translation to English as the myth of kings of Persia. It is such a beautiful book. It is a lot of our culture is tied to that book. However, on a personal level, to this day, when I decide to stay with my Farsi capability of reading, writing, and speaking, the book I pick up immediately is by Sohrab, a poet who touched me deeply during my refugee time in Turkey. His words and his poetry kept me very grounded, very grounded. And mind you, at that point, I wasn't saved. I was running from whatever the creator is. So those words kept me sane to still believe in good, in good endings, in possibility of reaching happiness, though the world might be very dark. So he's my own personal name that I would say.
Thank you, Annie. Well, this is the tragedy of how Satan works because, for instance, a lot of Iranian people that I speak with, many of them will say, I'm not religious. And it's like, I see. So the demons poisoned religion, quote unquote, through Islam, but then separated them from Jesus. That's how they work, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why sometimes I make sure to mention that I went through a time of atheism. It just didn't work with my logic. But I bring that up because I plead to my fellow Christians to be patient with ex-Muslims. Be patient with them. You
Yes.
have no idea when you say God, in their processor, they're not separating Allah from it.
Yeah.
Immediately you lose them. Just be a little bit more patient with them. I mean, if you don't mind me saying, Jamie, if it wasn't for you being so caring and patient with me, I probably still would be searching. You saw my face reactions to you talking about Christ, and you still patiently talk to me. You bought me my New Testament. I still cherish it. It's right here on my table across here. That's what it took. You didn't judge me. You didn't force me. You didn't tell me I'm better than you because I'm saved. You patiently described the truth of Christ to me, where in my head, Christ is Isa, the man who's going to come back and stand behind Muhammad and break the cross and establish Islamic prayer. Your patience changed that image in my head to be willing to hear him and feel him. But there's an exception with ex-Muslims who are going through the atheism.
Thank you, Annie. And this is the tragedy that for many Iranians, God is the person throwing acid into women's faces if they don't wear the hijab. Annie, a lot of people don't know this about you. I just want to touch on it a little bit because some people don't know some aspects of Annie Cyrus. I ran into Annie at a time, I think there was a transition happening, but am I correct? There was a phase where you almost were becoming an actress or a model or a singer. There was something happening in the industry, in the entertainment industry. Where were you? What were you doing and where were you headed?
Yes, actually, I started working with you originally as one of your camera operators and editor, right around the time that my career as a model was picking up. I was doing some side projects as acting, however, not for movies. My direction was UN. I have done a couple of work for UN campaigns across the world as far as acting goes, but I was fairly involved in picking up projects on modeling when we met. I was also a still photographer who worked for De Laurentiis production at Paramount Pictures Studio. So I was taking the direction, I don't know, I don't know if I should say I wanted to, because I don't know if I wanted to. But yes, my steps were more towards in front of camera, modeling, runways. I was doing a lot of runways, a lot of red carpets, product launching for makeup, hair products, and also still photography behind scene for Hollywood movies. That's where I was heading at that point.
Uh-huh. There must have been a lot of men falling in love with you and proposing marriage. Am I correct?
I don't know. I have no idea if they were, because I earned myself a nickname on set of the cold-hearted fox because nobody dared even look at me, let alone approach me. So I have no idea.
Okay, you were a little bit cold to them? Yeah.
I wanted to make sure to avoid any confusion, any problems. So I just had my I'm not interested, I'm busy, I'm not looking, go away attitude at all time.
Annie, if you didn't go the way of, and I know it's hard to even imagine because you're a courageous warrior for freedom, but just if you didn't go that way, would you have maybe become an actress or a singer? Where do you think that profession may have led you?
I don't think I would become an actress. That part, as I said, I did I was involved with UN projects, but I kept turning down other projects. I wasn't interested in acting. Mainly, especially, I should say, it's not like I'm too good for it. At that point, especially, as you remember, Jamie, having to do things in English and memorizing the scripts in English was just mission impossible for me at that point. But I do believe I would continue with the behind the scene work. It's just something about still photography, producing, videography, editing. I still do it, of course, for your show and like-minded freedom fighters. That's where I'm at. But I think that would have still be where I would continue being interested in doing production.
Okay. Annie, let's go from the age of 1, and we're not going to disclose how old you are, but
42, and I love my 40s.
Oh, okay. So you're 42? Yes. Okay. So Annie's born. Give us the faith journey, just the landmarks. What religion? Like what's the narrative of the faiths? Or maybe no religion. Just give us the timeline.
Annie's born around age 9. She is an atheist by mind of a 9-year-old because this God person they're introducing to her is not powerful enough to have created her. And the story always cracks me up because, I'm being trained to be an adult woman, and I question why do I have, for our audience who may not be familiar enough with Middle East, Iranian people, our mother tongue is Farsi. Islam sole language is Arabic. So at age 8 or so, I'm just repeating without knowing what I'm saying. I'm repeating these Arabic terminologies it's my call to prayer and prayer. So I question of, if he created me, he should be bilingual, not vice versa. That is stayed in my head. So by my definition, I call it atheism today because by my definition, it's like, okay, this guy is not powerful enough to have created me. So that's the start.
So Muslim forced from above, but in your heart, atheist.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, until 8, Muslim, because it didn't play a role in my life.
Well,
I would
okay.
see my mom teach Quran, my dad's doing whatever my dad's doing, everybody's wearing a hijab, but I'm still not wearing it. So until 8, Muslim, by a stamp of it is what it is. There's no other choice. About age 8, not even a Muslim. Like they say there's a creator, but there is no creator. But I don't know what it is because I don't even know how to write or read properly yet. By age 13, an absolute anti-God.
Okay.
Internal fight that I will prove to the world that what they think exists doesn't exist. So the mission at 13 was I will prove to the world, not just my parents, to the world that God doesn't exist.
If somebody gave you a crystal ball at the age of 13 showing what you believe now, you would have probably been shocked, right?
I would tell them, what technology did you use to make me see this? Because it will not happen.
Right, right. Mm-hmm.
Yes, it will not happen. By age 16, I agnostic. This is where I'm in Turkey. I'm a refugee. I have wonderful roommates, fellow Iranians, who are Baha'is. And they're not necessarily talking to me about their faith, but it's like 9 of them, 1 of me. So around I'm hearing. I'm not picking up on it, but I'm starting to stop trying to prove there's no God. So I became agnostic at that point.
Okay, 16, okay.
19, atheists. That was right after I was in America. I arrived in August of 2002. Early March of 2003, I received a call that my father has passed away. My only question was, how did he die? And the answer was, he went to sleep and never woke up. I hung up the phone. I said, I was right. There is no God. If there was a God, that man wouldn't die peacefully. So we switched back at 19, atheists. By 20, I was back at agnostic because I could not. I had way too much logic to say there's no God, especially at this point. I'm in America. Nobody's forcing me to do anything. Nobody's beating me up. Nobody's locking me in a basement. It's just, it's like, no, okay, maybe there is a God, but he's only in America. Maybe he just doesn't exist in the Middle East. So I went back to agnostic.
Mm-hmm.
And around, I would say probably 32, 33, agnostic, but extremely curious about this Jesus Christ I hear about from my people around, from videos on YouTube, from churches I see on the road. Curious, but still agnostic. And then, of course, at age 30, what would I be 9 years ago? 38? No, 36. I don't know. I can't even. 33. Yeah, 33 Christian.
Well, thank you for sharing that, Annie. If we have some time, we will, obviously, this is something that we need to devote, I think, a 3-part series to in terms of what Christ has brought into your life. Let us now switch over to the architecture of jihad. And I think it's very important for many reasons, but just to get to know Annie and to get to know your entire disposition there, because, and also where you're from, because first of all, everything that we just heard, when a leftist in America comes up to you and starts telling you that Islam is a great thing and you don't understand something about Iran, we just see the absurdity of the whole thing. So you're obviously somebody that people should be listening to and that has so much to offer. And the Architecture of Jihad, what an original book. You obviously saw, as we said earlier, a lot of things missing. And so you show the 10 fronts of jihad. We're not going to give too many spoiler alerts here. People should get the book. But you have a first section which deals with the first 5, the classical jihads: combat jihad, financial jihad, migration jihad. Oh no, just wait. It's not just, I maybe made a mistake there in terms of the number. Combat jihad, financial jihad, migration jihad, deception jihad, political jihad, and missionary jihad. 6, right? Yes. Right. And you show all these different kinds of jihads. Let's just talk about one of them, something that really opened up my eyes and that I'm very interested in, because this is something that our civilization does not do, because Sun Tzu taught the element of surprise. And we know that in the sport, in the sports world, in terms of fighting, combat, boxing, UFC, basketball, hockey, there often has to be forms of deception. We don't practice deception against our enemy, except maybe Trump when he even said the other day, yeah, I had to do something by surprise. Finally, we have a president that gets some of it. But our enemy is engaged in deception jihad. Tell us a little bit about that chapter, why you wrote it. And of course, we would begin with something like Takia, right?
Of course, yes. So, uh, if- let me add a quick note here. Every 10 chapter, well, I should say 10 faces because there are 11 chapters in the book, but every 10 face had to be placed because, as I say at the beginning of the book, they're not one individual standalone jihad. They're all connected to each other. They are. One enables the other one. This one enables the next one. That one some enables 5 other ones. But with deception jihad, doing what we do, Jamie, I pretty much am aware a majority of those who are somewhat educated with the topic of Islam and Sharia, they talk about taqiyya, and that's wonderful. But there's more to deception jihad than just taqiyya.
Mm-hmm.
And it's important to know it's more than just taqiyya for the fact that, for example, last year, when we got the ceasefire during the 12 Days War, or the year before that, when we managed a ceasefire between Hamas and Israel, I'm the voice coming out here and saying, no ceasefire. And it was like, you're a warmonger, you love wars. I'm like, no, I don't. It's deception jihad. It's called hudna. Muslims are allowed to make temporary peace treaty with the enemy if they see they are about to lose the battle. They can do that peace treaty. They can go regroup, rebuild, come back and finish the job. And when I explain that to people and they're like, wait, what? Yes, it's called hudna. Muhammad did it. Quran says you can do it. So Hamas does it. Hezbollah does it. Al-Qaeda does it. ISIS does it. Guess what? IRGC does it. And then there's the other side. There is the fact that it's not just used in war or combat jihad, as you call it. Your very lovely next door neighbor could, I'm not saying they are, but they could use deception and present themselves as a moderate Muslim who can even go to a bar and have a beer with you. After that, hey, they can even head over to a strip club with you.
Muruna.
Yes.
Yeah. Blending in. Because we see that Syrian president, he's got the tie and the jacket on, but we also see the picture of him holding 2 heads, right?
Bingo. Yeah. Exactly. One of the examples I bring on.
But even Hillary, Obama, with that whole Alinsky strategy, because they talked about, don't have the long hair and the beard, put on the tie and the jacket, start hanging around with the middle class and pretend you're middle class,
Exactly. And that's the thing. The sample I use in the book, which some of people who have read it actually told me that, wow, we didn't know that. But I used the September 11 and the hijackers, how they actually blended because there were testimonies, how they were so moderate and they were going to bars and the strip clubs, hanging out with a girlfriend. And the pattern continues into the rest of the jihad attacks you see in America or in Germany or in France or UK. So there is that. They are allowed to temporarily break the rules, Islamic rules, also known as Sharia, with no punishment if their heart is still with Allah and if they are breaking the rules to achieve any jihad in the way of Allah. They're allowed to do that. Same thing with, for example, the Muslim woman you see who doesn't wear the hijab in America, and will tell you that it's a choice. And you believe her. And you come and tell me who actually served 72 hours in an adult prison as a kid for accidentally showing the back of my hair from my hijab, you come and tell me that, hey, it's a choice. And then recently when you tell me it's a choice, I'm like, was it a choice for Mahsa Amini? Was it? Because it wasn't. She died. Not because she was walking around looking like Rashida Tlaib. No, because again, her hijab wasn't proper. So that's the thing. You blend in by breaking Sharia, all the rules. You can break all of them. As I said, have a girlfriend, go party, drink. As long as your heart is with Allah, you can do it.
We see all those Saudi sheiks sometimes when they visit the States. They've got the jeans on, the shirt on. Hey, I'm just like you guys, you know?
Yeah. Exactly. And then comes where you are allowed to do what Hollywood made a fashion to do for a while, where you feed a cherry-picked verse from Quran and you mistranslate or misguide the next one, hand it to other people to repeat it like a talking point. If our audience remember, again, referenced in the book, there was a year when every award, Emmy Award, Golden Globe, Oscar, all of them, you would see every talking head on a stage talking about Islam is a religion of peace. In the Quran, it says, if you kill a man, it's like you kill all men. And I'm over here, I'm like, continue reading. No, wait, read from the beginning. You missed one full word. That verse starts with, O Bani Israel, O sons of Israel. Doesn't say, O Muslims. It says, O Bani Israel, if you kill a man, is as if you killed all men. And then next verse says what? Unless a believer kills a man in revenge of a man killing their loved ones. Oh, wait. So Jews don't do it. Muslims, if somebody killed your loved ones, you can kill them. Retaliation. So you also have that option where you can purposely and knowingly either cherry pick or misrepresent parts of Quran to make your agenda or to cover for your real agenda. So when we say deception jihad, it's not just taqiyya, because taqiyya by itself is only and only for protection of Muslims. That's it. There are 3 circumstances that you're allowed to lie under taqiyya. 3 circumstances. You're either protecting yourself, your life. If you admit being a Muslim, you might be killed. If you admit to anything related to Islam, you'd be killed. That's okay. If you're protecting your fellow Muslim brother, this is where love and equality per linda Sarsour comes in. You're not allowed to practice taqiyya to save your fellow Muslim sister's life. How's that for equality? Only your brother. Third option is if you are going to bring peace between a wife and a husband, and you're going to lie for the husband about whatever it is you're going to lie about to keep them at peace and their dispute. So taqiyya is just about them. And that, yes, when they come and tell you that, you know, taqiyya is just about married people, that's part of it. But you step outside of taqiyya, you go to Tariya, you go to Morena, you go to Hudna, to any of them. That's when the real deception is towards non-Muslims. It doesn't apply to Muslims' protection anymore.
Right. And Annie, I think it's the Hudna. So in terms of the treaty, when you're losing, you can... So, you know, I just find very humorous when Trump is saying, oh, you know, we're talking to some reasonable people now and they really want to make peace. Like, on the one hand, if he's involved in trickery and he knows better and he's just trying to outfox these awful critics, I support that in a way what he's saying. But you and I know, come on, man, like new people, what are you talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not new. Like, they might be talking a good game for now because they're losing, but Islam is Islam. And you put in in Deception Jihad that jihad, quote, jihad is not a moment, it's momentum. It's a very powerful statement by you in your book, because these people got 200-300 years. They're not thinking about 1 year.
Nope. They had, I recently had Bill Federer on my show to discuss exactly the historic pattern. Because one thing I pray that I have achieved, I wanted to establish a pattern recognition in my book for people to read it and say, aha, to see the pattern. It didn't start yesterday. It didn't start during September 11th. It didn't start in 1979. It started 1400 years ago. And the pattern is exactly the same. The only thing that has changed is the method, but the pattern is the same. And that's why I can sometimes say, I know exactly where this one's going. Not because I'm a prophet, no, because pretty much this is my life. Recognizing the pattern. When you have al-Shura invited to the White House, you stand there and refer to him as a good-looking guy who's going to make Syria great again with the help of us. I'm standing, I'm looking at al-Shura because I'm recognizing the pattern. And then I wait for him to go back to Syria and do the first speech. And then I wait months later for him to come out 2 days ago and say, we have no fight with Iran. They haven't bombed us. They haven't threatened us. We're not getting involved with you.
And meanwhile, we know that he's smirking and giggling as he's going to bed every night while Christians are being massacred in an escalating genocide in Syria now.
And also, he's definitely giggling, knowing that we knowingly abandoned the Kurds in Syria.
Yeah.
Because we didn't know better.
Annie, if I'm correct, it's Kitman, Partial Truths. And that, oh, that's so powerful that you crystallize that, because, you know, like you said, everybody thinks, oh, tequila. Yeah, tequila is important, but there's all these other tactics they use. And a very wise man once told me when I was young, he was just telling me that the devil's not always showing up with pitchforks and horns, that it's the truth, but just slightly blurred. And so, for instance, so many people up to even the other day, oh man, I got this Muslim friend. Yeah, he was telling me, they really love Jesus and they believe Jesus is the prophet and they really respect him. And I'm like, yeah, okay. So in that interfaith dialogue, the Muslims are always, we love Jesus and Jesus is this and he's a prophet, and you know they're saying all these nice things. But just a second. And then when they walk away, they're like, yeah, but he didn't die on the cross. Yeah, and he's not divine and he's not part of the Holy Trinity. And they kind of whisper that amongst themselves. So you respect Jesus, he just didn't die on the cross. I wonder in whose interest it would be to spread that lie. But it's done with partial truth, right?
Exactly. Yes. Kitman is where they are allowed again to admit to partial truth to an extent that will get your attention or get your agreement or gain your trust without having to finish that verse. That was what I was explaining. Yeah. Don't finish the verse. Just give them the first part of the verse. And I go back to hijab. I have argued, yes, hijab is a choice. That's correct. By definition, that's your half-truth. You know what they don't tell you after that? The choice is wear the hijab or be raped, be beaten, be killed. That's the partial truth.
Yeah.
It's a choice. The same thing when, of course, you already brought up the concept of one of their biggest deception is when they say, oh, no, we believe in Jesus. Oh, yeah. Jesus is in our, we have a full chapter in the Quran about Mary. But don't go read it, because if you read it, you really know what we stand for. Another part of Kitman Genuinely.
It's just, Annie, I'm sorry, so sorry to interrupt. It's just, I always think, how can you respect, like if I was to say, I really love Annie Cyrus, she's just such a great volleyball player. It's a lie. How can you respect somebody when you're lying about who they are?
Yeah, but here's the thing. The truth of the matter is they, from their point of view, we lie. We commit blasphemy for what we believe, right? In the Quran, it says, oh, believers, do not commit over-exaggeration about your faith and about Allah, and do not say the Trinity. Plainly, it does say it. Those who believe shall not say the Trinity, nor believe it, otherwise they're exaggerating. Like, what do you mean by exaggerating? Again, in the Quran says, though, that blasphemers are those who call Allah a father. We don't. We call Allah Satan. But that's besides the point. No, that's actually exactly the point. And that was another reason because that's the thing, again, earlier I was talking to someone. Yes, I could even pick a different name because I was asked, like, Architecture of Jihad, I don't think you're going to sell much because of the title. I said, I don't think you understand this. I didn't write this book. Is it helpful to have some financial support? Of course, because it's self-published. I don't have investors. I don't have help. But this isn't about how many copies I'm going to sell. Yeah. This is about finally, even my banner, my promotional banner is, are you ready? The conversation is about to change. No more clickbait, no more comfort, no more sugarcoat. No, this is what it is. This is the architecture of jihad, because once and for all, everybody needs to realize jihad is a struggle, but it isn't a struggle to make it to the gym and stay fit. Yeah. It is the struggle to finish your mission as a Muslim in path of Allah. They call it fi sabilillah. So it is what it is. We need to call it exactly what it is. And every chapter name had to be properly picked. And that's why Deception Jihad was the choice, because at least we, the Christians, we know exactly who's the master of deception. And didn't Allah himself describe himself as the greatest of deceivers in the Quran?
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah. And who does Jesus call a liar in the New Testament?
Exactly. They can fancy it up in whatever names they want. Half-truth, cherry picking, temporary peace treaty. Lie is a lie. Practice it however you want to label it. But we know better. Your entire cult is thriving for 1,400 years based on lying.
And it's done through all of this deception. I gotta say, well, beautiful chapter in the sense of how greatly it's written, but about a very ugly thing. But you really deconstruct and reveal all of it, and we're going to have to leave it to the readers to read it all. You don't want to give too many spoiler alerts. They've got to read this book. They got to read this chapter. And in Deception Jihad, you show, in the historical examples, and you also show modern day examples. One of the best that you document, Anwar al-Awlaki. This guy's in Al-Qaeda. Everybody's falling in love with him in the United States. He's a moderate Muslim. He's a peaceful American imam. And what was he doing behind the scenes? Giving justification to Nidal Hassan to kill American soldiers. That's a perfect example that you gave, right?
Exactly. Absolutely. That's the thing. I on top of my head, I can't recall how many, but I did list up how this Deception Jihad has constantly backed up what we later witnessed as combat jihad when blood was shed. These Deception Jihad drove the vehicle it needed to crash into the crowd. Figure of speech.
You absolutely, Annie, and you also show, well, there's a lot there. You show how ISIS is coming in as refugees, and then at the end of each chapter so powerfully? Okay, because first you show the problem and it's dangerous and it's scary, but then you show countermeasures. Not only the countermeasures, but practical countermeasures, because you're showing people we can do something about this and it ain't that complicated. And in one of the practical countermeasures to Deception Jihad, you say, let's keep an eye on dual language monitoring. I love that part that you have, because you're saying just keep an eye on what these SOBs are saying and keep an eye on what they're saying and what they're doing, what they're saying over here in this language, what they're saying over here in this language, what they're doing. Just keep an eye on it. That's one very easy thing to do, right?
Absolutely. Yes, exactly. That's let me this isn't plugging me, but this is reality. A lot of times.
But we got to plug you because nobody, I swear, I haven't seen this anywhere. Thank you for doing this, Annie. Bam, 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 bam. Here's what we can do. Go ahead.
Thank you. But that's the thing. I sometimes sit here, Jamie, and I just stare into absolutely nothing in front of me. I'm like, why is it that someone like Tucker Carlson has millions of people following him, listening to him talk with zero receipt, none? He's just rambling on. But then you have people like me who's in real time is grabbing information from Iran, translating into the best of possible proper English, pushing it out all day long. And most people come and comment not with questions or clarification, but rather of, if you love Iran so much, why don't you just move back? Somebody revoke her citizenship. And I'm like, why? I'm an asset for this company. You shouldn't request my deportation. And I'm not the only one. You have so many, what a lot of people have been calling me during this situation of war with Iran, so many foreigners who can become an asset. We can help you with dual languages. We can confirm translations. We can go grab Ilhan Omar's speech at local event where he stands there in her language and tell her people, as long as you got me in Congress, I got your back. We can show those kind of proofs and show where her loyalty is at.
Well, you wouldn't want to bring people out of their fantasy world now, would you?
Exactly. And again, all of this, as you know, Jamie, publicly in front of cameras, whatever we want to call it, it's been 11 years now that I've been doing this, over a decade. And I finally write this book because it's like, okay, here where we are. On an interview, on your own show, on a post, you're very limited. This issue needs a very, very, very deep dive. And you need to dig in and show, okay, we're writing a book now. And again, the book is out there. Who's willing to read it, knowing how uncomfortable they're going to be?
Yeah. A lot of people don't want that discomfort.
They don't. They don't want their bubble burst.
Yeah.
They still want to believe we can coexist and we can somehow get along. And if we don't provoke them, they're not going to activate their sleeper cells. Let's leave them alone. They leave us alone. But that's the thing. It's a cultural issue that I don't want to get ahead of this discussion. But my personal favorite chapter is actually my chapter 10, Betrayal to Jihad.
It's so funny. It's so funny you say that. Maybe not funny, but there's another better word for it. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but let me take over for a minute now, because I was going to bring up the modern jihad, civilization jihad, propaganda jihad, lawfare jihad, and betrayal jihad. And I want to bring up betrayal jihad because that's my favorite chapter.
Awesome.
So, and now I give it to you, and I apologize for always interrupting. But the jihad carried out by non-Muslims. We're doing their work for them, aren't we?
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Yes, Betrayal Jihad. It is my favorite chapter because I feel like it is by far the most unique chapter. Even books written about jihad has never, and I believe I start with, this is the front nobody wants to name, because then they can't point their fingers at Muslims anymore. Because we have to hold ourselves accountable for this one. And if it makes anybody feel better, we're not the first people to do it. Historically, it has happened. From time of Muhammad in Medina, it has happened. But we have driven it to the whole new level, to where non-Muslims will commit the jihad for Muslims by rejecting the knowledge, calling us the bad guys, defending Muslims instead of understanding the battle is over Islam, not those who practice it, by even teaming up with them, known as red-green axis, because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And we've been doing it inside America. We have been stepping up every year farther and farther since September 11. The purpose of September 11 wasn't about how many they're going to manage to kill. No. It was about to open the gates of the rest of the jihads we're facing. It was about to change the narrative, change the conversation. Poor minorities, poor Muslims are going to receive backlash. You're a stereotyping, you're Islamophobe. That was the goal of September 11. To them, it wasn't about how many they're going to manage to kill. If you go back and watch and listen to reactions and comments after September 11, you don't hear any of them, including Bin Laden himself, brag about how many died. They don't. They brag about the chaos they created. Why? Explained in the book in many different chapters. They create chaos to be able to start the new cycle of the new jihad. Migration jihad boosted. Why? Because we went to Iraq, we went to Afghanistan, the flood turned right back around, came to America. Civilization jihad started, where the narrative changed by many Muslims saying, I was born in America, I love America. Oh, so you be the sample of all Muslims, not the jihadi. Okay, all Muslims are peaceful. Lawfare jihad started for CARE, Council for American Islamic Relations, stands up and say, we are the civil rights activists for all Muslims. Let's go sue anybody who doesn't like us. Every single one of these started coming right in. And we kept accepting every single one of these because we wanted to be a good host while they take over our land. And that is betrayal jihad.
Yeah, brilliant chapter. I can't say the most important because they're all important, but definitely so important because that's exactly this Stockholm syndrome, this surrender is just the key part. You're unraveling it. And it's a betrayal from our own side. Kenneth Levin has written a book, The Oslo Syndrome. He shows the psychology of people under siege. And he shows that throughout the Oslo Syndrome, beyond all reasonable doubt, this is not gonna work. The enemy hates you and wants to kill you. But what are a lot of the left-wing Israelis thinking? Oh, we just give a little bit more money. We just give a little bit more land. Oh, let's give a couple more hugs too. That'll do it. And you talk about survival at the cost of betrayal. How many people, they just want to survive through that day without standing up for themselves. You talk about a population that's too intimidated to fight back. That's quoting you. And we've got to the point now where when they say you're a racist, So many Americans are trying to dodge that. And you can't say anything about Islam, because if you say something about Islam, you're being racist, even though Islam's not a race, but they got that battle going really well there. So people are so intimidated to be called these names that they are willing to give their own life and surrender an entire civilization, right?
Absolutely. And I would say you're correct. We can't call this chapter the most important, but I comfortably can call it the most impactful. If it wasn't for betrayal jihad, no other jihad would succeed. If a nation would fight back, if a nation wouldn't bend, if a nation wouldn't abandon their own values, none of these jihads would survive. So it is the most impactful jihad when it comes to the architecture of jihad. And yes, the arguments have become, I don't want to lose my job. I don't want to be hateful. I'm a Christian. I'm to love everybody. I don't want to argue over that. It makes my friend very uncomfortable. Well, I just lost 100 followers on my Instagram. You know, I rather post my cat pictures over that. Yes, comfort. And again, unfortunately, survival. Remember, Muhammad himself said, the heaven is under the shadow of the sword. He wasn't meaning that they have a sword as an entry door. No, he meant fear is how you make your way to heaven. Because the only way to make your way to heaven is to commit jihad with your wealth or your life. That's why shadow of the sword is there. And that fear, which the disappointing part for me, Jamie, and though I'm very grateful, it's very humbling, I'm honored every time I'm called courageous or brave. But to me, I'm not courageous. I'm not brave. Other people are cowards. There's a difference.
Yeah.
We are Christians. We are called to stand our grounds. We shall not allow any fear. And that's the thing. I guess I could say this, but when I was getting ready for the release of the book, the signed copies, I sat on my couch and I thought about it. I'm like, okay, this is my first book. I've never signed copies of books before. So how does this all work? And I'm like, we keep it simple. I know, so you whatever the name of the person is, and you're gonna leave a biblical verse and your signature and the date of the year. And as I'm sitting there, I'm like, the main message is fear not. So the book, every book, without exception, right above the signature is Psalm 23:4. Because that is the message. That is the message of this book. I don't want my readers to know about Architecture of Jihad so they can be afraid of. No, I want them to read the practical countermeasures and then read chapter 11, the United Front, and realize, especially my fellow Christians, why we shall be the united front in this fight, because we are followers of Christ. We fight evil.
It's so deep, Annie, because fear is a spirit. It's a demonic spirit, and the Bible is full of, and Jesus is full of the message of not fearing, because fear is lack of faith, but it's also an active spirit of fear, and it's the main message of our Lord. And so those who are afraid of Islam and how we're surrendering, and so the main thing is not to be afraid, because it's a spiritual battle. And I would say that, Annie, when I speak to you, it's such a pleasure to engage with such a powerful, brilliant mind. And this book is so powerful and brilliant. And part of our betrayal is, where are the interviews with you? Yes, we know the good people that are interviewing you right now. I'm talking about the establishment media, the huge media. Nobody Almost nobody. And that's part of Betrayal Jihad. And that's part of your chapter. You're showing that the journalism sphere is part of Betrayal Jihad. The campuses, Betrayal Jihad. You know, I was raised by two parents, and I'd be little kid, and they'd be watching, and they would say, "Why are they shaking hands with that man?" And you talk about the handshakes with Qatar, the handshakes with Iran. That's part of Betrayal Jihad, right? Even the way they're meeting right now with the people who killed and tortured and raped Mahsa Amini and so many other Iranian women. We should not be shaking hands with these people, even physically.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. It's even on the good side of the good guys. Now, just a reminder to our audience, I'm an independent. I walked away from Republican Party about 10 years ago in 2016. However, I still believe that the Republicans are the good guys until, well, last couple of months. When you have 144 sitting Congress members, Republican, endorsing Maryam Rajavi of MEK, also known as Mujahideen Khalq, the Islamic Marxist terrorist group that has blood of Americans on their hands. That is the handshake that directly drives jihad right into our doors. When you see Trump administration, we already talked about al-Shura, but there is Erdogan. There is Mamdani, who's not even sworn in yet, gets invitation to the White House. These aren't just about handshakes. These aren't just about 3D chess. No, these are about the future betrayal our kids are gonna have to call us out for. Remember, I was born in 1983. The Islamic Revolution was finalized in February 11th, 1979. And I paid the price for everyone at that revolution who stayed home, who waited for somebody else to stop it, who said, oh, they're just going to get tired and go home, who said it can get worse. Their betrayal of their own nation ended up the cost of my childhood.
Thank you, Annie. If some Christians ran into a mosque and started shooting, it would be front page news everywhere. New York Times, Washington Post, New York, The View, ABC News. This is happening every day. Nigeria. It's happening right now with escalation in Syria. A genocide against Christians skyrocketing throughout the world. In terms of Betrayal Jihad, you call out the West's faith leaders. Now, look, I don't want to talk too much here in the sense that, for instance, I'm Catholic. This is a bad pope. And there's been prophecies with Our Lady of Fatima, Our Lady of La Salette. There's prophecies that Rome will lose the faith. It'll be infiltrated, but the Bible teaches us that Satan's war against the church, he will not prevail. But as Christians, we know that Satan is infiltrating. And so something's happening in the church, and I believe it doesn't delegitimize Catholicism, but it shows that the devil is waging war on God's church and on God's faithful. So this Pope, I mean, what a disgrace. I don't see, you should be friends with Muslims. Just why don't you just chill out on that and talk about what jihad is doing to the Christians in Egypt, in Nigeria, in Pakistan, in Syria, and also just in the Protestant world. Where are the faith leaders right now? What are they saying? It's complete silence. Thank you for calling it out, because in Betrayal Jihad, you call out the West's faith leaders, and also including the Jewish leaders, saying the ones who should really be saying something about Hamas and jihad and October 7th and its roots are not saying anything. Talk a little bit about why you added this and thank you for adding it. And that's part of your practical countermeasures too. You're saying that the West religious leaders should be held to account.
Yes, I believe I have gone even as far as saying, leave your church if your pastors are not willing to put an end to this interfaith madness. Because we should. We should. Here's where I stand. If a pastor gets on a stage or podium and addresses his congregation from any point of view except biblical point of view, he either needs to resign or be fired, or whatever the terminology of a church is. I won't even claim that I know. Or everybody in his congregation should get up and leave. A pastor should not stand there and say, so next Wednesday, Imam Jamal Hamati is going to be here to tell you all about religion of peace. Excuse me, sir. Did you not read the Quran? Or did you read it, but you don't want to get involved with any kind of lawsuit from CARE, therefore you're just going to invite imams to your church? Or do you not believe that there is no perfection after Jesus? So you're trying to sell your congregation the perfected version of religion on their Quran and Muhammad? We can't stand for this anymore. I said this on the stage at a church in Chicago, that your convenient is not part of your faith. It's not. If you need to drive 20 minutes longer to get to your new home church that is doing what a church is supposed to do, then so be it. Drive extra 20 minutes. But stop enabling any pastor, any church, any synagogue, any rabbi that is allowing the infiltration and the conquer of Islamists into their sacred. A church is not just a building. If I understand it correctly, the church is body of Christ. You don't do that. And if you don't have the knowledge, I will humbly say, pick up a copy of my book. If you don't want to bother to read the Quran, fine. Pick up a copy of my book. How about this? Just read chapter named Missionary Jihad. That might put an end into your desire of coexisting and having interfaith dialogue with mosques. Or at least ask 5 questions before you do it. But that's the problem. Repeatedly, we reject the knowledge because it's too much work. It burst our bubble. And again, what can I expect from a nation that now thinks it's a great idea to have, what's her name? Oh, Paula White as a spiritual advisor.
Annie, thank you for those practical countermeasures. And you say, confront the religious leaders if they lie. Confront them. And I just have a memory about my dad. We were at Mass one time, and there was this lady just talking some communist bullshit. Like, she was doing the readings, and then out of the blue, she just starts talking this communist stuff. And after Mass, my dad went to the back and started confronting her. But why I'm laughing is my dad got a little bit heated sometimes. And I'm not sure it was the politest way that he did it, but I'm proud of him, and he led the way and showed. And so it's what you're saying, confront the religious leaders. And you also stress to make betrayal professionally and socially costly. And I love that. And we haven't heard that before except from you. Because you're saying, make these people pay for it. If you want to engage in this BS, we're going to make you pay for it. So thank you for that.
Of course, yes. And I think the reason I'm the first one to say it is, number one, I'm very good at, I should say, I really believe that the beauty of tables is you can always turn them. And I'm trying to turn the same table. They were at it. Now we're going to sit at it. They have censored us. They have shadow banned us. They have canceled our social media channels. They have suppressed our reach. Some people have faced lawsuits. So it's time for us to literally, we're just doing exactly what they've done. That's what I just brought up of millions of people supporting and following Tucker Carlson. Why? Don't do it. A lot of people have told me, and I will repeat Tucker again. Oh, I don't watch him anymore. I'm like, take the time to go and unfollow him. Those numbers matter. Those numbers puts him on algorithm. Those number puts him on monetization. Those numbers gets him his advertisers. Boycott means unfollow. Take the time. It's 5 seconds on each platform. Don't tune in out of curiosity to see what they had to say today. Completely walk away from them. Sorry, I'm going too long on this one.
No, absolutely, Annie. And look, I'm always torn. I know you're torn with this too. I'm torn because I'm like, Annie Cyrus is here. Another hour, let's go. This need, and then at the same time, it's like we know that if people start getting tired, we're losing them. And we want people to walk away wanting more rather than getting tired. And so let's wrap up now. But it's an honor to know you. It's an honor to read your book. It's an honor to interview you. I can't stress enough how important and unique this book is. It needs to be a manual for anyone and everyone that wants to defend our civilization. I'm also very touched at your references to Jesus, to faith. And let's end on this, because I've always thought about, why does communism and Islam and totalitarian forces, sorry, I might have mispronounced that, totalitarian forces, why do they hate freedom so much? Well, because Satan hates freedom. Because let us make man in our own image. God is the ultimate free agent. God loves freedom, and he wants us to be free, and he gives us free will. And at the end of your book, in United Front, and then what you're writing about at the end, when you're saying our fight back, we got to remember, and you refer to and quote Corinthians 2, verse 317, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. Thank you for quoting that. Tell us what that means to you, that verse.
Sure. We got to go back quickly to when I was 18 and I arrived in America. I came to America. At that point, concept of freedom for me was when I wake up in the morning and I'm allowed to continue breathing. Then I started getting to know more about what freedoms mean through co-workers and neighbors and later on friends, and then understanding the concept of the Constitution. And that's how I fell in love with America, the freedoms that I was noticing in the Constitution and by practice. And years pass by and I'm loving this freedom, but I'm not feeling the freedom. I'm not. And then I'm saved. And within months, I finally feel the freedom. And I learn that freedoms aren't what we practice. Freedom is what we feel. When we feel the safety of his kingdom, that's the real freedom. When we understand his ultimate love for every single one of his children, we don't feel left out. We feel part of family. That's freedom. And from there, I understood that when we say by words, when we say our God-given rights, that only has one meaning. And that is our values that come from Bible. If it's not coming from Bible, it is not God-given rights. It is man-made rights to distract us from the true meaning of freedom by giving us so much as, why don't we let boys compete in place of girls? And why don't we mutilate our kids to make them something they weren't born? That is the man-made freedom versus our God-given biblical freedoms. That's what that verse means to me.
Thank you so much for that, Annie. And one thing that I'm often torn over, and I don't think I'm the only one, we just think about suffering. And right now, during this Easter weekend, we think about our Lord's suffering, and it's such a mystery. And, you know, you quoted the end Isaiah 54:17. What a beautiful way to end. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Now, why I just brought up what I was saying is that, well, wait a minute. What does that mean? Look at the Christians massacred in Syria. Look at what the Christians happening in Nigeria and other parts of the world. Obviously, the weapons formed against them prospered, but we're not thinking about it in the right way, or I'm not, because I realize it's not just here, because we're told, like, even if we die here, there could be magnificent rewards in heaven, and we're promised that there will be. So it's not just here in the short term. There will be great rewards for us, even if we think that our life was taken here temporarily in terms of the cosmic battle. But thank you for ending with that, because ultimately we have to take the Lord at his word, and we have to live by that in our battle. And you end the book with that hope with Isaiah 54:17. We have to keep in mind that no weapon formed against you shall prosper. Why did you close with that?
Two reasons. On a personal level, I wanted to remind my readers that if there is a real life example, earthly example of it, it's the author of this book. He walked me through fire. And when I rejected him, he didn't give up on me. He didn't drop me in fire. He carried me until I was ready to walk on my own behind him. And that's important. I understand the example you brought up, but I can even prove it on earth in this life. One of the most evil cults that exist tried to capture me, but he saved me because I'm his child. Again, recently, last 3 years or so, when I'm asked to tell me in one sentence, I'll say, I'm a child of God who was raised by the devil. And that is what that verse means to me. And yes, after that, on a broader picture, the ending of that verse shall not prosper against you. Who is you, Jamie? You is not someone who wakes up and gets so distracted with earthly desires that won't even have a chance to say, thank you, Lord, for another beautiful day and a chance to try to do better. That's the you that this promise is made. I'm not trying to question anyone's salvation, but though none of us are perfect, as Christians, we are to form the most perfected imperfection of ourselves. We can't just hide behind nobody is perfect, everybody sins, and repeatedly repeat the same sinister lifestyle, including engaging with enabling absolute evil in our country. I know the topic is Islam, but we can expand that to what I just said. Our kids, the number of unborn child that have been taken in this country, that promise is not made for those yous. So I wanted to remind my fellow Christians that starting tomorrow, put on God's armor instead of yours, because that's the only armor that's going to protect you against any weapon.
Amen. Annie, thank you. Annie, there were times in your life I don't know, like when you did start believing in God, or if there's a God before or after, you think, if there's a God, why did I have to experience this? Why did I have to go through this? But I'm not sure if this is a but it's an and. I just want to be careful sometimes with what I'm saying. When I look at you and your life, and I think about the horrors that you went through, and I think about the mysteries of God and how he works, but now all of a sudden we have this lady who just gave us a manual of how to defend ourselves from a demonic antichrist ideology and movement that's taking over the world. But it took your suffering to create that. What do you think of that? About your life, about how you think about what you went through and now where you're at?
I feel extremely honored. I don't see anything special about me, because he loves us all equally. We're all created in his image. But I feel honored that he allowed me to be the butterfly coming out of a cocoon without even knowing I was in a cocoon. It's that blessing of, yes, there was a time, way back in the time, even before I was saved, one of my arguments was, if there is a God, I wouldn't have to suffer. But since I've been saved, as I said, the freedom I feel, it comes with that gratitude of, though I'm no more special than the rest of my sisters and brothers in Christ, but thank you, Lord, for trusting my soul to carry this mission. And for that, I'm honored.
Wow.
What an honor to be your friend, to have you as the producer of our show, to speak with you this evening. I consider this a very special, important discussion, not because of me necessarily, but because of what you've shared. Let's wrap up with this. I think that Wednesday, May 27th, is one of the most important dates and times of the century. 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. What's happening May 27th, Annie? And I think everybody needs to be there.
I would love for everybody to be there. I would very much, absolutely love it. But on that afternoon, I will be joining everybody who's there for a, excuse me, for a book signing put together by Front Page Mag, which I'm very honored. And it's also me coming back to that very location, Lux Hotel in Sunset Boulevard, after 10 years. Believe it or not, Jamie, it has been 10 years since the night that I attended the last event I could before leaving Los Angeles and now coming back again. So 10 years, I look forward to coming back. I'm very, very honored that I am worthy of Front Page, everybody involved. They all know how much I love them all. I respect them all. But again, the first day I talked to you to become your editor / camera operator, I never thought one day I would be the speaker and the author to be honored to have an event organized by Front Page. It's such a blessing. May 27th. Event is start at 6:30, if I got that right. And I would love to see everyone who can make it. It's going to be a wonderful discussion. We're going to chat, sign some books, take some pictures, and I'll make sure that Jamie's going to join us on every picture I make him.
Wednesday, May 27th, 6:30 p.m., evening reception and talk with Annie Cyrus, David Horowitz Freedom Center event at the Lux Hotel on Sunset Boulevard. You can go to frontpagemag.com and register there, and you've got the link at liveuptofreedom.com and on your Facebook, right, Annie?
Yes,
Okay? Everybody buy The Architecture of Jihad at Amazon.com and at liveuptofreedom.com, right, Annie?
So for signed copies, if you like to pick up a signed copy, you got to go to my website, liveuptofreedom.com. If you don't want a signed copy, paperback and Kindles are available on Amazon. And if you do have Kindle Unlimited, you can read the book for free on your Kindle Unlimited.
Okay, I think we did it. People are going to be watching this on the evening of Good Friday when our Lord was crucified and suffered for us. And then Jesus is resurrected and comes back to life. It's Easter weekend. Our Lord and Savior shed his blood for us. Annie, would you like to close with a little prayer as we head into Easter?
Absolutely. Heavenly Father, we come to you humbly. We thank you for all the blessings that you have given us, every single one of us, regardless of the borders, the nationalities and races we come from. We are grateful to have a Father that has made all possible through him. Most of all, we are grateful and humbled, and we will never forget for how much you have loved us all from past to the future, that you sent your Son to die for our sins. And he had to suffer all the pain, all the suffering, and still give us nothing but love and grace. Thank you for all your blessings. Thank you for Jamie. Personally, I'm so grateful that you blessed me with him on a personal level, professional level. Thank you for everybody who's watching the Glazov Gang, either new or old. Bless them all, keep them safe, guide them as they walk with us through this journey. And show us where you like us to go next. Tell us what is the knowledge we're to spread and what is the knowledge we are to learn. We shall stay humble and grateful to you, truth to you, and speak nothing but your truth as long as we shall live on this earth. And we pray that we will make our way to your kingdom one day as your children. Until then, we pray in your Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Annie, I don't know. I think you're on your road to becoming a pastor with your own ministry, but
I'm not allowed.
how come?
I've got to stay on this side of the battle. Remember,
Okay.
I will be fighting the info war. My job is on the info war end, at least for now.
Exactly. Annie, look, the audience might not completely know. I just want to say to you, you thank me and I appreciate it. From the time I was a little kid, I was 8, 9 years old, and I had a tape recorder, and I was pretending I was David Brinkley hosting This Week with David Brinkley, and I'd pretend I'm George Will, then I'd pretend I'm Sam Donaldson, and I was doing that since I was a kid, and my dream was to have a talk show. And there's an individual by the name of Annie Cyrus that brought my dream to reality, and for that alone, I'm very grateful to you, because it's something that gives me so much fulfillment and joy, and I'm very, very grateful to you. I believe that you're an angel that God sent into my life, and I'd like to thank our Father in heaven for giving us Annie Cyrus for a million reasons. Thank you for joining us this evening, Annie. Good luck with your book.
Absolutely. Appreciate you. It has been an honor and privilege, and I look forward for, many more years of having you in my life and continue producing the Glazov Gang.
Thank you. Thank you, Annie. Thank you for being on the front lines. Continue the battle. We'll see you soon. Thank you, Annie. We love you. I love you. May 27th, the Lux Hotel, an evening with Annie Cyrus. If you haven't done it already, go to Amazon.com, go to liveuptofreedom.com and order The Architecture of Jihad and get 4 extra copies for 4 extra friends or enemies. We'll see you soon on the Glazov Gang. Good night.